Chapter 351. Lin has planned to flatten the top. The vibration stopped, and the square was divided into two. One end was the crew of the Whitebeard pirates, and the other end was the Navy and Whitebeard. At this time, the square where the Navy was located was not a vast plain like at the beginning, but a ruin after the earthquake. On the square that was divided into two, on the side of the Marines, stood the majestic figure of Whitebeard, and the Marines did not give up chasing the Whitebeard pirates. They were ready to confront Whitebeard again. Dad! Dad! The pirates on one side of the square were in tears and kept shouting, hoping that Whitebeard would go with them. On a high ground on the execution platform, although Jean Guo had prepared himself mentally before the battle, the current situation seemed to be a little beyond his expectations. Looking at Whitebeard, who had taken a few breaths, Jean Guo couldn't help but complain. His stomach was burned through, but he still has such strength. Hat. Whitebeard looked ahead and replied, "It's still a long way to go." As he spoke, a spiral energy centered on Whitebeard, along with the weapon in his hand, then propped Kuskamokiri to the ground. Whitebeard looked at the Navy fiercely and shouted, "Next, I will be your opponent, come on." Woo-oh! The Marines continued to rush towards Whitebeard fearlessly. At this time, Whitebeard held Kuskamokiri horizontally and quickly drew it in the air in front of him. A straight line of light passed in front of Whitebeard, and an incredible force knocked the Navy, who rushed over away one after another. Lin Hai in the distance just reacted, and his previous plan had not yet been implemented. At this time, Whitebeard frowned and looked at Lin Hai, who was standing beside him again. He said angrily, "Little devil, get out of here." Lin Hai was startled, looked at Whitebeard with resentment, and whispered, "Uncle, you should be patient with young people. I haven't told you the plan just now. Trust me." Whitebeard raised his eyebrows and asked, "Tell me." Lin Hai replied, "The most important thing now is to let everyone retreat safely, so please remember this and be patient." Whitebeard felt that something was wrong, but he didn't understand what the kid in front of him wanted to do. However, before Whitebeard continued to speak, Lin Hai had already started to move. At this time, Lin Hai took out a big loudspeaker from the void, and then shouted to the Navy in front, "Stop! Everyone listen to me, okay? Last night, the west wind withered the green trees, and my parents at home have white hair. Cherish life, calm down." The Navy was confused. The pirates were also confused. Garp looked at Lin Hai in confusion. What on earth did he want to say? However, one of his words, "My parents are already grey-haired, so cherish life," was heard by everyone. Whitebeard, who was beside Lin Hai, glanced at Lin Hai. He suspected that this guy was mocking him at this time. And Jean Guo, who was in command, vaguely guessed that Lin Hai wanted to undermine his morale. However, before Jean Guo could speak, Lin Hai did not give him a chance and shouted, "Marshal Jean Guo, haven't you achieved your Navy's goal? If you still don't give up? Do you want so many elite Navy soldiers to be buried with you? What is your intention?" Jean Guo was stunned. What is his intention? Seeing some Marines looking at him in confusion, Jean Guo had to respond and said, "Isn't it what our Navy should do to eliminate pirates? Don't try to deceive the public here." "No, no, no." Lin Hai bit a cigar, lit it with a bang, and then said, "Even if Whitebeard walks out of here, his injury can't be saved. Your goal has been achieved. If you are still not satisfied, then now in addition to Whitebeard's dying counterattack, add me. If the sword just now had been lowered a little bit, do you think you can withstand it, Marines? Or are you really not afraid of death? Don't be willful, you only have one life." As Lin Hai threatened, Whitebeard on the side clenched his hands tightly, wanting to punch Lin Hai on the head. This guy's words were too ugly. But seeing the Marines being hesitant because of Lin Hai, Whitebeard held back. At this time, Ghost Spider suddenly pointed his sword to the sky and shouted, "Isn't it our Navy's job to eliminate pirates and uphold justice? We should carve justice and fear on pirates. Carve justice and fear. Carve on pirates." Seeing that the Navy seemed to be fed with Ghost Spider's poisonous chicken soup again, Lin Hai on the side hurriedly took the initiative. "Bah!" Lin Hai said with a mocking face, "Then may I ask this righteous Vice Admiral, if the elite Navy here are all lost, what will you use to maintain peace? Or do some people expect the pirates to be as evil as possible, so that they can stand on the height of justice and slaughter those pirates, and thus experience the perverted pleasure in deceiving the justice of the world? It's really heartbreaking." At this time, Smoker, who was in one place, suddenly realized that he always felt that there was something wrong with this navy, but he couldn't say it. Now that Lin Hai reminded him, he Smoker realized it. At that moment, many Marines looked at Ghost Spider. Ghost Spider was completely speechless. What was going on? How could he explain this? As long as he continued to hunt down pirates, he would be labeled as such. There was no solution. Whitebeard on the side couldn't help but brighten his eyes. Good guy, first he threatened, then this is to analyze the post-war situation for the Navy. Besides, the Navy's goal has been achieved. If they continue, it will be a waste of effort. Warring States at the command center was so angry that his teeth itched. Judging from the expressions of the Marines below, the army was in chaos. Some Marines are not fools. They are going to die for the selfish desires of some people. Do you think they are idiots? What is this war for? Some people don't understand. They only know to eliminate pirates. And the guy in front of him with a cigar in his mouth seems to be pretty good. He just spared his life and advised everyone to cherish life. For a while, the crazy murderous aura on the battlefield slowly calmed down, leaving only the breeze blowing through the gunpowder smoke. Who can save me? It hurts, am I going to die? Someone come and save me, my son has just been born. I have elderly parents at home. After the crazy murderous aura subsided, the people on the battlefield heard the cries for help, wailing, and unwillingness of the injured people. At this time, Lin Hai took out the loudspeaker again and cried, "You are all great, Marshal Sengoku, please stop the war and treat those righteous Marines who have time to treat them. They are the most admirable. Don't let them die, long live life." Many Marines were silent. Kizaru was silent, so scary. Aokiji looked at Lin Hai and his eyes twitched. The Whitebeard pirates collectively twitched at their mouths. Whitebeard resisted the urge to punch Lin Hai in the head, and gave Lin Hai a speechless look. "If you want to cry, then shed some tears, okay? It's too fake. Also, can you not keep talking about cherishing life in front of a dying person? Isn't this rubbing salt into Whitebeard's wounds?" Suddenly, Whitebeard realized that it must be this little guy who spoke rudely to him before taking revenge on him. What a good guy. At this time, Smoker in one place also complained speechlessly. A pirate pretended to be a benevolent man and talked about the righteous navy? Only that guy could do such a thing. And Zhang Guo in the command center knew that Lin Hai's words were an open conspiracy, but if the war ceased, it would indeed be a very good result. After all, Whitebeard would not survive. If the war really continued, the casualties of the navy would definitely be as Lin Hai said, and it might be. After all, Lin Hai's sword before was too domineering. Moreover, the morale was destroyed by that little bastard Lin Hai. Sengoku, who made the decision, shouted, "Soldiers, stop it!" Marshal Sengoku. A vice admiral shouted unwillingly. "Yes, Marshal Sengoku, the Whitebeard pirates have been forced into a desperate situation by us." Sengoku waved his hand and replied, "I will take the responsibility, the war is over." Seeing that some Marines still wanted to persuade him, Garp ran out and shouted, "The war is over, hurry up and rescue the wounded who can be treated in time, don't let more people die. This war is the one that Garp least wants to fight. If it can be stopped, Garp would be more than happy." Woo-oh, some Marines jumped up first, and those unwilling Marines were helpless. Great, the war is finally over. Seeing this, although Whitebeard was a little unhappy, after all, he really wanted the navy to pay the price and sink Marineford. But in order to allow his sons to return to the new world safely, he would endure the anger of the world government. Zihaha, zihahaha, zihahaha. Suddenly, an evil voice resounded in everyone's ears. Who else could it be but Blackbeard, who came from the Impel Down city and had been hiding in the dark? How could he stop the war when his goal had not been achieved? Now, Blackbeard could not hide anymore. This damn sleeping god Lin Hai. Chapter 352 The Proud Blackbeard. An evil and arrogant laugh suddenly sounded from behind the execution platform, and everyone could not help but follow the eyes. There were 9 people standing on a high platform at the execution platform. That is. Everyone, look, who are those people on the execution platform? That is, isn't that the 7 warlords of the Sea Marshal D teach? Why is he here now? Now is not the time to discuss this, look at the people next to him, because they are all murderous and sadistic, so they have become the most evil criminals whose existence has been erased. The Navy began to discuss, completely unaware of the situation. Hee hee. Blackbeard was like a poisonous snake in the dark, with a pair of man-eating eyes looking at the navy below, and smiled playfully, finally noticed it. Thief hee hee. Warring States, who was understanding the situation below, stared at the top of his eyes and asked, "How did you guys get here?" At this time, Whitebeard, who was on the side, was immediately furious when he saw Blackbeard. After all, Blackbeard had violated the only iron rule on Whitebeard's ship, which was to kill his companions. Whitebeard held Kurogiri tightly with one hand, and stared at Blackbeard. "You bastard!" Lin Hai, who was beside Whitebeard, was startled, and hurriedly pushed Whitebeard, whispering, be patient, it's hard to stop the war, if you do it, something unexpected will happen." Whitebeard glared at Lin Hai, thought about anger and reason for a while, and finally chose to loosen his fist. At this time, Lin Hai's advice was absolutely rational. If Whitebeard and Blackbeard fought, once the balance was broken, the attitude of the navy would be unknown. At this time, Blackbeard on the execution platform noticed Whitebeard's murderous aura. He was not afraid, but looked at Whitebeard, and then laughed arrogantly, "Thief, haha, it's been a long time since we last met. It's great to be able to see you off before you die, Dad." After saying that, he looked at Whitebeard with a provocative look. Lin Hai knew that Blackbeard deserved a beating, but he didn't expect him to be so much. With the most sarcastic laugh and the most cruel words, "Blackbeard is really a filial son." Whitebeard said in a low voice with a dark face, "Teach." Lin Hai quickly changed the subject, took out a mirror, combed his hair, and rolled his eyes at Blackbeard. "I say Blackbeard, you not only brought the most evil prisoner in the city of Impel down, but also the warden, and you appeared here. Do you want to put the dignity of the navy on the ground? You underestimate the navy too much, don't you? Heartbreaking again. Deviate the trouble." Sure enough, whether it was for face or other reasons, he, Sengoku, couldn't stand it. He glared at Ziliu of the Rain and asked, "Ziliu, you bastard! What happened to Magellan? How is the city of Impel down? And how did you get here?" Uzxilu looked down at Zhangguo, smiled playfully, took out the cigar in his mouth and exhaled a puff of smoke, and asked back, "We are here, isn't it equivalent to answering your questions?" Marshal Zhangguo. "If you want to know more clearly, go and confirm it yourself later. In short, I will join forces with these guys, please give me more advice in the future." Thief haha. Blackbeard looked at Zhangguo very proudly, especially seeing Zhangguo's gritting teeth. Blackbeard was intoxicated. Marshal Zhangguo, a marine, came over at this time to report, "I haven't had the chance to tell you. According to reports, the Gate of Justice opened again just now and passed an uncertified warship." "Did they do that?" Zhangguo looked at Blackbeard and his group in confusion and asked, "But there should be only marines in the power room. They didn't receive any notification of the emergency. How did you get here?" "Ho ho 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 ho. I'm sorry, this is very simple," said Lafitte, the navigator of the Blackbeard pirates. "Before our Blackbeard pirates set sail for Impel Down, I hypnotized the marines in the engine room and told them to let all the warships go if they found them at the Gate of Justice. It seemed that I helped others." Wenguo said speechlessly, "Is it the Straw Hat Boys?" At this time, Blackbeard, who was standing on the high platform, looked at Warring States with a ferocious look on his face and said, "If you are hostile to the world government as a pirate, you can neither open the Gate of Justice nor sneak into Impel Down." As he said that, Blackbeard spread his hands, palms up, and continued intoxicatedly, "The reason why I applied to become a 7 Warlords of the Sea is just for this. Now this title is no longer needed." Wenguo asked with veins on his forehead throbbing, "Is your purpose to liberate them?" Blackbeard raised his hands to the sky and laughed at the sky, "Thief, ha 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 ha, you are right, this is the only purpose from the beginning. And that's all, you will understand it soon." For a moment, Blackbeard and Sengoku glared at each other. And Lin Hai on the side knew that the opportunity had come, and he must pull Whitebeard away, because Blackbeard's ability to pull hatred is unique in the world. Ride the justice of heaven and earth, control the debate of 6G. Just when Blackbeard and Sengoku were confronting each other, Whitebeard was unwilling to slowly rise into the air with Lin Hai. Just after Lin Hai read a sentence, he reacted and shouted to the Navy, "Justice Navy, let go and destroy the Blackbeard pirates, you don't have to worry about us, our goal is to pursue peace." Before he finished speaking, he saw the crew of the Whitebeard pirates below, staring blankly at the sky. A righteous navy. Shameless, so shameless. Where is the moral integrity? Seeing this, Lin Hai immediately sprayed, assholes, why are you still staying here? Don't you know that the Navy wants to eliminate evil? Do you still have a sense of public morality? The Navy doesn't have time to make supper for you, so get out of here. Get lost. Whitebeard, who was beside Lin Hai, listened to Lin Hai's words that were different from this world, and couldn't help but sprayed Lin Hai with veins on his forehead. You runny-nosed kid, if you accidentally drop me, I will kill you first. Lin Hai retorted, what did you say? For a moment, Whitebeard and Lin Hai in midair began to glare at each other again. Reason told Whitebeard that Blackbeard, it is right to retreat now, but if he doesn't beat Blackbeard to death, he, Whitebeard, will feel really uncomfortable, especially since he, Whitebeard, has been more experienced than Lin Hai. Who would have thought that this little guy has been persuading him, Whitebeard? This made Whitebeard even more upset. And the Whitebeard crew members below finally understood that the two people in the sky must be incompatible, so let them do whatever they want. The most important thing is, can Whitebeard's injuries be cured? Thinking of this, the pirates led by Marco hurriedly ordered everyone to evacuate the place quickly. And Blackbeard on the execution platform couldn't sit still. His purpose of coming here was to seize Whitebeard's tremor fruit ability. How could he leave? According to Whitebeard's character, he would never let him go, and Blackbeard could be sure of this, but now. Wait, Blackbeard, who reacted, shouted to the sky. Blackbeard forgot one thing, Ace was not dead, so Whitebeard naturally didn't lose his mind in anger like in the original book. Since the goal has been achieved and a ceasefire agreement has been reached with the Navy, why is Whitebeard still staying here? Wait for the Navy to make supper for everyone? Chapter 353 Blackbeard vs Sengoku. Give it to me. Before he finished speaking, Blackbeard noticed Sengoku jumping into the air. Hey! When the Blackbeards were still staring at what Sengoku was going to do, it was too late. After a shadow enveloped Blackbeard, when he reacted, Sengoku, who fell from the sky, slammed down with a palm, and a huge semicircular white transparent energy appeared in front of the palm, covering the Blackbeards. Boom! The huge explosion blew everyone in the center of the circle upside down. The Blackbeards spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and their faces were gloomy as they endured this overbearing power. Blackbeard was the same as Lin Hai before, muttering in confusion, shock wave. Dong! A bell rang in the sky above Marineford. It was Sengoku who used his devil fruit again, the mythical beast species, the great Buddha form. Just a moment later, the Blackbeard pirates stood up again. Although there was blood at the corners of their mouths, they seemed to be able to fight. If the Navy wanted to catch those few people alone, I don't know how much it would cost. In addition, Lin Hai's previous tricks had destroyed their morale, and Sengoku himself announced a ceasefire. Thinking of this, Sengoku said, Blackbeard pirates, get out of Marineford quickly. Blackbeard looked up at Sengoku and wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth. His goal had not been achieved yet, so how could he leave? Thief, haha! Blackbeard laughed playfully, do you want to fight me? Then. Suddenly, black smoke continued to emerge from Blackbeard's shoulders and feet, and then one of his hands turned into a black smoke form. Thief! Blackbeard shouted, half squatted, and then pressed one hand on the ground. The black smoke quickly spread from the ground and wrapped up the place where Zhang Guo was standing. Zhang Guo didn't understand this ability. When he was about to find out, Blackbeard smiled playfully and said, dark acupoints. Suddenly, a black tornado-shaped smoke wrapped up Blackbeard, and a burst of energy exploded, then returned to the center of the black smoke, and then the black tornado instantly returned to Blackbeard's body. Seeing this scene, Whitebeard, who was watching in the air, narrowed his eyes. Blackbeard hit it deep enough. Is that the devil fruit that the bastard killed Thatch and took? Whitebeard muttered. Lin Hai sighed, this guy has deepened his use of the dark fruit ability. No wonder he is so confident. Whitebeard asked, do you know something? Lin Hai complained, you'll understand in a moment. The most annoying thing about that ability is that it can absorb damage. What does it mean to absorb damage? But when he absorbs damage, the pain will double. At this time, Blackbeard stared at Zhang Guo without fear on his face and said, haha, Marshal Zhang Guo, if you want to fight, I'll let you taste the strongest power, the dark fruit ability. Boom boom boom. The stones, guns, and other objects around Zhang Guo were constantly swallowed by the darkness, making some sounds. After observing Zhang Guo for a while, he stretched out a palm and prepared to launch a shock wave. Blackbeard stretched his hand behind him and smiled, "It's useless. In front of me, all abilities are nothingness." Blackbeard appeared in front of Zhangguo at a high speed along the dark passage, and the shock wave Zhangguo fired was directly confiscated by the black rotating smoke of one of Blackbeard's arms. Thief, dark water. Blackbeard's palm was like a dark suction hole, sucking in the energy of the shock wave. This scene not only shocked the navy, but also the Whitebeard pirates. Baki stared at the battle between the two and couldn't help muttering, "Blackbeard? What a great guy. Hey!" Sengoku was very confused, where did his attack go? Seeing Sengoku's expression, Blackbeard boasted proudly, "How about it, Marshal Sengoku, my darkness can even absorb the power of the devil fruit and make it powerless. In other words, you can no longer activate your ability." Boom! As he said that, Blackbeard punched Sengoku in the belly, counterattacking the shock wave he had just received. As for Whitebeard, because of the existence of San Juan Wolf, it is only a matter of time to catch up with the Whitebeard pirates at sea, and everything is under control. And now, it is the battle that will make Blackbeard famous in the world. Marshal Sengoku. It can't be true? The legendary Marines were hit head-on. What's going on? Isn't the war over? The Navy, who had already lost their will to fight, now saw this scene, and everyone couldn't help but feel a little confused. Oh my god! Seeing that Sengoku was beaten back by another punch, Blackbeard immediately grabbed one of Sengoku's arms again. The battle-hardened Sengoku was thinking about how to defeat the enemy, but he was not scared by Blackbeard's ability. However, he was still a little surprised by Blackbeard's ability. It seemed that being touched by him was like touching sea stone. Although the effect was different from that of sea stone, Sengoku was also surprised that there was such a devil fruit in the world. "How is it, Marshal Sengoku?" Blackbeard was very proud and grabbed Sengoku's arm with one hand and attacked Sengoku with the other. At this time, Sengoku used one hand to shake Blackbeard's arm away, and now he could activate his ability, but the ability he activated was confiscated by Blackbeard again. "Ha ha ha ha!" Blackbeard laughed proudly, "It's useless." Before he finished speaking, a black shadow passed by, boom boom. Everyone saw clearly that in an instant, Blackbeard was punched and flew out. There was a tall figure with silver-white hair standing next to Sengoku. Vice Admiral Garp. Sengoku rolled his eyes at Garp and didn't say anything, but looked at the Blackbeard pirates. "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts." Blackbeard in the stone pestle covered his bleeding forehead and rolled on the ground, saying, "Damn, it hurts me to death. Who is it?" Garp stared at Blackbeard and said, "I am also a marine." Hold, hold, hold. After taking a few breaths, Blackbeard stood up and stared at Garp with a bad look, as expected of the legendary naval hero, his strength is really amazing. At this time, Sengoku said, "The war here is over, get out of Marineford." "Haha, haha." Blackbeard looked at Sengoku and Garp in a low voice. If he had obtained the ability of Whitebeard's tremor fruit, why would he be threatened by the two people in front of him? At this time, Blackbeard was very unhappy, but he still endured it and suddenly laughed, "Haha, guys, let's retreat from here first." Viha. Beijis bent his arms and head into a mountain shape and said, "Captain, this is a little different from our expectations." "Haha." Blackbeard replied, "Don't complain, fate has already arranged everything, he can't run away. What about San Juan?" When Blackbeard was about to ask San Juan to tow the boat to chase Whitebeard, he found that the giant San Juan was indeed still behind the Navy headquarters, but why were they separated? Blackbeard and his men then remembered the sword of Lin Hai before. "Lin Hai, the god of sleep, I will kill you." Blackbeard's furious voice suddenly sounded above Marineford. And the instigator had already taken advantage of the battle between warring states and Blackbeard, dragged Whitebeard and the captains, and fled to the sea on a boat. Chapter 354 Whitebeard. If Lin Hai knew about Blackbeard's anger, he would just smile. At first, he wanted to kill all the Blackbeards with a sword, but if he did that, many people in the navy would die. In that case, the war would not be possible. As for the giant San Juan, it was because he was too confident. Not only him, but also others. It was just a sword wave. Who could not stop it when they reached that level? Unfortunately, what Lin Hai chopped was not a sword wave. And when San Juan panicked, it was too late. The war on the top ended under such circumstances. At this time, a pirate ship came far away from Marineford. The ship was flying a skull flag, and 2 knives were crossed behind the skull. What was conspicuous was that one of the skull's eyes had 3 scratches. "Boss, it's so strange over there. The Navy is cleaning up the battlefield. Could it be that the battle between Whitebeard and the Navy is over?" A fat man biting a chicken leg said to an expressionless red-haired man standing at the bow. The red-haired man was the 4 emperors of the New World, Shanks. After blocking Kaido, who was coming to participate in the war, he rushed here to stop the war. However, after hearing the information from his companion, the red-haired man couldn't help but frown. The tall man with long grey hair next to the red-haired man exhaled a puff of smoke and guessed, "Locky, are you seeing it wrong? If so, either the Whitebeard pirates are defeated, or the war is over." Red Hair said in surprise, "What should we do? Are we too late?" Raki bit a piece of chicken leg fiercely and said, "Calm down, stupid boss, we will know after we go over and take a look." The deputy captain standing next to Red Hair, Ben Beckman, rolled his eyes at Red Hair as usual and complained, "It's really unbearable." Red Hair Shanks and his gang, who had just arrived in Marineford, were originally here to stop the war, but they came to nothing. Elsewhere, on a huge pirate ship, Whitebeard was lying on a bench. After seeing that the Whitebeard pirates had evacuated Marineford, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After his previous tense nerves relaxed, Whitebeard felt the pain all over his body. Seeing Whitebeard's current look, which gave people the feeling of a dying old man, Lin Hai couldn't help but worry, "Uncle, can't you listen to everyone's opinions?" As he said, Lin Hai pulled up Trafalgar Law, who had come secretly, and said, "This is my good friend, his medical skills are the best in the world, let him come and take a look, okay?" "Hey, sleepy Lin Hai." A captain on the side said worriedly, "If I'm not mistaken, he is a pirate, right? We don't feel comfortable leaving our father to him, Marco." Gulala Whitebeard raised one hand and smiled, "Asshole sons, I know best what my body is like. People will age, get sick and die, this is a law that no one can escape, don't do unnecessary things there." He, Whitebeard, is afraid. If he is treated in his current physical condition, he will probably fall asleep forever in a coma. Instead of that, it's better to see his son more and chat about family matters. Trafalgar glanced at Lin Hai and expressed helplessness, but according to Luo's estimation, Whitebeard should be powerless to save the situation. Let's not talk about the hidden diseases left by his old age, just look at the burned stomach, and the long-term high-intensity fighting and bleeding. Although Marco also understood, he really couldn't bear to see Whitebeard leave. He held a glimmer of hope and wanted to persuade him again, but was stopped by Whitebeard. In a vague way, Lin Hai also guessed what Whitebeard meant, and the others seemed to understand it too. At this moment, although the mood is heavy, you should show a smile on your face, right? But no one can pretend. Dad Ace stepped forward and stared into Whitebeard's eyes, tears streaming down his face and wanting to say something but stopping. "Idiot!" Whitebeard smiled with relief and consoled, "This matter has nothing to do with you, don't take it too seriously." As he spoke, Whitebeard looked away, glanced at everyone, and showed a loving look of an old father looking at his children for the last time, and smiled, "Gulala, everyone should get along well in the future, remember." With thousands of words of care, Whitebeard only said the simplest wish. But these simple words sounded like an explanation of the afterlife in everyone's ears, and were extremely heavy. Let this sky become more silent, leaving only the sound of seagulls flying across the sky occasionally. Infected by everyone's emotions, and knowing Whitebeard, Lin Hai on the side secretly spit. "What a bunch of..." Lin Hai patted his face, smiled, walked to Whitebeard and complained, "Uncle, you are so willful. You don't even listen to your son. How can you be a father?" Whitebeard, who was about to leave slowly, suddenly got angry. He raised his eyebrows, glared at Lin Hai, and said unhappily, "You runny-nosed bastard kid, you still talk so annoyingly, gulalala cough cough." "Dad! Are you okay?" "Sleepy god Lin Hai, don't make Dad angry anymore, be careful or we will beat you up." The crew saw their dad coughing, and immediately warned Lin Hai. Ignoring everyone, Lin Hai rolled his eyes at Whitebeard and complained again, as the saying goes, a loving father often has bad sons. "Look at these guys, they don't even listen to their fathers. How can you be sons?" Everyone was silent. This sounded so familiar, but why did they always feel that something was wrong? Whitebeard was also silent, "This bastard." Whitebeard, who reacted, immediately sprayed at Lin Hai, "You bastard kid, it's not your turn to teach my whitebeard pirates a lesson, right? Okay, you are right. Lin Hai immediately resisted. Everyone was satisfied, but they heard Lin Hai complain again, you whitebeard pirates are so willful that you don't even let people talk? From the time we got on the ship until now, you didn't even bring us a cup of tea. Is this the way to treat guests? All the members of the whitebeard pirates turned black. Marco looked at Lin Hai with fish eyes. Who would have the mood to do that now? Little boy. Whitebeard suddenly said, give me a bottle of that wine from before. Your old white liquor is really memorable. Drink, drink. Lin Hai quickly glanced at everyone with his peripheral vision, then took out a bottle of Mao Tai and opened the lid and handed it to Whitebeard. Seeing this, the crew members of the Whitebeard pirates no longer dissuaded Whitebeard from drinking as they did in the past. Whitebeard took the beautifully decorated bottle from Lin Hai's hand, then put it to the tip of his nose and sniffed it a few times, and couldn't help shouting, good wine. It seems to be better than before. It's even more delicious. You bastard kid, I don't have money to pay you for the wine, ha ha ha. Goo 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 goo. After taking a few sips, Whitebeard exhaled a breath of turbid air and asked curiously, Lin Hai, I heard that your Straw Hat pirates destroyed the Judicial Island before. Was it you who chopped it with a sword like you did in Marineford? Chapter 355 Buggy's Pain. When Whitebeard asked the question, everyone turned to look at Lin Hai, and Ace on the side always felt that something was wrong, but couldn't remember what was wrong. At this time, Lin Hai used his hands to push his hair back, stood up and left everyone with a back view, and slowly said, speaking of that bloody storm, it was not chopped with a sword. The Judicial Island was destroyed by the Demon Slayer order. At present, I can only use one sword. Whitebeard raised his eyebrows, so. Lin Hai looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle and said with a smile, in Marineford, I deceived the navy, but in the future I will definitely be able to swing more than one sword, even if you are as strong as Uncle Whitebeard, I. Before he finished speaking, there was a sound of a bottle falling on the deck, and then clear white wine continued to flow out of the bottle. For a while, the ship was full of the smell of wine. Oh you dee. The sound of weeping resounded in this sea area, but this cry, no matter how much it shouted, could not wake up Whitebeard. At this time, he had fallen into a short and long memory. That was Whitebeard when he was young, because his home was destroyed, he wandered alone on the sea. On the sea, he saw many, many people and many, many things. Those lonely and pitiful people, like himself, wandered on the sea and were homeless. Out of the desire for home, one day, when Whitebeard looked up at the blue sky, he understood what he wanted most. Why not gather those wandering and homeless people together to form a big family of pirates, so that not only can they take risks, but they can also feel the warmth of home. For a moment, scenes from the past flashed through Whitebeard's mind, and finally returned to peace. What a nostalgic and long journey. 2 days later, on an island in the New World Luffy, who woke up in the middle of the battle, fainted again. He seemed to have suffered some kind of blow. After all, in Marineford, facing many opponents, Luffy realized that he was not capable enough. Even at the critical moment, it was Ace who stood in front of him, and he almost lost his life. The rescuer became the rescued, which made Luffy, who had aspired to become the Pirate King since he was a child, deeply doubt his ability, and those forces that made him deeply powerless. Luffy deeply doubted himself. Can he really become the Pirate King? Or, Luffy has always been arrogant at night, dreaming of those unattainable dreams, and almost killed those dear people around him. Due to the fatigue of the body after the war, coupled with the when Luffy was in Linford, the scene of Ace blocking him in front of him kept appearing in Luffy's mind and became a nightmare in his heart. For Luffy, who has a strong sense of responsibility, he deeply blames himself for being too weak and falling into a misunderstanding. Even if Luffy wakes up, he will lock himself up. And in a mining field, the people who were laying the foundation for Whitebeard suddenly found a pirate ship coming on the sea. That pirate ship was the Red Hair Pirates who came. Shanks came here for no other reason, just to pay tribute to Whitebeard. After doing all this, everyone left this sad place one after another. As the current leader of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco, he naturally wants to take Shanks to talk somewhere else. He can't discuss things in front of Whitebeard's tomb, right? When Marco took Shanks to the residence, Shanks saw Buggy talking to Lin Hai. Shanks said nostalgically, Bakey, it's been a long time since we last met. How come you are here? Jinbei, Ivankov, Law and others looked in the direction of the voice, all with their eyes wide open, some of them couldn't believe the person in front of them. Red-haired Shanks! Everyone exclaimed. Why would the 4 emperors of the New World come here? He shouldn't be here to cause trouble, right? Becky stood up and replied unexpectedly, Shanks. It's been a long time since we last met. How come you are here? Linha's face darkened. Why did these 2 people ask the same question? Long time no see. Buggy reacted and immediately shouted at Shanks, who was walking over, who said, I haven't seen you for a long time? Don't forget that I have a grudge against you, Shanks. Shanks walked over and replied innocently, what are you talking about? Buggy's forehead veins bulged and said, stop pretending. If you hadn't called me at that time, I wouldn't have lost the treasure map, and I wouldn't have become a devil fruit ability user. Speaking of sad things, Buggy felt like he had lost hundreds of millions. No, it should be a treasure as big as a mountain. Thinking of this, Buggy burst into tears and often couldn't sleep at night because of regret. Every time he woke up from a dream, the treasure was gone. Who can understand the pain of this? Painful. And Shanks seemed to like provoking Buggy, and asked, is that true? Sure enough, Buggy went berserk and didn't know what to do, muttering, sure enough, your reaction. I've always disliked you for this, Shanks. Who knew that Shanks gave Buggy a smile, as if comforting a little kid, and replied, I understand, don't be angry. Oh, what are you doing? Can I join? Buggy felt that he didn't know what to say. Linhai on the side immediately understood. No wonder when he was pushing the city forward, Buggy would be grateful to Luffy for saving him, and then slap Luffy in the face, claiming that he didn't want his sympathy. At this time, Shanks walked to Linha's side, put his hand on Linha's shoulder, and asked, you are Luffy's companion, right? Yet. Linhai picked his nose and replied, Luffy's mentality is a bit broken, let him calm down. Shanks couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The red-haired crew member Loggy, who was following behind, asked, Boss, do you want to meet Luffy? It's been 10 years. Yet. Shanks smiled nostalgically and replied, if we meet now, the agreement will change. As he said that, Shanks looked at Linhai and smiled admiringly. Hey. Linhai said unhappily, 4 emperors. Shanks, can you stop looking at me like that? I'm also very unhappy with you. Oh. Shanks took a step back and asked, are you unhappy with me? A depressing atmosphere suddenly enveloped the surroundings, and everyone swallowed their saliva. Shanks, who did not activate his domineering power, gave people such a depressing atmosphere when he was serious. Faced with Linha's words, Shanks thought that Linhai should challenge himself like other pirates. That's right. Linhai put away his expression and confronted Shanks. This scene made everyone silent. Why is it that they are going to fight? Chapter 356. Linhai, Buggy, and Red Hair. The atmosphere in the field suddenly became tense. When several captains of the Whitebeard pirates looked at Marco and asked with their eyes what to do, Marco gave everyone a reassuring look. According to Marco's understanding of the 2 men, they should not fight. Although Marco thought so, the Red Hair pirates did not know Linhai. Everyone is used to the new pirates challenging the Red Hair pirates. For a while, the Red Hair pirates were all ready. They were pirates, not playing house. Since they were going to take action, they were ready to risk their lives. On the field, Red Hair showed a handsome and evil smile, just like a middle-aged handsome guy. He asked, this should be the first time we meet, right? I wonder how I have offended you. No matter how the red-haired man thought, he could not have thought that Linhai would come to trouble him. Ivankov on the side said with some concern, sleepy boy. A breeze lifted Linha's hair, and Linhai narrowed his eyes and said, before I went out to sea with Luffy, that bastard talked about you in my ear every day. I don't care how great or respectable you are. But Luffy is always in my ear like a fly, always mentioning you. This makes me irritable. Do you understand this pain? Fall. Too willful, right? Everyone was stunned at first, and then exclaimed. Is he in the rebellious period of adolescence? No, he should be jealous of our boss. Listening to the mutterings of these bastards, Linha's face darkened again. He, Linhai, was unhappy with the red-haired man. It was indeed a bit of a rebellious youth, but more of it was that the guy was too pretentious. And the red-haired Shanks on the side was almost distracted by Linha's words, but after reacting, Shanks immediately turned into an idiot. The change before and after was so great that everyone suspected that he had 2 personalities. Ah ha ha ha! Shanks suddenly patted Lin Ha's shoulder and laughed. So that's the case, ha ha ha, I thought you were going to fight me, don't mind it, it turns out that Luffy is always talking about me, it's really nostalgic. Lin Hai brushed aside the red hair with disdain, walked to Buggy, put his arm around Buggy's shoulder, and said, I understand your pain now. Becky nodded in agreement, it's good that you understand. Lin Hai asked, since we all don't like him, then Becky, beat him. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, can the two of us beat him? How about this, let's get him drunk. Remember, we'll take turns drinking with him later, I don't believe that with the title of the two of us wine immortals, we can't knock him down. Trafalgar Law on the side couldn't help sweating on his forehead. The previous conversation between Lin Hai and Whitebeard had refreshed his understanding of pirates, so what was going on now? Since we are discussing how to get the red hair drunk, we can't just pretend that the red hair doesn't exist. Why are you talking so loudly around me? Shouldn't the plot be done secretly? What happened to this world? Oh. Shanks turned to look at Lin Hai and Buggy and asked, you two want to drink with me? Speaking of this, Shanks turned to his crew and said, brothers, go and move all the wine on the ship here. Boss, don't you have something to talk to Marco about? Yes, boss, don't forget the business. Besides, it's broad daylight now, are you going to have a hangover? Shanks waved his hand and said, don't mind it, it's rare to meet Luffy's partner, don't be so nagging, go and move all the wine here, come on, everyone sit down. Suddenly, Shanks, who had changed so much before and after, was like a host entertaining guests, which made everyone at a loss. Jinbei and Ivankov looked at each other, silent, and sighed that they were worthy of being Luffy's companions and respected people, which was really hard to describe. Soon, in an open space in the residential area, beside a table, there were various kinds of wine, and 3 people were sitting in the middle of the scene, and the others watched the performance of these 3 people. Lin Hai and Buggy looked at each other, and everything was self-explanatory. Lin Hai was the first to taunt, red-haired Shanks, although you are one of the 4 emperors, when it comes to drinking, he, even the wine fairy Li Bai was embarrassed by my drinking and dared not see anyone. If you are afraid, you can admit defeat first. Who is Li Bai? Wine fairy? Is there such a person? Buggy didn't bother to pay attention, but echoed, damn Shanks, be prepared for me, it's not too late to admit defeat. Shanks took the lead in taking out a jar of wine and placed it in front of Lin Hai, saying, since you want to drink with me, let's drink a full bowl of wine for 3 of us, and toast to Whitebeard first. That makes sense. As the 3 of them started drinking, Red Hair cheered on the side unconsciously, yes, just drink the whole bottle. Goo 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 goo. Lin Hai was a little confused. This didn't seem to be in the plan. He always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't say it. When he reacted, he realized that he seemed to have been fooled by Shanks, the bastard. Wait a minute. Lin Hai suddenly took out a bottle of Lao Baigan, put it in front of Shanks, and said, now it's your turn, if you have the guts, drink it all in one breath. Shanks rolled his eyes at Lin Hai. What kind of wine hasn't Shanks drunk? It's just a bottle. Ahem. It was Shanks' first time drinking this kind of white liquor, and his reaction was exactly the same as when Aokiji and Whitebeard drank it for the first time. Yet. Lin Hai and Buggy clapped their hands, and Buggy immediately said proudly, asshole Shanks, you got tricked, right? Lin Hai laughed and said, everyone can brag, I can drink all the water in the East China Sea in one breath. This wine tastes so special. As he said that, Shanks directly diverted the scandal and asked, by the way, Buggy, how did you meet Lin Hai? When we separated, did you go to the East China Sea? Yes. Buggy was diverted by Shanks' question, and then he was intoxicated with nostalgia for the past, and said intoxicatedly, your sudden questioning caused me to swallow the devil fruit by mistake and also lost the treasure map. Since the treasure in the sea cannot be found, I set my sights on land. Thinking about it, it was a difficult journey. Shanks, you bastard, do you know? My adventure in the East China Sea was full of twists and turns. I went through more than 10 years of hardship to collect a lot of treasures. Who knew that the abominable straw hat bastard would, actually, woo. Lin Hai, who was sitting on the side, had a black face. Who asked him to listen to his experience? Chapter 357 The Realm of Drinking. Lin Hai, who could no longer bear it, could not help but retort, asshole, Don't forget our purpose, what are you crying for? Bucky immediately turned to Lin Hai and asked, whose nose do you say is big, red and round? Believe it or not, I will kill you. Lin Hai also said angrily, isn't your nose big? Isn't it round? Isn't it red? As he said, Lin Hai pinched Bucky's nose. I don't know how Bucky's ears grow, so he just killed him directly. Bucky was pinched on the nose, and he immediately got angry, what did you say? You narcissist, chicken coop head, idiot Lin. As he said, Bucky also fought back and directly rubbed Lin Hai's hair. Trafalgar Law, who was sitting in one place, slapped his forehead and asked Jinbei next to him, what are they doing? Ah ha ha ha. Shanks laughed, Beiki, you are the same as before, you haven't changed at all. Lin Hai and Buggy turned their heads and said at the same time, shut up Shanks. Shanks asked playfully, aren't you going to get me drunk? Ka. Buggy was stunned and turned to look at Lin Hai. Marco, Ace, and you all, sit down. Seeing that Marco and the others were still unhappy, Shanks turned around and invited them. Red hair Marco was hesitant to speak. Shanks said, you have to be careful of Blackbeard and his gang. That guy is very dangerous. Don't go looking for them. But... no, it's all because of that guy, Dad. Listening to his companion's complaints, Ace had to say, I'm sorry, everyone. If it weren't for my willfulness. Marco immediately denied, this is none of your business. Didn't Dad say that? It was all of us who asked you to go. Everyone. Ace hesitated. Although many people in the Whitebeard Pirates understood the meaning, there were always some extreme people. Lin Hai, who was arguing with Buggy, felt that it was necessary to help Ace. Otherwise, with Ace's character of being determined and unable to change his mind. That Lin Hai said. Seeing Buggy still rubbing his hair, Lin Hai said with a dark face, that's enough. After scolding Buggy, Lin Hai scratched his head and asked, what did I want to say just now? Everyone was silent. Oh, right. Lin Hai looked at the crew of the Whitebeard Pirates and said, in fact, this war is inevitable. Ace thought Lin Hai was comforting himself and interrupted, Lin Hai. Go away. Lin Hai said unhappily, don't interrupt what I want to say. Don't you realize that the Navy's preparations this time are long planned? Ace's incident is actually just a trigger. The most direct evidence is that the pacifist has entered the stage of research and development completion. If I'm not mistaken, the world government would not tolerate Uncle Whitebeard a long time ago. Ben Beckman, the vice captain of the Red Hair Pirates, asked, the world government is not friendly to pirates, right? That's true. Lin Hai explained, because the islands under Whitebeard have been? If this continues, the residents will only know Whitebeard and not the world government. Do you understand the reason? Is that so? So, they chose the right time and place. What a despicable world government. Seeing everyone expressing their opinions, Lin Hai patiently said, like Kaido, the mountains are high and the waters are far away, and he is not loved by the residents of his territory, so the world government did not list him as the first risk factor. Like Big Mom, most of her pirate groups are her own children, like Red Shanks, they are often not in the same place. The 3-4 emperors are not as dangerous to the world government as Whitebeard, this is the main reason. After Lin Hai said this, everyone fell silent. The red-haired man put down the wine in his hand and sighed, after the war on the top, the first place to be affected should be the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates. Het. Lin Hai showed a hint of sarcasm and said, in front of the celestial dragons, those residents are slaves, dispensable. Their lives and deaths are not as important as... Before he finished speaking, Lin Hai's face darkened. Shanks asked, what's wrong? Lin Hai said with a dark face, Shanks, if you don't dare to compete with us in drinking, just say it directly. Are you changing the subject again? Don't forget, we are pirates. What do those economic affairs have to do with us? Ha ha ha. Shanks patted his thigh and said, yes, yes, but it seems that you said it yourself, right? No. Lin Hai said, you must drink 3 bowls first, Buggy, don't stand there stupidly, come and join us. Seeing Lin Hai winking at him, Buggy's eyes suddenly lit up. What a good opportunity, ha ha ha. Forcing others to drink is the highest realm of drinking? For a moment, everyone looked at the scene with fish eyes. Buggy held Shanks down, and Lin Hai took the wine and forced Shanks to drink. This scene. How could a dignified 4 emperors be like this? This scene refreshed everyone's understanding of the four emperors. Jinbei and Ivankov looked at each other, and Jinbei said first, "The world is so big that there are all kinds of strange things." Trafalgar Law on the side agreed deeply. Ace, who was sitting in one place, just sat there and observed Lin Hai quietly. Ace really couldn't understand why this bastard Lin Hai could get along with anyone. "I can't learn it, I can't learn it." As for what Lin Hai said before, Ace naturally understood that Lin Hai said it to the crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates, fearing that some crew members would blame him, causing divisions in the future. Thinking of this, Ace smiled. Like before, most of the people he met thought that the son of the Pirate King should not exist in the world, which made Ace doubt whether he really should not exist. Now, Ace found the answer. But just when Ace wanted to go over and have a few drinks with everyone, he saw a bottle of wine poured into Ace's mouth. "Asshole Lin Hai, I can drink by myself." "Ha ha ha, cheers." After a long time, Lin Hai, who was in a daze, didn't know how much he drank. Anyway, it was a lot. Looking at the many double images in front of him, Lin Hai couldn't help but give a thumbs up and said, "Asshole Shanks, you are awesome zzzzzzz." Shanks pushed Lin Hai and laughed, "Aren't you going to get me drunk? Get up and drink, kids are kids, this is not okay." Ha ha ha. Chapter 358 The son follows in his father's footsteps. The child is child? When Lin Hai was drunk, he heard Shanks' words faintly. Although he was very dissatisfied, he had to fall asleep due to the drunkenness. Before falling asleep, Lin Hai secretly made a decision that the next time they met, the one who would lie down must be the red-haired bastard. When Lin Hai woke up again, it was already night. There was no traffic or noise in the quiet surroundings, nor was there any noise from the city. At this time, the surroundings were too quiet, which made Lin Hai suddenly startled. Covering his head, he always felt that the surroundings seemed to be spinning, so Lin Hai, who opened his eyes, closed his eyes again. After a while, Lin Hai remembered what year it was today. After adapting for a while, Lin Hai sat up and felt the intriguing night. Lin Hai always felt that he was divided by time and space. I guess he was the only one in the world, right? It makes people feel that in addition to the vastness of the universe, people are so lonely and desolate. Seeing this, Lin Hai couldn't help but sigh, "Where will I wake up tonight? Willow bank, morning breeze, and waning moon. Are you awake?" Just when Lin Hai was feeling sentimental, Ace came in and complained, "It's just getting dark, not dawn. Besides, the moon outside is very round." Lin Hai's face darkened, and he asked, "Where is that bastard Shanks? By the way, it's just getting dark, so I only slept for a few hours, but why do I always feel like I slept for a long time?" Ace turned on the light and poured a glass of water for Lin Hai, and said speechlessly, "You slept for it's been a day and a night. Red Hair and Buggy left yesterday." "What?" Lin Hai said in surprise, "A day and a night?" Ace put a hand on Lin Hai's shoulder and said, "You need to practice your drinking capacity. Are you hungry?" After getting confirmation, Lin Hai blushed and spat, "This damn drunkard, his drinking capacity is too good, right? Where is Luffy?" Ace replied, "After waking up, that guy locked himself in the room this war." Lin Hai drank a glass of water directly, turned around and asked, "You can't be so drunk you will live in self-blame forever, right?" Ace was stunned, shook his head, was silent for a while, and then said, "Lin Hai, I have decided that I will carry the name of the Whitebeard Pirates with them in the future, and I will never let it down." "Really?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "Everyone is changing, I just hope you don't change your original intention because of certain things." Ace seemed to laugh at himself and muttered, "Original intention?" Lin Hai put one hand on Ace's shoulder, like a teacher teaching a student, and said, "That is to say, what do you want to do most in your heart, don't change it. Compromised because of other factors." Compromise. Ace understood the deep meaning of Lin Hai's words, but Ace, who reacted quickly, slapped Lin Hai's hand and said, "Don't teach me like an elder, I am your brother." "Lin Hai, is your ear okay? How many times have I said that I am the brother?" Ace sprayed, "You are a rookie who can get drunk for a day and a night with a little wine, and you are also ashamed to be my brother? Don't even think about it." Lin Hai replied with a dark face, "What did you say?" For a while, the two stared at each other. "Hey, sleepy Lin Hai, are you awake?" At this time, Marco and Bisksa and others came to Lin Hai's room. Bisksa touched his mustache and praised, "Brother, you are really strong when drinking. Mentioned drinking again? Lin Hai knew that his current drinking capacity was a joke in front of Shanks, Whitebeard and others, but these guys, are they so disrespectful? Lin Hai's face darkened again, and he turned around and said, do you have a problem with my drinking capacity? How about we drink again? Bisksa was stunned. He was obviously praising him, how could he be like that? That Marco asked weakly, can you still drink? Lin Hai's face darkened again. It's endless, right? I'm hungry, is there anything to eat? Lin Hai quickly changed the subject and stopped talking about drinking this time. Not eating for a day and a night is no joke. However, the physique of people in this world is completely different from that before the time travel. No matter how much you eat, it will only make your body better and better. And it won't be because the body's digestion can't keep up, so that. Under everyone's stunned gaze, Lin Hai's small stomach was stuffed with a mountain of food. Just ask, who else? After seeing Lin Hai was full, Marco asked, how is it? Are you satisfied? Lin Hai sat in a corner and said, it's so-so, why is there so much fish meat? You guys are really, those fish are lives, they are so cute, how can you beasts bear to eat them? Everyone looked at Lin Hai's compassionate look, and couldn't help but twitch their lips. They have seen shameless people, but they have never seen such shameless people. Especially in one place, the silent Jin Pi. Lin Hai noticed this situation, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. It seemed that the joke was too much. So, Lin Hai quickly changed the subject and asked, I just hear they said, will you carry the title of Whitebeard Pirates in the future? Of course. Yes, although Dad is gone, we will continue his glory. Brother, do you want to join us? I think you are a good person. Seeing several crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates talking excitedly, Lin Hai looked at Marco and asked, this is understandable, the son follows the father's business, but what do you want to do? Marco replied, of course, go to Blackbeard to settle the account first. Lin Hai slapped his forehead, that's Xiao Ma Ji, calm down. That Blackbeard is opportunistic and has taken advantage of the situation. You? No. Marco said firmly, he killed his companions, and also. Noticing that this was a family scandal, Marco stopped talking immediately and said in a different way, in short, we must settle this account with Blackbeard, don't you think? Woohoo! That's right, Marco, I'm the first to agree with you. Damn Blackbeard, I didn't expect him to be so mean. Lin Hai patted Marco's shoulder and reminded him, since you have all decided, I won't dissuade you. But remember one thing, Blackbeard's dark fruit ability has the ability to plunder devil fruits. Ace was surprised and said, what did you say? Lin Hai glanced around and explained, in fact, Blackbeard came to Marineford to seize the tremor fruit ability of Uncle Whitebeard. You don't really think he came to show off, do you? As Lin Hai explained, everyone was shocked. After a while, Marco asked half doubtfully, how do you know that the dark fruit ability also has the plundering function? Of course I have watched the original anime. Lin Hai lied, because I once saw the introduction of that devil fruit in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. Anyway, Ace and Marco, you have to be careful. Not to mention that you are going to settle accounts with him, maybe he has already set his sights on you. The Whitebeard Pirates were silent. Good guy. What a Blackbeard. Chapter 359 The Embarrassed Luffy. After chatting with the Whitebeard Pirates and others for a long time, Jinbei stayed in the room where Lin Hai was resting after everyone dispersed. Lin Hai asked, what's wrong, aren't you going to rest? Jinbei sighed and muttered, is this the Straw Hat Pirates? Lin Hai rolled his eyes, speak human language. Jinbei said, after Luffy woke up, he locked himself in the room. His heart seemed to be hurt. Lin Hai, do you have any solution? What was I doing at that time? Lin Hai replied, don't worry, that guy has been smooth sailing all the way. Although he is famous, he has never been beaten. How can he become a superior person? Superior person? Jinbei looked at Lin Hai in confusion. Lin Hai said unhappily, didn't he say he wanted to become the pirate king? Look at the sea, what kind of pirates are there? Like those old pirates who have been roaming the sea for decades, they have no lack of power and strength, right? But why can't they reach the peak of pirates and become the pirate king? Why? Jinbei asked blankly. Lin Hai spread his hands, how do I know? Maybe their appearance is not up to standard. Jinbei was silent. Can he talk about something more? Jinbei reacted and noticed that this was not the topic they were talking about just now, right? So Jinbei looked up at Lin Hai. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, if you want to become the Pirate King, the road must be unusual, and your state of mind must be tempered at least, right? Don't worry. I guess Luffy must have been frightened. Is that so? Jinbei muttered, then was silent for a while, and muttered again, Luffy, you must get through it. Noticing Jinbei's expression, he seemed to care about Luffy. Could it be that he was impressed by Luffy's performance from Impel down to Marineford? Lin Hai asked hurriedly, Hey Jinbei, do you want to join our Straw Hat Pirates? The journey is very interesting. When Luffy becomes the Pirate King, you will be named a legendary pirate by the world, and you will bring honor to your ancestors. With Lin Hai's temptation, he just caught Jinbei's ambition, which made Jinbei's eyes light up. A man born in the world should be like this. Jinbei, who reacted, said hurriedly, Lin Hai, let's talk about this later. I still have a lot of things to deal with. If we meet again, we will see each other in Fishman Island. By the way, your next destination is Fishman Island, right? Yes. Lin Hai explained, it will take 2 years to go there. 2 years later? Jinbei asked confusedly, does it take that long? Lin Hai explained, we, the Straw Hat Pirates, need to undergo some training in these 2 years. I can tell you, by then, the former vice-captain of the Pirate King, Pluto Rayleigh, will go to teach Luffy, he. Pluto Rayleigh. Jinbei looked at Lin Hai in doubt. Even such a person is willing to help Luffy? The way the prisoners who escaped from Impel Down followed Buggy was used by Lin Hai here as expected of Luffy-kun. Jinbei sighed. At this time, Lin Hai asked with shining eyes, Jinbei, I heard that the young ladies in the coffee shop on Fishman Island are all very beautiful. Is it true or false? When the time comes, can you introduce a few to me? Jinbei stood up and said, I won't disturb your rest. Hey, Lin Hai said speechlessly, are you too stingy? I just ask, is it not okay to ask? After Jinbei left, Lin Hai came to Luffy's room and saw Luffy sitting there in a daze. Lin Hai almost didn't recognize that it was Luffy. Hey, Lin Hai sat next to Luffy and asked, don't scare me, why do you look like you've lost your soul? Lin Hai, Luffy asked, am I useless? I almost killed Ace. Lin Hai touched his chin and nodded, what you said makes sense. You are quite self-aware. With your current strength, you are just a rookie in front of those masters. But when it comes to almost killing Ace, that's a bit far-fetched. The truth, like a needle, pierced into Luffy's body. At this time, Luffy's state was like Usopp at the beginning. Facing huge pressure, he seemed to be unable to collapse. Past opponents. Like Smoker's smoke fruit, Kizaru's incredible body movements and lasers, Akainu's magma eruption. For a moment, Luffy said to himself, Lin Hai, do you think I am ridiculous and ignorant? I am so weak, but I still shout every day that I want to become the Pirate King, but I almost got killed, woo woo woo. As he spoke, Luffy suddenly started crying. The crew members of the Whitebeard pirates nearby naturally heard Luffy's voice. They wanted to come up to comfort him, but were stopped by Ace. Luffy in the room didn't know how long he cried, and Lin Hai, who was sitting on the side, remained silent, just listening to Luffy crying. After Luffy calmed down, Lin Hai asked, have you cried enough? Luffy turned his head and looked at Lin Hai, and was silent again. Hey! Lin Hai handed over an iced Coke and said, drink one first. If you haven't cried enough, continue. Luffy was a little confused. Continue crying? Don't you want to persuade him? But he still shook his head and said, I'm not in the mood to drink. Really? Lin Hai forced Luffy to drink it directly. Ace and Jinbei outside looked at each other. Is this comforting? But they all believe that Lin Hai should have a way. Cough cough cough. Luffy, who was forced to drink the Coke, sat there in silence again. At this time, Lin Hai asked, Luffy, why did you go to sea in the first place? Pirate King. Luffy blurted out. Lin Hai nodded and said, that's it. One Piece is not just talking nonsense. There will definitely be extremely difficulties along the way. Otherwise, One Piece will be everywhere. When you went out to sea, you didn't prepare yourself well, did you? But Luffy was speechless. Lin Hai said with a smile, you didn't become like this after a little blow, did you? I remember when we were in the restaurant on the sea, Hawkeye said to Zoro, know yourself, see the outside world clearly. Do you remember? For a moment, Luffy remembered the past, partners, promises, vows. Thinking of this, Luffy was suddenly shocked. Lin Hai put a hand on Luffy's shoulder and said softly, how many people lose themselves in the journey, like Uncle Whitebeard. He won't, he pursues home from beginning to end. The role model is right in front of you, learn it well. Pain is pain, like Nami and Robin, their pain is much more painful than your little difficulty, don't pretend to be hypocritical there, Pirate King. Nami, Robin, Luffy muttered softly, and when he reacted, Luffy couldn't help blushing, and bit Lin Hai in shame and anger, asshole, you dare to look down on me. Fuck. Lin Hai shook his arms and roared, are you a dog? Like Chopper, let go of me quickly. Seeing Luffy like this, the people who cared about Luffy outside couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then quietly dispersed. After all, Ace is not dead, and Luffy is just trapped in a quagmire of misunderstanding, his thinking is fixed, and he can't think it through for a while. And Lin Hai reminded him, what is this little difficulty? Compared to the past of Nami and Robin, this is nothing. Chapter 360. Don't be kidding. The next day, Luffy came out of the blow, and Lin Hai took him to the tombstone of Whitebeard. After visiting, the two were ready to set off. Although they have not been together for a long time, whether from the attitude of Whitebeard's crew members towards Whitebeard, rumors, or the short time they spent together in Marineford, Whitebeard is indeed worthy of respect. When they arrived at the coast, Whitebeard and his men were Lin Hai and Luffy. Farewell. It seems that Luffy has come out. Jinbei said first. Ivankov sighed, this time my mission to cover the Straw Hat Boy has ended, hee hee. Cover. Ace finally reacted. Bisksa explained, it is said that they are from the guerrilla army. I see. Ace laughed, Luffy, you actually hid it from me for so long. No, no, no. Lin Hai said with a smile, Ace, if the old man hadn't told Luffy who his father was, this guy would have thought he jumped out of a stone. Ha ha ha. After being teased by Lin Hai, everyone couldn't help but secretly marvel at Luffy's experience, especially this family, what exactly is going on? The most important thing is, he has grown up so big, but he doesn't even know who his father is? It's really speechless. Seeing everyone laughing, Luffy said calmly, before Grandpa told me, I really didn't know who my father was. But I have to thank you for this matter. Without your help. Hey, Straw Hat Boy. Marco said with fish eyes, at this point, why are you still being polite to us? We, the Whitebeard pirates, should thank you. Without your joining, we would not have retreated so easily this time. Tisk. Lin Hai said speechlessly, why suddenly you're being polite? We're saying goodbye. Ivankov said, by the way, this is an incredible fate. It's been a lot of hardship. Although I'm reluctant to say goodbye to you, there are still many cute candy boys waiting for me in the kingdom. Lin Hai shuddered instantly and said quickly, then goodbye? No, don't say goodbye. Ivankov felt offended and couldn't help but say, sleepy boy, you're still so rude. Impolite? When Lin Hai thought of those big men in skirts in Ivankov's kingdom, with tender faces, he felt like he had taken a big mouthful of bitter medicine and couldn't help shuddering and nausea. At this time, Ace asked Lin Hai and Luffy, by the way, where is your destination? Can this small boat take you to your destination? Marco echoed, by the way, it's too much to sail on the New World with this kind of boat. Luffy smiled and said, it doesn't matter. Anyway, there are only two of us, Lin Hai, so we don't need such a big boat. Listening to Luffy's words, Lin Hai's face turned black. Is he talking about the size of the boat? Moreover, when he saw Luffy's expression, he remembered the scene after sailing from the windmill village. Lin Hai couldn't help but want to beat Luffy up. Wait. Lin Hai hurriedly said, Jinbei, you have to help us this time, can you send us off? Before Jinbei answered, Luffy asked first, why? Lin Hai said with a dark face, it's just the two of us sailing on the sea, and we don't know how to spread it. Do you want to float on the sea? Luffy asked, why not? We will always reach our destination by floating, right? Everyone present couldn't help but slap their foreheads, their faces turned black. Ace put a hand on Lin Hai's shoulder and comforted him, it's really hard for you. What's wrong, everyone? Am I wrong? Luffy asked in confusion. Ivankov was the first to collapse, Straw Hat Boy, you are too reckless, Jinbei. Oh. Jinbei said, it's okay, I'll go with them, I can still guarantee their safety at sea. At the same time, after the Navy spread the news of Whitebeard's death throughout the world, the Navy all over the world cheered. The soldiers only knew that the Navy was invincible. Look, even the strongest pirate Whitebeard has been killed. As for other pirates, they are no longer a threat. The victory of the Navy headquarters this time greatly boosted the morale of the Navy around the world, but they are just soldiers after all. How much can they know about the general trend of the world? I will become a marine who can be summoned by the headquarters in the future. The peak war is over, long live the Navy. Great, the legendary pirate Whitebeard was defeated, and the lake. Great, everything is fine, peace, peace. Food in the store is free today. Long live the Navy, long live the world government, victory, justice, peace, long live. In one place, just as the people were celebrating, a sudden shout of grabbing sounded, and everyone couldn't help but look in the direction of the sound. A group of lawless people gathered in one place. The burly man in the lead held a pistol and looked at the people, sneering, "Are you so happy that you forget yourself? It's really funny." Bang bang bang. The burly man laughed and said, "Whitebeard is dead, brothers, our time has come. Listen to me, this island is now under my rule." Woo-oh! This scene is just a microcosm of all parts of the world, and the first to bear the brunt is Whitebeard's territory, which was instantly caught in the center of the storm. Marshal Sengoku had guessed this result long ago, and as for his purpose, only he knew it. As for the war on the top, people like Kizaru, Aokiji, Garp, etc., they didn't want to participate in it, but what about the position? At this time, in the abandoned square of Marineford, Zhangguo looked up at the broken symbolic building and remained silent. Marshal Zhangguo. A marine hurried over to report, "So you are here, the situation of the city has been confirmed." Zhangguo sat on the stone and asked, "Is Magellan okay?" "Marine, it seems that he is seriously injured and is dying. The medical team is currently conducting intensive treatment. He is really a serious man and keeps insisting on taking responsibility. If his body can move, given his mental state, he may die to apologize. Absolutely don't let him do such boring things." Zhangguo said hurriedly. "Yes, yes." The marine replied. Warring States asked, "What happened in Impel Down?" The marine reported, "From the results, the situation on the 6th floor is extremely serious, it's simply a tragedy." Cold sweat dripped down Warring State's forehead and asked, "Tragedy?" The marine explained, "Blackbeard asked the prisoners on the 6th floor to fight, and the survivors were selected as his companions." Warring State's face turned black, and he confirmed, "Release the companions selected from the worst prisoners in the world." "Yes." The marine replied, "In addition to the few prisoners who were taken away, the number of prisoners who disappeared on the 6th floor is obviously more than this number, that is to say, many prisoners who got up again escaped from it." Warring States slapped his forehead and said in a panic, "If even one of those prisoners sneaks into a country, it will bring great danger to people. Go and find out the number and name, and immediately issue a wanted order to the world." That the marine lowered his head and stammered. Zhangguo asked, "What's wrong?" The marine replied, "The world government has issued an order to tell us to conceal what happened on the 6th floor." "Hey!" Zhangguo was full of doubts. The marine didn't dare to look Zhangguo in the eye and replied, "Because if you continue to lose your composure, it will damage the credibility of the world government." After a while, Zhangguo shouted angrily with bloodshot eyes, "Don't joke." Chapter 361, Start Practicing. Many days later, a whale swam over in a sea area in the windless belt of Daughter Island, and Jinbei muttered, "Here it comes." As he said that, Jinbei jumped from the boat onto the back of the whale, and then looked at Lin Hai and Luffy. Knowing that it was time to say goodbye, Luffy shouted, "Jinbei, thank you very much." Jinbei smiled bitterly and replied, "Don't say that. I should be the one to thank you. I begged you to let me out in Impel Down, but I survived in disgrace in the end. I'm so sorry." Seeing Jinbei bowing to him, Luffy smiled very naturally, stared at Jinbei and said, "I told you not to say that. If it weren't for you, I might not even be able to reach the marine headquarters. Raise your head." For a moment, the two of them exchanged glances, and everything was involuntarily. Lin Hai, who was on the side, looked at Luffy like this. He suspected that Luffy seemed to have awakened the ability to listen to everything, plus his patience and delicacy in treating people, as well as his innate superb affinity. Lin Hai sighed secretly. This kind of skill, he, Lin Hai, really couldn't learn it. Hey, hey. Lin Hai complained sourly, you two are both men, don't be so passionate, okay? When they heard Lin Hai's words, their faces turned black. Luffy said, you bastard, how dare you say that? If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been lost on the sea for several days. If it weren't for Jinbei, we wouldn't know where we are now. Why did they get lost on the sea? The fact is that they forgot to bring the permanent pointer. In order to determine the direction, Lin Hai used the scientific method of later generations, that is, using the trajectory of the sun, rising in the east and setting in the west, up north and down south, left west and right east. Despite this, on the sea, even if the direction is determined, you will still get lost after sailing for a while. Because there is no reference and the sea is too huge, Luffy and Jinbei were led astray by Lin Hai. Therefore, the three drifted on the sea for several days. At this time, Jinbei thought of the scene at that time, and was amazed and praised Lin Hai. Thinking about it now, his face can't help but blush. It's really embarrassing. Jinbei quickly changed the subject and said, in short, let's meet again in Fishman Island in 2 years. I am looking forward to the day when you come. Well, see you in 2 years. Luffy replied. After saying goodbye to Jinbei, Lin Hai and Luffy followed Rayleigh to Ruscana Island. Looking at the environment of the island, Rayleigh said, this is the best place to practice. The season changes every week. It is a cruel island. Is that so? Luffy said in surprise. Lin Hai was a little confused, change season every week? Is it so exaggerated? Lin Hai Hancock on the side said, I will bring you food every day. Lin Hai did not answer, and Luffy was surprised and said, really? Thank you so much. Before he finished speaking, Hancock pinched Luffy's nose and said, the food I brought is not for you to eat. Lin Hai on the side twitched his eyes, and the painting style was off. At this time, Rayleigh said, during the training period, women are strictly prohibited from entering. Before she finished speaking, Hancock pinched Rayleigh's nose and angrily said, why do you have the right to decide this, Rayleigh? If you don't give me a satisfactory answer. Lin Hai quickly pulled Hancock to one side, and after a muah, he said, don't be willful, I will come to see you secretly at night. Really? Hancock's eyes lit up. Lin Hai raised his eyebrows and threw a glare, saying everything. Hancock said with some concern, but this island is really dangerous. If something goes wrong. Rayleigh said sourly, if nothing happens, then what is cultivation? Lin Hai's face darkened. Did the old man eavesdrop on the conversation just now? Soon, the three of them entered the entrance of the forest. Lin Hai came here with Rayleigh and Luffy not to let Rayleigh teach him to practice, but in the past year, Lin Hai found that he had many shortcomings. Compared with the admirals of the Navy, Lin Hai is not as strong as them in terms of physical endurance. Just like the previous sword cut all living beings, Lin Hai can only swing it once at present. How can this work? Moreover, if the ultimate move is dodged by the opponent, or it cannot kill the opponent, what should be done next? The human body in this world cannot be explained by science. Some people's recovery ability is exaggerated to be unbelievable. Therefore, in the past 2 years, Lin Hai decided to polish himself, and at the same time improve and refine his ultimate move. After all, what the system gives cannot be as proficient and compatible as that gained through hard practice, right? After entering the entrance, a big tree appeared in front. Rayleigh said, you'd better remember that tree first. It is the only safe place where beasts will not approach. Lin Hai asked, why does this look like a giant carrot? Luffy asked, can I eat it? Lin Hai and Rayleigh were silent at the same time. After some introductions, the three of them came to an open grassland. Rayleigh said, on this island, we have saved 3 humans. Look, this piece of nature. It is said that there was a country here in ancient times. In the distance, there are several volcanoes with black smoke, and birds of prey flying in the sky make bursts of sounds. The crisscrossing mountains and ruins. Lin Hai said in surprise, this is much more exciting than the back mountain of Windmill Village. Luffy said excitedly, there is a breath of adventure. Rayleigh used his observation haki to sense it and said, there are a lot of beasts, Luffy, now you can't defeat more than 500 creatures. If you don't strengthen your strength, you can't sleep peacefully at night. Is it observation haki? Luffy asked. Rayleigh turned around and said, it seems that Lin Hai has told you about this power before, but you also have to master this power. Luffy said, although Lin Hai talked about the observation haki, the armed haki, and the domineering haki, I still don't understand. Rayleigh turned to look at Lin Hai and asked, didn't you teach Luffy? Lin Hai wiped his long hair up with both hands and sighed, a genius like me will know it after waking up. I really don't know how to teach this kind of power. Luffy punched his palm and suddenly said, so you can know it after sleeping. Doan Rayleigh looked at Luffy's head and said, be serious. It hurts. Luffy covered his head and asked, is this haki? Boom. Suddenly, the tree was destroyed, and a huge elephant walked out of the woods. Luffy was surprised and said, what is that? Uncle, behind you, look. Rayleigh interrupted Luffy calmly and said, listen carefully, Luffy, the so-called domineering is a kind of power hidden in the human body, breath, momentum, and deterrence. These are no different from the natural feelings that a person has. It's just that most people don't notice that kind of power, or want to use it, but can't use it and end their lives like that. As he said, Rayleigh closed his eyes and said, undoubtedly, this is powerful. Lin Hai, who was on the side, listened for a while and sat on the ground without disturbing the communication between the two. And Luffy in front of Rayleigh was anxious. Danger! Seeing that the elephant wanted to attack Rayleigh with his trunk, Luffy took the lead, second gear, jet pistol. A wave of air spread out in a circular shape from the front of the elephant, and the elephant attacked by Luffy was as still as a mountain, as if Luffy's attack was just like a fly landing on it. Seeing this, Luffy was stunned, and the elephant swung its trunk at Luffy, blasting Luffy out. Lin Hai, who was sitting on the ground, secretly marveled at the creatures here. Are they so exaggerated? That's Luffy in the second gear. Luffy, who fell to the ground, stared at the elephant and wondered, is it so strong? Not only is it strong, but it's also fast. Seeing that Luffy still wanted to go up, Rayleigh said, look carefully, the elephant is aiming at my head with its trunk from the right. As he said this, Rayleigh closed his eyes and dodged downwards. Sure enough, the elephant's trunk swung along the trajectory Rayleigh said. The power to feel the opponent's breath more strongly is the observation haki. Rayleigh explained to Luffy directly with his actions. In the field, the elephant continued to attack Rayleigh, and Rayleigh dodged one by one. As long as this power is improved, the position and number of enemies that are not in the sight range can be read, as well as the actions taken by the opponent in the next moment. After explaining the observation haki, Rayleigh continued, the next is the armament haki, which is like wearing an invisible armor on the body. As he said this, Rayleigh suddenly turned around and looked up at the elephant. He stretched out one hand and a brutal force from Rayleigh's arm hit the elephant, sending it flying. Seeing this, Lin Hai could not help but sit up straight. This was a high-level application of armament haki. The previous Jean Doan had also used this move, but compared to Rayleigh's, Jean Doan was much inferior. After observing for a while, Lin Hai couldn't help but ponder. Is this another method of Ryu Sakura? I'll ask later. Chapter 362 This is a lie. After introducing the observation haki and armed haki, Rayleigh turned to Luffy and said, in addition to these two haki, there is also this haki that only very few people in the world can use. You should observe carefully. Roar. Bang bang bang. The elephant was blown away, stood up again and began to run away, rushing towards Rayleigh. Rayleigh put his hands in his pockets and looked at the elephant, then opened his eyes and rushed towards the elephant. Such a powerful creature, under the impact of Rayleigh's Conqueror haki, his eyes turned white and fell down. S. Luffy said excitedly, this is Conqueror haki, I've seen it. Lin Hai, who was sitting on the ground, complained, you've seen fart, the level that Uncle Rayleigh has mastered is not what you have seen before, right? Luffy asked puzzledly, isn't that Conqueror haki? Idiot. Lin Hai said depressedly, Uncle Rayleigh just showed you a much more advanced one. Rayleigh turned his head and looked at Luffy and said, Luffy, many famous big men in this world, 9 out of 10 have this kind of power. However, only this Conqueror's color can be controlled, but it cannot be trained and improved. It depends entirely on the user's spirit, and can only be strengthened as the person grows. If I'm not mistaken, Luffy, your Conqueror's color aptitude has awakened. Me. Luffy remembered the terrifying triangular sail in Marineford, and released it. But Luffy still doesn't understand how to activate this power. At this time, Rayleigh put one hand on Luffy's shoulder and explained, before you can fully control it, you can't use it too much, so as not to affect the innocent people around. I showed you these 3 powers just now. In these 2 years, you have to learn these 3 powers. Well, SNA. Luffy sighed as he looked at the elephant that fainted on the ground. I didn't expect that the crew of One Piece could defeat such a monster without even moving a finger. Lin Hai, who was standing aside, scratched his nose, suspecting that Luffy was just trying to flatter others, but his expression was so innocent. Ha ha ha, Rayleigh replied, do you respect me a little bit? But learning domineering is not easy. Although you have strong qualifications, it's a bit rushed to learn from observation haki and armed haki to domineering haki in 2 years. That Lin Hai said, can we do some business first? What's wrong? Luffy and Rayleigh turned to look at Lin Hai at the same time. Lin Hai pointed to the elephant on the ground and said, eat first. What Lin Hai didn't expect was that before Rayleigh spoke, Luffy actually put his hands on his waist and said, I said Lin Hai, you should be more mature, didn't Uncle Rayleigh just say that? Time is short, we have to hurry up to train. Seeing Luffy's behavior, Lin Hai asked in disbelief, are you still the Luffy I know? 2 years, and you're still short of a meal? Stop it. As he said, Lin Hai took out a bottle of white wine from his space backpack and threw it directly to Rayleigh. Rayleigh immediately said, that's right, Luffy, there's no time to waste, let's eat first. Really? Luffy drooled immediately and replied, this is the most important thing. Lin Hai and Rayleigh were both full of question marks. Soon, bursts of meaty aroma came from the fire. After Rayleigh and Lin Hai drank a glass, they said to Luffy, in the past 2 years, I have taught you the basics of domineering. However, most people will have different areas of expertise, so their strength will tend to the color they are good at. You must first recognize this, and then improve what you are good at. After strengthening them separately, the range of abilities will also expand accordingly. I understand. Luffy replied while eating. It was the first time that Lin Hai heard such words. Everyone has their own strengths? Lin Hai couldn't help asking, Uncle Rayleigh, for example, are there many types of observation haki? Rayleigh nodded and said, of course, there are perception, range, distance, emotion, etc. Wait, you have to explore it yourself, and then expand and strengthen it from what you are good at. Luffy was surprised, there are so many. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, do you think haki is so easy to learn? Luffy, you have to work hard, otherwise, he. Rayleigh smiled and said, if I really practice, I will not show mercy, you have to be mentally prepared, Luffy. Luffy looked into Rayleigh's eyes, smiled, and replied, that's exactly what I want. Lin Hai drank the beer in the glass and said proudly, come on, I have to hurry up and sleep. Rayleigh raised his eyebrows, sleep. Lin Hai said awkwardly, practice, it's practice. I'm growing up, so sleeping is the best way to exercise. It was the first time that Rayleigh heard such an absurd statement, but he would not care about Lin Hai. After all, the aura that Lin Hai gave people was very strong. As for Lin Hai's talk about growing up, Rayleigh simply ignored it. This is a lie. Luffy. Rayleigh asked, are you full? Yet. Luffy stood up. Rayleigh said, time is running out, let's start practicing. Chapter 363 2 years later. 2 years later. In the calm belt, the Nine-Snake pirate ship was approaching an uninhabited island. Although Hancock expressed satisfaction in the past 2 years, it was because she was used to it. When she knew that Lin Hai was about to leave here, Hancock was still reluctant. Seeing Hancock's expression, the second sister Sonia comforted her, sister. Hancock understood what her second sister wanted to say and interrupted, stop the ship first and don't get close to the island. A crew member asked, aren't we going to notify Lord Luffy and Lord Lin Hai? The third sister Rude chuckled and said, it seems that they are competing again. Competing? The mother-in-law shed a drop of cold sweat and complained, that Lin Hai is fine, but I didn't expect that Straw Hat Boy Luffy also has Conqueror Haki. What's wrong with this group of people? Sonia said with some pride, it's a qualification that only 1 million people have. As the captain of Lord Lin Hai, the grandson of the Navy hero Garp, and the son of the Guming family dragon, it seems nothing surprising that he has this kind of power, right? Grandma Jia complained, but they are too chaotic. After Grandma Jia said this, everyone habitually looked up at the uninhabited island. At this time, in a mining field on the uninhabited island, it was snowing heavily. There were 3 huge beasts in the snow forest, namely lions, crocodiles, and gorillas. Although they are the overlords of this island, they still sweat coldly when they see the 2 people confronting each other in the field. They are very afraid, as if they have seen the scene next. It's no wonder, after all, the 2 people in the field are too chaotic. At this time, Luffy, who is 1.75 meters tall, is wearing a red coat, and the coat in front of him is open, revealing several muscles. He wore a pair of blue breeches tied with a yellow belt. Compared with 2 years ago, this kind of dress looks more mature, good-looking, and domineering. The choice of clothes color highlights Luffy's current state of mind. Positive, enthusiastic, lively, flamboyant, excited, vigorous. Luffy's opposite is Lin Hai, but Lin Hai's dress has also changed from 2 years ago. He is no longer wearing a white shirt, but a black short-sleeved shirt, a single color. He wears a simple black casual clothes on the outside, a pendant around his neck, and black trousers underneath. In the past 2 years, Lin Hai he grew taller, from 1.78 meters to 2.1 meters. The biggest change is that Lin Hai became white, commonly known as a white face. Because of his skin color, Lin Hai chose black clothes, so that the 2 colors formed a strong contrast. Anyone who sees Lin Hai will be attracted by his appearance and exclaim, "Handsome guy! Handsome, handsome, handsome!" This is the effect Lin Hai wants, a domineering appearance. Everything else is just floating clouds. Being handsome is a lifelong thing. Suddenly, Luffy and Lin Hai looked at each other at the same time, their eyes opened, and the 2 energies collided violently. Boom! Originally, in this snowy day, the surroundings were quiet and harmonious, but suddenly there was thunder. And it was very violent. The 2 domineering auras collided with each other, and the energy directly overflowed into the sky, which made all the beasts on the uninhabited island hide. Although they didn't know the situation, they had to hide. The Sisters of the 9 Snakes group on the outer edge of the island stared at the sky above the uninhabited island as usual. These 2 people are really messing around, competing there again. Grandma Jia was the first to complain, because when this happened for the first time, everyone thought something happened here, but it turned out to be a competition of domineering. Sonia asked, "How strong have they become?" At this time, after Luffy and Lin Hai finished their Conqueror Haki competition, they both jumped up at the same time, and then their fists collided, and an energy wave spread out from the intersection of the fists. Boom boom! The snowflakes on the ground were blown away by the violent energy, and the 3 beasts hid in fear. In one place, who is the beast? Luffy and Lin Hai pushed forward at the same time, then they separated and stood in one place. Lin Hai raised his mouth, "Not bad, the arm strength is okay." Since learning the basics of the 3-color domineering, Luffy has become more and more confident about the future, and after a year of extended training. Hat. Luffy looked up at Lin Hai, grinning, "I won't lose to you in Ace, be careful." As he said, Luffy clenched his fist and flicked it to one side, and gas suddenly came out of his body, 2nd gear. Lin Hai saw Luffy's confident look and couldn't help but smile. So, Lin Hai crossed his arms and touched his chin with one hand, and smiled, "Are you sure?" "Of course." Luffy half-crouched, stretched out a palm and aimed at Lin Hai, saying, "Guess jet pistol." Lin Hai turned sideways and avoided Luffy's extremely fast attack. If it was 2 years ago, facing the current Luffy, he would definitely not dodge so leisurely. After all, knowing the haki of observation is one thing, and the physical reaction is another. Just like Luffy in the 4th gear, who could foresee the future, was still cowed by Kaido with a stick. And now, after 2 years of training, Lin Hai will not be as flustered as before when facing Kizaru's laser again. Damn it! Luffy was a little depressed. It was fine if he couldn't hit Rayleigh, but it was the same when he hit Lin Hai. Guess shoot randomly with the laser gun. Because after knowing the haki of Conqueror, Luffy naturally has his own pride, but now he can't hit Lin Hai like before, and he is suddenly a little embarrassed. In the field, Lin Hai dodged left and right calmly, and while dodging, he kept getting closer to Luffy. Lin Hai raised one foot and kicked Luffy in the waist, angrily saying, "You bastard, do you want to kill me?" Boom boom! Luffy quickly blocked Lin Hai's kick with his foot and retorted, "I can't hit you with one punch, can I?" Lin Hai glared, "Does hitting me make you so happy?" Tap tap tap. Hearing the footsteps, the 2 stopped. "Ah, dear!" Seeing Lin Hai, Hancock immediately changed from the queen style just now to the posture of a little woman, blushing and said, I am really happy to see you again. Lin Hai couldn't help but speechless. Didn't they just meet last night? Yet. Lin Hai walked to Hancock and whispered, Be reserved, everyone is watching. Ahem. Hancock immediately changed his face and ordered everyone around him, All of you retreat, and the three beasts over there. Everyone was silent. Granny Jia, who had reacted, reminded with a dark face, Is it time to talk about this now? It's time for Luffy and Lin Hai to set off. Grandma Jia said to Luffy, The food and supplies for your journey are all on the boat. Arigato. Luffy replied with a smile, I really don't know how to thank you for your help to me. Anyway, thank you very much. Sonia said, Rayleigh left here half a year ago. He must be waiting for you in the Sabayati archipelago, right? Luffy replied, Because it only took 1 year to learn all the basics. Because Luffy had an understanding of Haki when he went to sea, so he learned it faster than in the original book. Grandma Jia, where is Snake Princess? That Gorodo looked at one place, and everyone followed her sight. Under a tree, Lin Hai held Hancock's hand, looked into her eyes, and said affectionately, Hancock. Hancock, Lin Hai. Hancock. Lin Hai. Looking at the two, everyone's face darkened. Chapter 364 God of Misfortune. More than 10 days later, Sabayati Archipelago. The Straw Hat Pirates gathered, and what everyone didn't expect was that Zoro arrived here first. After 2 years of training, Zoro's hair has grown a little longer, and it belongs to a short green hairstyle, but it is still green. A long green samurai costume with a sturdy figure, anyone who looks at it will give people a feeling of being tough and domineering. However, there is a long scar on Zoro's left eye, which makes his left eye closed. After he arrived here, he saw Shaky extorting money from the bar. There were only Shaky and Rayleigh. Zoro complained, and then ran to the Sabayati archipelago alone to play. After coming out of Shachi's rip-off bar, Zoro walked to the coast in an incredible way. At this time, Zoro did not realize that he was lost, nor did he think about how to get back later. Seeing an uncle fishing, Zoro asked, Uncle, I want to fish. Hey! The uncle looked up and down and replied, Brother, you don't look like a fisherman, do you? Zoro raised his mouth, and he didn't know what he thought of. He said proudly, My companions and I agreed to meet on this island, but I was the first to arrive, and they haven't arrived yet. As the first to arrive, I am very free now. Can you drive the fishing boat out and lend it to me? From the outside, the guy in front of him is a guy who is not easy to mess with, and he speaks so politely. Seeing this, the uncle said, Then use the fishing boat over there, you sit on it and wait. 2 boats on the coast, the fishing boat was blocked by a large ship coated with film, and Zoro thought it was the large ship, so he lay on the large ship and fell asleep. When the uncle collected the fish, he found that Zoro actually lay on the pirate ship to sleep, and no matter how he shouted, Zoro could not be awakened. Then the pirate ship just set off to the bottom of the sea. In another place, Sanji rushed to the Sabayati archipelago. After seeing the women on the street, he shouted excitedly all the way, scaring away all the girls on the street. On the way, he saw this anxious uncle. After asking, it turned out that Zoro took the wrong ship and went to Fishman Island first. After understanding the general situation, Sanji couldn't help but stare at the sea with his eyes twitching, and muttered in dissatisfaction, That idiot! Not only did he get the meeting place right, but he was the first to arrive? I felt something was wrong, and it turned out to be like this. The uncle said anxiously, That's a pirate ship, maybe he has been killed now. It seems that I killed him. Sanji turned around and comforted, It's okay, it's not your fault at all. That guy is very lucky and will not die. It's lucky to know where he went. By the way, do you have any fish? The uncle shed a few drops of sweat and said speechlessly, You still have the mind to buy fish. Before he finished speaking, the two were attracted by the sound next door. Following the place where everyone pointed, they saw bubbles constantly coming out of the sea. Boom! Suddenly, a huge pirate ship popped out from the bottom of the sea. Ah, it's a sailboat. It's so big. Did the coating fail and it was squeezed by the water pressure? Or was it attacked by the Sea King? Look, the sailboat seems to be cut open by a knife. Don't talk nonsense, who can cut such a big ship? And there is no knife that long, right? That's right, if it was cut open, How much strength would it take? As the people on the shore whispered and searched for the answer, they soon understood. At the end of the floating ship, the captain held a broken knife and looked at Zoro angrily and said, "You bastard, how dare you destroy our dream of going to the new world?" The captain felt like he was going to collapse. Such a big ship was directly cut open by the guy on the opposite side. Zoro, sitting on the main pole, holding the famous sword Shushui, flicked the sword to one side and replied, "Everything depends on fate. If you want to blame someone, blame your fate of sitting on the same ship with the god of misfortune." The captain was extremely frustrated. Although he was unwilling to react, he knew that the man was not simple, so he had to complain, "You said it easily." Ignoring the captain's words, Zoro put the sword back into the scabbard, stared at the front very seriously, and muttered, "I got the wrong ship." Sanji had seen the scene of cutting a huge sailing ship with a knife. Just looking at Zoro sitting on the main pole and pretending to be cool, Sanji was unhappy and complained in a sour tone, "What, are you back? Anyway, it doesn't matter." In another place, not long after Zoro arrived at the Sabayati archipelago, Nami, Chopper, Usopp and others also came here. Chopper, who arrived here, did not see his companions, but wandered around the street alone. He bought a cotton candy and was attracted by the words of people on the street. Sure enough, the rumors are true. After fighting with the Navy on this island 2 years ago, I thought they were wiped out. I didn't expect them to appear on this island again. The most powerful pirate group on the island now is the Straw Hat Boys. Listening to the people's discussions, Chopper was surprised and said, "Is it Nami?" "Usopp." A resident hurriedly said, "Look, that's the pirate hunter Zoro, with a bounty of 150 million Baileys, Blackfoot Sanji 98 million Baileys, Nico Robin, who became a wanted criminal at the age of 8, with a bounty of 80 million Baileys. And Tony Chopper, who loves cotton candy the most, 50 Baileys." As the resident explained, 3 people and a pet walked out of the middle of the street. It's just that the Zoro in people's mouths has green hair and 3 knives on his waist, but what the hell is that silly face and bucket waist? A short-sleeved and short shorts that are so tacky. And Sanji next to the fake Zoro is skinny, as if he drank too much Sanlo milk powder, and he is malnourished at first glance. And the woman holding the pet next to her, although she is dressed according to Robin's dress 2 years ago, what the hell is that 1.5 meters tall? That winter melon-like figure dares to wear a skirt? Fortunately, there is no hair on her legs. I really don't know how the residents here mistook the people in front of them as the Straw Hat Gang. What's unexpected is that Chopper, who is behind the residents, heard everyone's discussion, and he really thought those people were his companions. Chopper squeezed out of the crowd and hurriedly chased after those people, shouting, "Hey, Zoro, Sanji, Robin, wait for me. Hey." Fake Zoro looked back and asked, "What is that talking raccoon cat?" Fake Sanji replied, "Don't talk nonsense, how can there be a talking raccoon cat?" Chopper waved a wooden stick in one hand and held a marshmallow in the other, shouting happily, "I heard that Zoro you the first one to arrive at the gathering place? He didn't get lost." The fake Sanji believed the facts in front of him and said quickly, "It is indeed a creature I have never seen before, but it will be troublesome if I have anything to do with it, ignore it." The 3 people and the pet hurriedly quickened their pace. Chopper in the back was anxious, "Wait a minute." Chapter 365 Unexpected Things. After chasing for a while, Chopper didn't notice anything wrong. After seeing the people in front stop and walk, Chopper waved a stick and smiled, "I haven't seen you for so long, what happened to you? In the past 2 years, has the relationship between Zoro and Sanji become so close? But why don't you talk to me at all?" The fake Zoro shed a drop of sweat and said to the fake Sanji, "It's still following. By the way, that raccoon cat seems to know us Straw Hat Boys very well. Fake Sanji, I have always been concerned about it." As he said that, the fake Sanji took out the wanted order, and after looking at it for a while, he immediately understood the situation. This was the fake Li Kuei meeting the real Li Kuei. The fake Sanji looked at Chopper, then looked at Chopper's wanted order, and guessed, this guy is probably abandoned and wandering until now. Fake Zoro, so, that guy thought we were the masters of the island, so he followed us. As he said that, the fake Zoro pointed to the pet beside the fake Robin and said, "Then throw away the fox and raise the real one. Pets are the same as those on the wanted order, and can improve credibility." Fake Robin asked, "Raise it? What to feed it?" Fake Zoro, "Of course it's marshmallows." Fake Robin, there's no such thing. As he said that, the fake Robin directly kicked the fox creature with a mustache with his foot, and said, "You are no longer needed, go away." After kicking a few times, the fake Robin walked to Chopper, squatted down, took out a big cucumber from somewhere, shook it in front of Chopper, and said, "Come here, Chopper, give you a cucumber." The fake Robin was very proud. The food in her hand was what pets like to eat. Moreover, she spoke in rhyme. Isn't she talented? But as soon as she finished speaking, the fox immediately opened its mouth and bit the fake Robin's head, protesting that it was its food. Where can you find such delicious food? However, the fake Robin ignored the fox creature and stared at Chopper with a smile. Chopper was stunned. What an unexpected person and unexpected thing. Chopper couldn't help but exclaimed, "Scary, Robin is so scary." At this time, two people in suits and leather shoes suddenly ran out from the street. They quickly took the fake Robin and the fox away with a big bag. Oh no, Robin was kidnapped. Chopper immediately looked at the fake Zoro and fake Sanji in horror. Fake Zoro looked at fake Sanji and asked, "Let's report to Captain Luffy first." "Hey!" Chopper asked, "Have you seen Luffy?" Fake Sanji replied, "Yes, the companions should have been gathered almost." Chopper, "Oh, then hurry up and save Robin, and take me with you." The fake Sanji and the fake Zoro were both stunned, then smiled sinisterly. In a bar, Nami met Usopp, but encountered a group of fake Straw Hat Luffy who came to cause trouble. Usopp and Nami taught them a lesson while going shopping together, and then met the heartbroken Chopper on the street. When Chopper learned that they were all a group of counterfeits, he was petrified. During this time, the Navy G1 Division. A Navy reported, "Report, we found traces of the Straw Hat Group in the Sabayati archipelago." "What?" A Vice Admiral turned around and asked, "Is it the Straw Hat Group?" Marine, "Yes, I heard that they are recruiting companions on the island." Vice Admiral with a mustache frowned and said, "Contact the Navy headquarters immediately, those guys immediately gather combat power, and strengthen the search in the Sabayati archipelago." The two Navy officers who reported saw the Admiral's expression and broke out in cold sweat, but they immediately replied, "Yes, sir." The Admiral turned his head to look at the words on the wall and muttered, "After 2 years of immersion, what on earth did they do? Now they appear so high profile, this is a big trouble." Elsewhere, Lin Hai and Luffy finally landed on the Sabayati archipelago. At this time, Luffy and Lin Hai jumped off a small boat. The two of them did not let the Nine Snakes pirate ship send them to the Sabayati archipelago because Hancock's identity was special. Finally here, are they here too? Luffy looked at the bubbles over the Sabayati archipelago and said dissatisfiedly, "Hey, Lin Hai, why do you cover one eye? I'm not used to it." Luffy was wearing a slanted eye patch, covering his left eye, with many fake beards glued to the corners of his mouth. Lin Hai covered his right eye, with many fake beards glued to the corners of his mouth. After being complained by Luffy, Lin Hai taught him, "You have to get used to it even if you are not used to it. It's easy to be recognized, what if the Navy comes?" Luffy nodded and said, "Yes, then wear it like this." Lin Hai took out a mirror, looked at him, and asked, "Luffy, do you think I look more handsome with a beard?" "Yes, yes." Luffy replied with a depressed face, "How many times do you have to ask?" Conceded Lin Hai. Jealous, naked jealousy. Lin Hai held the mirror in one hand and wiped his hair upwards with the other hand, then threw a glare at a woman who was looking over here. The passing woman immediately covered her face with both hands, screamed and ran away. Lin Hai smiled with satisfaction and said, "The face is like jade, with beards on both temples. Eyes are bright like stars, nose is like hanging gallbladder. Floating like the returned snow in the wind, how to say it next? Who dares to sneak attack?" Lin Hai, who was intoxicated with himself, was secretly sighing why he could suddenly say these words when an unknown object suddenly fell from the sky. Seeing the white object on the ground, Lin Hai immediately understood. He was embarrassed and annoyed and immediately pointed at the seagull flying low and cursed, "You beast, do you still have a sense of public morality? If you have the guts, don't run away." The seagull had already run away, and Luffy on the side covered his stomach and laughed, "Ha ha ha, Lin Hai, even the seagulls are not happy with you. It smells so good. Hurry up, I'm hungry." As he said, Luffy immediately sniffed the aroma and went in that direction. "What is delicious? It smells so good." "Hey!" Lin Hai hurriedly followed, "Wait a minute, do you have any money on you? Soon, a teppanyaki restaurant on the street. Lin Hai swallowed a string of barbecued food in one gulp and said, "Big sister, you are not fast enough. Are you afraid that we won't pay? It's really unreasonable. Are we that kind of people?" "You are right, Luffy, no, it's Lucy." Luffy would never listen to Lin Hai's words. He was indulging in the taste of the food. Because most of the food was taken away by this guy, Lin Hai felt that it was not enough. The proprietress of the teppanyaki restaurant, looking at the two ruthless people in front of her, couldn't help but timidly replied, "2 guests, it takes time to make this." "Really?" Lin Hai took out enough Bailey, put it in front of the proprietress, and asked, "Are there any questions now?" The proprietress was silent. Didn't the person in front of her understand? But the proprietress still said, "Thank you for liking the food I made so much, but it doesn't cost so much money." Lin Hai patted Luffy's head and said to the old lady, "Just take it if I give it to you. Don't you dare to give me face." Luffy turned around and said to Lin Hai unhappily, "What are you doing?" Lin Hai gestured to Luffy's back, and Luffy couldn't help but look in the direction of his sight. A fat man with a straw hat said to the people next to him with an unhappy face, "Haven't those 2 people been found yet? I'm going to kill them." It turned out that the fat man who pretended to be Luffy was struck by lightning by Nami in the bar before, and now he is going to settle accounts with Nami and Usopp. A man who looked a bit like Frankie stepped forward and said, "Those 2 guys are really brave enough to offend Captain Luffy, and they will stop here." "Hey!" Luffy, who was eating next to Lin Hai, asked puzzledly, "Hey Lin Hai, what are they talking about?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "Damn it, call me a pure and handsome man, sit down and watch my show." "Pure and handsome man?" The lady boss was stunned for a moment, her face was quite pale, but this dress was too fierce. It doesn't match. Chapter 366 The Bandit King. The people pretending to be the Straw Hat Gang walked arrogantly on the street. The sharp-eyed fake Luffy saw a man and woman on the street. They were dressed like Nami and Usopp. So, he, who was used to being domineering, took out his pistol and pulled the trigger at the woman. Bang! The sudden gunshot startled the people on the street. The 2 people dressed like Nami and Usopp heard the gunshot and looked back at the same time. They found that the man in the straw hat was pointing a gun at them. They were unaware of the situation and were immediately terrified. The fake Luffy opposite them was also confused. Where was the bullet he shot? Why was the woman not hurt at all? But now the fake Luffy was sure that he had found the wrong person. What? It turned out that it wasn't them. The fake Luffy did not admit his mistake, but said with disgust, "Get out of here quickly, wasting my bullets." The fake Usopp walked to the fake Luffy's ear and muttered, "Boss, you should have hit it just now, right?" At this time, without waiting for them to continue talking, Lin Hai, dressed as a bandit, stepped forward with an 8-character step, pointing at the fake Luffy and his gang arrogantly, "It was you who shot just now? I was scared by you, hurry up and pay me." Hearing Lin Hai's words, the residents on the street were all terrified. Hey, are you tired of living? Don't you know who they are? Leave quickly, brother, they are the Straw Hat Boys, you don't know them, right? It's over, this guy is definitely finished." From the words of the residents, the fake Luffy and his gang felt the residents' awe and fear of their group, which made the fake Straw Hat Gang intoxicated. At the same time, it also made them find an unparalleled sense of existence. For a moment, the fake Straw Hat Gang stared at the ignorant guy in front of them with amusement, while the fake Luffy played psychological warfare like a cat playing with a mouse, playing with the pistol in his hand. At this time, seeing his captain posing in this posture, a man wearing a white shirt and a casual dress on the outside, with a knife on his waist, came up with a smile on his face and said, "You are really brave. You actually come to us for money? Don't you know who we are?" The fake Luffy played with his pistol, then pointed it at Lin Hai's head and said, "You kid, you didn't come out of the deep mountains, did you? Even our Straw Hat Gang didn't know, and you actually asked us for money in public? It's really interesting, ha ha ha. Deep mountains." Lin Hai couldn't help but be stunned, "Got it." Without waiting for Lin Hai to speak, the fake Usopp said, "Just now, a man with a long nose and a woman with long hair were not respectful enough to us. The captain is angry now. You should apologize and give us some money." The fake Frankie put a hand on Lin Hai's shoulder and added, "Otherwise, a momentary misjudgment will cost you your life." The fake Luffy waved his pistol in front of Lin Hai and smiled playfully, "Hey, your behavior just now makes me, a pirate elite with a bounty of 400 million, very embarrassed. Then the fake Luffy suddenly changed his face and ordered, hey, kneel down immediately, then pretend to be scared and beg for mercy. Lin Hai couldn't help but be stunned. The world is so big and full of wonders. These guys seem to have deceived themselves. Do they really think they are the Straw Hat Pirates? Incomprehensible. Incomprehensible. Seeing that the atmosphere in the field became very depressing, the fake Nami smiled and said, are you so scared that you dare not even speak? Clang. The man in a white shirt and black plain clothes drew out his sword and said, my sword of the sleeping god Lin Hai has not drunk blood for a long time. Nanny. Looking at the pockmarked guy claiming to be the sleeping god Lin Hai couldn't help but exclaimed, pulled up the eye patch on his right eye, and asked with bulging eyes, are you the sleeping god Lin Hai? As he said, Lin Hai pulled down the eye patch again and muttered, it's so scary, hey, do you know who I am? The fake Lin Hai completely regarded himself as Lin Hai, and asked with disdain, who are you? Lin Hai, I am the bandit king with a bounty of 8 million Baileys, hey? What's your name? Fake Luffy pointed a gun at Lin Hai's head, it doesn't matter what you call me, if you don't kneel down and beg for mercy, I will send you to death. Yet. Luffy, who was eating on the side, replied, I will leave after I finish eating. Although I really want to meet up with everyone, the food made by this big sister is so delicious. How can there be such delicious food? Fake Usopp sprayed, who talked to you? Stop talking to yourself, okay? Lin Hai suddenly showed a touch of contempt, and said with a mocking face, really, is this the so-called pirate? They all have a stupid face. Okay, I understand. Fake Luffy was ready to pull the trigger. It's so noisy. Lin Hai complained, and quickly reached out to grab the fake Luffy's head. However, when he was about to collide with the fake Luffy and his accomplices, a wave of energy enveloped the fake Straw Hat Pirates. The fake Straw Hat Pirates suddenly rolled their eyes and fell to the ground. Hey! What happened? Why did the Straw Hat Pirates suddenly faint? The residents had no idea what was going on and did not dare to step forward. Luffy, who had just finished eating teppanyaki, came over and said, hey, Lin Hai, we can't make trouble here. Are we going to Rayleigh's place, or directly to the Sunny? It's so lively over there, why don't we go there first? That's it, let's go to the lively place first, what's fun there? It's really exciting. Lin Hai complained speechlessly, play, what the hell, we should go to the street first, then go to Uncle Rayleigh's place, ask where the Sunny is, wait, where are we now? Chapter 367 Caribou. When Lin Hai and Luffy were discussing whether Shaky's blackmail bar was in Area 14 or Area 15, Sanji and Zoro also started to argue in the 46th forest. Sanji bit a cigarette, and said with disdain to one side, Green Algae Head, don't stay 3 steps away from me. If you get lost again, it will be troublesome. Hey! Zoro retorted, who are you talking to, beard and eyebrows? Sanji, what are you talking about, bastard? Tisk. Zoro seemed to enjoy the feeling of stimulating Sanji. He looked at one place and said, I want to go to the coast, I want to fish. Sanji immediately broke out in a few drops of cold sweat. He had seen the scene just now, so Sanji immediately objected, no, bastard. Why? Zoro sprayed, why do I have to listen to you? Sanji, do you think I want to talk to you? If you are running around the island again, and hiding on a ship to sleep anyway, everyone will gather soon, shut up and follow Mago back to the ship, you lost Green Algae Head. Tisk. Zoro looked away, turned his back to Sanji, and sneered, really, number 7 is still arrogant to no one. Sanji immediately got angry, why do we have to rank them in the order of arrival? Even if you are the first to arrive by miracle, don't get too proud of yourself. Zoro replied indifferently, sorry, no 7. Asshole. Sanji's whole body was blazing with flames, and he said angrily, look, I'm going to kick you to death, with my feet that have been trained in hell for 2 years. Zoro immediately drew his sword, his whole body bursting with blue flames, and retorted, just what I want, look, I'm going to split you in 2. The residents watched the scene of the 2 men, and dared to watch from a distance, hey, these 2 people. Let's stay away from them. They are not ordinary people, so as not to be affected. In another place, that is, the square of number 46 forest, many lawless people gathered here. These lawless people who rushed here heard that Straw Hat Boy Luffy was recruiting companions, so they all came to join his army. Among them are pirate captains with a bounty of hundreds of millions. Some people choose to join simply because of the reputation of the Straw Hat Pirates, while some of them have purposes that only he himself knows. At this time, not far away from the commotion, a navy hiding in a broken wall with a den mushi reported, "The newcomers who joined the Straw Hat Pirates have gathered one after another. Among them, there are 4 confirmed captains, the seriously injured Albio with a bounty of 92 million berries, the seriously injured Lip Sabas Dodi with 88 million berries, and the Supernova, the captain of the Caribou Pirates, with a bounty of 210 million berries, the wet-haired Caribou. There is also his younger brother, the blood-spattered Crib with a bounty of 190 million berries." With the report of the marine, Caribou, known as the Supernova, was discovered. The tall and thin man with a beard and a long tongue that would occasionally stick out his dark skin is the wet-haired Caribou. He. Caribou grabbed the reporting marine with one hand, turned his eyes, looked at the marine with a smile, and said with a smile, "Who did I think it was?" It turned out to be a marine brother. As he said, Caribou snatched the den mushi from the marine's hand and asked, "What does this mean? Could it be that, brother, you just contacted the army?" "What? Damn, is it the navy?" The pirates behind Caribou all looked at the navy with ill intentions. The marine sitting on the ground couldn't help but shed cold sweat. It took him a long time to react and replied, No, not yet." Caribou approached the marine and said playfully, "Hate it, don't contact. He, otherwise this square will be dyed red with your blood." "That's right, Crib." Crib in the back, his hair was a green lizard, and he carried a shovel on his shoulder. When he heard his brother's question, Crib nodded and said, "Yes, I'm sorry, brother, I'm sorry." Carib complained, "I'm here, you idiot." When the marine sitting on the ground didn't know what to do next, Carib suddenly turned around and stabbed the marine in the chest with the weapon he took out of his body. After injuring the marine, Carib suddenly knelt on the ground and prayed to the sky, "God, please forgive me, please forgive this stupid marine brother who is holding a weapon and preparing to kill me." Crib bowed in the opposite direction of Carib and said, "I'm sorry, God, I'm sorry." At this time, Lin Hai and Luffy, who were walking over here, stopped arguing. Luffy drank the beer in his hand and asked, "Those two people are so strange." Lin Hai was shocked and said, "They should be mentally ill, right? Let's leave here quickly, forget it, it's too late, hide quickly." "Why?" Luffy asked. "Idiot!" Lin Hai complained, "The marines have surrounded this place, aren't we going to sail? If there is a commotion, it will be the same as 2 years ago, and it will be a big trouble." Luffy nodded and said, "You are right, where can we hide?" Soon, fake Luffy and his crew also arrived here. When he stood on the high platform, the pirates below cheered. "Woohoo! Captain Luffy from Straw Hat has appeared. Little ones!" Fake Luffy shouted, "Look around me clearly. Although there are all unfamiliar faces, you will all be my brothers from now on, members of the Straw Hat crew." Woohoo! There was a cheer below. As the pirates talked, Luffy, who was hiding in a place, asked, "Why are they all calling me?" Lin Hai stared at Luffy with his eyes wide open and asked, "If you don't understand this situation, you can get out." "No." Luffy was unwilling. Seeing Luffy's behavior, Lin Hai couldn't help pinching his ears, "You bastard, I suspect you are playing tricks on me." "No way." Luffy said quickly, "Look, the guy with the big axe is coming." "Oh." Lin Hai suddenly became interested and muttered, "We are all dressed like this, he shouldn't be able to find us." On the square, Jean Doan brought 2 pacifists including PX5 and PX7. Those pirates were no match for him. Especially the pirate captain with a bounty of 92 million baileys and 88 million baileys, who was killed by the pacifists in one move. Seeing this, the fake Luffy panicked. He ran and said to his accomplices, "Idiot, how can we beat the guy who can kill Dodi? Run away quickly." On the square, the pirates were helpless in the face of the pacifists' lasers. The result they were waiting for was to be subdued. Some pirates hurriedly shouted for help, "Straw Hat Boy boss, think of a way quickly." "That's right, if this goes on, we will be wiped out by that human weapon. Boss." Listening to the pirates' shouts, Jean Doan narrowed his eyes and muttered, "Boss? Do you mean Straw Hat Boy?" Suddenly, Jean Doan found a fat man wearing a straw hat bumping into his belly. Lin Hai, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't help but exclaimed, "This guy is really..." Chapter 368 Tricks to Deceive Children. Seeing someone blocking him, the fake Luffy blurted out, "Damn it, why are you blocking the way?" "Ah." Jean Doan asked indifferently, "Who are you?" While seeing two pacifists standing behind Jean Doan, the fake Luffy was frightened and retreated to the back. Staying away from the two machines would make him feel safe. The pirates who were resisting the navy in the surrounding area were all surprised when they saw this scene. "Boss. Woohoo. Hehe, this is really worth seeing. Boss Luffy, please kill them and let us see the strength of the Straw Hat Boys." Fake Luffy looked around when he was called by everyone, not knowing what to do. At this time, Jean Doan lowered his eyebrows and looked at the fat man who was much shorter than him, and asked, "Why are you called Straw Hat Boy by them?" Seeing this, fake Luffy had to use his own unique skills, and immediately started to talk nonsense, bringing up other people's identities, and shouted, "You know who I am, right? If you don't want to be killed by me and set on fire, get out of my way." As he said, fake Luffy said seriously, "Don't be scared when you hear this, I am the son of the fateful family dragon, and the grandson of the hero Garp, who was very active in that peak war." Before he finished speaking, Jean Doan punched fake Luffy's head from top to bottom with a domineering punch, and fake Luffy fainted immediately. Jean Doan complained speechlessly, "Straw Hat Boy is not a scum like you." Knocked out in one move, both the navy and the pirates were stunned. "What the hell?" As everyone exclaimed, Jean Dalmaris said, "So that's how it is." These people were all deceived and became companions of the fake Straw Hat Boy. PX5, look who this guy is. PX5, Pirate, Demaro Black, the Eloquent Man, offers a bounty of 26 million Baileys. Those deceived pirates were all like eating flies. And Lin Hai, who was hiding in a place, looked at Luffy with contempt and complained softly, "See, learn from that fat guy in the future. When you can't beat your opponent, show your momentum and bring out your grandfather and your father. I don't know who dares to touch you." Luffy blinked and asked, "Isn't he beaten because of what he said? It turns out that they are imitating us. That Zoro, Sanji and the others really look like us." For some reason, Lin Hai was speechless and wanted to strangle the pretentious guy who looked like Shanks in front of him. After the square pirates knew the truth, they couldn't help but complain. Jean Doan carried an axe and said, "Although the cheaters are a bunch of idiots, you are lucky to be cheated. We will take all of you away. Moreover, I don't know what kind of coincidence, the real Straw Hat Boy and the God of Sleep Lin Hai are also here. As soon as I entered this area, PX5 immediately sensed it." Lin Hai looked at Luffy in doubt and asked, "Hey, is there something wrong with my disguise?" Luffy shook his head and said, "How is this possible? You are totally unrecognizable in this outfit." "Is that so?" Lin Hai supported his chin with one hand, and immediately reacted, and said in surprise, "It must be that guy who is fooling us and wants to trick us out." "Yeah." Luffy nodded and said, "This trick to fool children." Before he finished speaking, Lin Hai and Luffy quickly separated, and a laser beam shot through the middle of the two. The two stood on a high platform, and Luffy said, "It's so dangerous." As he said that, Luffy took off his disguise and complained to Lin Hai, "I say Lin Hai, we should have been discovered, this is completely useless." Lin Hai pulled up the blindfold with one hand and asked Jean Doan, "Fat man in a belly band, how did you find us?" Suddenly, the two people on the stage appeared in everyone's field of vision, and the pirates exclaimed, "It turns out that they are the real Straw Hat Boys." A commander shouted, "Stay alert, we are originally coming for the original." "Yes." "How to confirm, that is the secret of the Navy headquarters." Jean Doan did not reply. Instead of answering Lin Hai's words, he held up his axe and shouted, "Straw Hat Boy Luffy, and Sleeping God Lin Hai. Unlike 2 years ago, I have officially become a Marine, and I will arrest you here today." Luffy replied, "Are you going to hinder us again? I was clearly warned that it would be difficult to sail if I caused a riot." Jean Doan, "Don't worry, you don't need to sail." "Wait." Lin Hai hurriedly shouted, "That fat man, wait a moment, if you have anything, go to my captain, it has nothing to do with me." Without waiting for Lin Hai to finish, Jean Doan turned around and shouted to PX5, and PX5 immediately opened his mouth, and a large ball of light gathered inside. "Damn!" Lin Hai quickly jumped away and complained, "Don't pirates have human rights? And Luffy, who was on the scene, covered his hat with one hand and stood there motionless, testing the results of his training in the past 2 years. Bayou. 3 beams of light shot towards Luffy. Luffy moved his neck and dodged them one by one. This made Lin Hai on the side complain a little sourly, "It's just a fight with a robot. Can you stop pretending like this? It's so slow." Luffy tilted his head and complained. He flicked one hand to the side, and hot air came out of his body. Second gear. PX5 saw that his beam was dodged, so he jumped up and prepared to hit Luffy while moving, but Luffy was faster. Before PX5 could react, Luffy had appeared above PX5's head and punched PX5 on the head. Jet pistol. Boom boom. PX5 was hit by this punch and immediately fell to the ground. The huge force caused the hit PX5 to smash a huge groove on the ground. Such a shocking scene almost blinded the pirate's Kryptonian eyes. A simple blow shows strength, speed, and domineering. In 2 years, the progress is too great, isn't it? Gendarmerie muttered in surprise, that guy is actually wrapped in domineering. The pirates were also shocked, he defeated the pacifist with just 1 blow. How strong is he? He. Luffy jumped back to Lin Hai and laughed, "See you later, I feel we will meet somewhere else." Lin Hai, who was running with Luffy, couldn't help asking, "Do you know the way?" Luffy turned his head to look at Gendarmerie and asked, "Hey, do you know where my ship is?" Lin Hai fell while running. Gendarmerie was a little confused, and he immediately said after reacting, "Stop right there." A commander immediately ordered, "Don't let them run away." Woo-oh! At this time, Zoro and Sanji ran over. Zoro was the first to shout, "Luffy, Lin Hai. Sanji, it's you guys, why are you always in trouble?" Seeing Zoro and Sanji, Luffy shouted happily, "Long time no see, you guys." Lin Hai, hey, why are you still running this way? Turn around, turn around. Roronoa, Blackfoot. You are still alive. Gendarmerie turned around and shouted, "PX7. Chapter 369 I'll fight you." Hey! Zoro and Sanji saw the pacifist attacking them, and they were not afraid this time. Sanji spun on the ground, and one of his legs immediately turned red. Zoro drew out his saber and aimed at the pacifist's abdomen. It couldn't be cut 2 years ago, but it may not be possible now. Clang! The pacifist passed by Zoro and Sanji. Zoro, I cut it. Sanji, I kicked its neck off. Lin Hai, yes, you are all so awesome, okay. Zoro pointed at Luffy and Lin Hai calmly and said, "Hey, Luffy, Lin Hai, you are number 9 and no 10. Lin Hai was a little puzzled, and Sanji sprayed at Zoro, "Shut up, bastard, how much do you want to show off?" Saying that, Sanji quickly looked at Luffy and Lin Hai and said, "Let's hurry up, everyone is waiting on the boat." The reunion made everyone feel very excited. Lin Hai, who was already excited, immediately took out a cigarette, bang, and then sprayed at Sanji, "Why don't you take us there?" Sanji, "Stinky bastard, believe it or not, I will kick you to death now." Zoro, "Stop talking nonsense, follow me." Lin Hai, "Luffy, okay." Sanji, hey. Etherwise, Rayleigh and Shaky had already arrived at the Sunny. Seeing that Nami and others were on the ship, Rayleigh told Nami how to use the ship's membrane and chose to leave. Among the other members who arrived on the ship, Chopper rode a huge bird to greet Luffy and others. The rest of the people waited for a long time. Usopp was the first to say, "What are Luffy and the others doing? The island seems to be very noisy." Delaying. Brook, who was sitting in one place, played the guitar and said, "Since they haven't arrived yet, then." Usopp said happily, "What song do you want to sing?" Frankie adjusted his sunglasses and smiled, "It's really exciting to listen to the world superstars singing." Brook looked up at Nami and asked, "Can I appreciate your inner Duan?" Before he finished speaking, Brook was kicked out by Nami. Brook, lying on the lawn, muttered, "The touch of meeting again makes my heart so excited, although I don't have a heart that can be excited." Usopp, the big singer has cramps. Nami supported her waist with one hand and complained, "Really, none of them have grown up at all." Hey! Suddenly, Luffy's voice came from the distance of the Sunny. "Ride the righteousness of heaven and earth, control the spirit of 6 debates." Lin Hai, standing on the back of the bird, was looking up at the sky and chanting his lines for his appearance, but he had forgotten the lines because he had not said them often in the past 2 years. At this time, Zoro was sitting on the back of the bird, Chopper was lying on Zoro's back, and Luffy was waving at everyone on the sunny. Lin Hai scratched his head and muttered, "What is down there? What is it?" And Sanji, who was sitting in one place, saw Nami and Robin. 2 years ago, both Nami and Robin had not so white skin, and they looked a little rustic in their dress. Especially Nami 2 years ago, she still had a childish breath. And now, their skin has become so white, with protruding front and back. One is wearing a white coat, and the other is a blue coat. One has bright orange long hair, and the other has bright black long hair. Women, this is a real woman. Suddenly, a stream of blood gushed out of Sanji's nostrils uncontrollably, and the whole person flew into the sky and fell into the sea with the impact of the blood. Originally, this was a reunion, a nostalgic and intimate scene, but it changed unconsciously. On the boat, Sanji, who was rescued by Usopp, was in a daze, with blood flowing from his nose, and kept muttering, one beauties, there are 2 beauties. Usopp said in surprise, "Hey, cheer up, Chopper, come and help Sanji stop the bleeding." Luffy, who was on the side, stared at Frankie with shining eyes and posed. Suddenly, Frankie put one hand on his nose, and a machine sound came out of his mouth, and his hairstyle changed into various shapes. Luffy immediately stepped forward excitedly and shouted, "Machine? I really want to press it." Nami quickly pulled Luffy away and said, "Wait Luffy, the communication said that the warships are about to surround this place." "Ah! I remembered it!" Lin Hai suddenly shouted. Everyone couldn't help but look at Lin Hai, and Brook asked, "What's wrong? What did you remember?" Usopp also asked, "Could it be that something fell on the island?" Lin Hai replied, "I remembered my lines, it turned out to be the endless travel." Duan. Nami crossed her arms and said angrily, "Don't do such boring things anymore, really, one by one." As she said, Nami held her forehead with one hand and complained, "Not only did you come so slowly, but now it's like this." Luffy interrupted, "This can't be blamed on me, it's all Lin Hai. He and Hancock always hide in the room on the ship, and I don't know what to talk about." "Ah, could it be that they hide in there to steal meat?" Hancock. Everyone was puzzled. Robin asked, "Could it be Boa Hancock?" Nami, Boa Hancock. Seeing Luffy nod, Robin explained, "She is not only one of the 7 warlords of the sea, but also the pirate empress, leading a powerful female pirate group." 7 warlords of the sea? Usopp asked in surprise. Robin chuckled and said, "It is said that anyone who sees the beauty of Boa Hancock will be captured and eventually turned into stone." After hearing Robin's explanation, Sanji, who was lying on the lawn, stood up immediately and asked, "Is it the Empress Boa Hancock, the most beautiful woman in the world?" "Yes." Robin nodded. Immediately, Nami and Sanji looked at Lin Hai with anger on their faces. "Wait!" Lin Hai rushed to Luffy, lifted his collar, and roared, "Stinky Straw Hat, I'm going to fight you." "Luffy, why? Did I say something wrong?" "Lin Hai, tell your uncle the truth. I'll strangle you to death." Nami's head was filled with anger. What was the reason for her desperate study and hard work in the past 2 years? In the end, Lin Hai, this guy, hid in the gentle fragrance of the world's most beautiful woman? And Sanji was extremely unbalanced. In the past 2 years, he stayed in an environment that frightened all normal men. Especially the big guys there, who had long hair, wore skirts, and put on heavy makeup. Lin Hai. Sanji and Nami rushed to Lin Hai at the same time. Chopper held his head with both hands and shouted, "It's over, it's over." Tisk. Zoro glanced at the 4 people who were making a fuss and asked the person next to him, "They what are you doing?" Robin calmly analyzed, "There is no captain and navigator on the ship. If the navy comes, will we be captured by the navy? I heard that the city of Impel Down has been rebuilt and has become more stable." Usopp's eyes bulged, "Don't be so scary, okay? Yo-ho!" Brook said, "This is really lively." "Frankie, stop it!" Bastards Rayleigh and Shaky, who were watching the Straw Hat Pirates from a distance, saw this scene on the Straw Hat ship and looked at each other. Rayleigh couldn't stand Shaky's eyes and looked away quickly. He always felt his face burning. Chapter 370, Set Sail. Sanji, who was extremely unbalanced, grabbed Lin Hai's collar and shook it and asked, "Why are you and Luffy on her ship? Explain it to me, bastard." Lin Hai asked, why are you so excited? Sanji, how can I not be excited? As he said this, Sanji knelt on the lawn, pounding the lawn while muttering unspeakably, I am oh. Luffy, Sanji is so weird. Nami asked, what's going on? Luffy replied simply, Lin Hai and I were photographed on the daughter island, and then we became friends. Friends? Sanji, who was stimulated, immediately grabbed Luffy's collar and asked, I said, are you practicing well? Luffy smiled and said, of course, I am working very hard. Sanji knelt on the ground again, tears streaming down his face. It's really the same person with different fates. Daughter Island, why wasn't he, Sanji, photographed there? At this time, Zoro reminded, Nami, get down to business quickly. Oh, yes. Nami, who had reacted, said quickly, okay, everyone, let's get ready for sailing. Frankie stretched his body and said, Nami, then I'll leave it to you to indicate the route. Chopper asked, Frankie, what are you going to do? Frankie replied, of course, go to the bottom of the ship to open the device and fill the ship's membrane with air. Really? Si, here it is. Chopper said excitedly, then I'll leave it to you, are we finally going to sail? Usopp also said excitedly, finally, we are finally setting sail again. Hee. Frankie jumped up and replied, leave it to me, the super bastard. Soon, the ship membrane coated by Rayleigh was filled with air and wrapped the entire ship. Everyone couldn't help but feel very curious about this magical ship membrane. Lin Hai couldn't help but poke it gently with his hand. Usopp quickly pulled Lin Hai away and shouted, asshole, don't mess around. If you poke this thing, we will be buried in the sea. Chopper also shouted in horror, asshole, stop it. Lin Hai complained, how can it be poked so easily, let go of it. Usopp quickly looked at Nami who was observing the permanent pointer in his hand and said, Nami, explain this ship membrane to everyone quickly. If they. Before he finished speaking, he saw Zoro and Luffy imitated Lin Hai and poked the expanded ship membrane with their hands. Asshole, stop it. Usopp and Chopper shouted in fear at the same time. Nami rolled her eyes at everyone and said, listen carefully, the coated ship has the ability to reduce various pressures, so as long as the life-saving bags supporting the bottom of the ship are removed, the buoyancy will be insufficient, and the coated Sunny will sink to the bottom of the sea. After that, Nami added, it's okay to touch it lightly with your hands. Lin Hai, Luffy, and Zoro, who stood in a row, looked ahead and replied at the same time, I see. Nami, anyway, you don't understand, anyway, raise the sail now. Go to the bottom of the sea and raise the sail? Everyone was confused. Robin explained, I heard that the coated sailboat is driven by ocean currents instead of wind. Lin Hai, Luffy, and Zoro replied at the same time, I see. A well-shaped mark appeared on Nami's forehead, and she shouted angrily, if you know, then go and put down the sail for me. Soon, Luffy asked, are we going to sail? Nami nodded and said, well, then please go ahead, Captain. Lin Hai, who was standing on the side, couldn't help but sweat. Just sailing, do we need to hold a ceremony? How embarrassing. Luffy stood on a high place and shouted, so, brothers and sisters, although there are countless words to say, in short, thank you for accompanying me to be willful for 2 years. Sanji laughed and said, is it just starting now? Usopp, that's right, you have always been like this. He. Luffy took a deep breath and shouted, Yang Fan, set sail. Woo-oh. Let's go, Fishman Island. Another place, on the Sabayati archipelago. Caribou sat backwards on the chair, with his hands on the backrest of the chair behind him. He watched his brother Crib and other crew members digging the ground with shovels. Ding ding ding. Crib kept shoveling the hard rock with a shovel and said, brother, this is so hard to dig. Carib replied, you don't need me to tell you, this island is basically made up of tree roots. Fake Zoro cried and begged on his knees, please forgive us, don't bury us. Fake Sanji also begged, we are willing to do anything, please don't kill us. Fake Frankie echoed, the captain forced us to do this, we were forced by that guy Black. He. Carib stood up from the chair with a smile and said, once we became your partners, we thought we could kill the Straw Hat Boys from the inside. But what was the result? I thought that after 2 years, my appearance and figure would change, but I didn't expect it to be just a group of fake scum. As he said, Carib pinched the fake Sanji's head with one hand, and his hand turned into a swamp form to wrap the fake Sanji's head in it. Holding the fake Sanji, Caribou turned to his brother and asked, "Do you think God will forgive them, Crib?" "Crib, I'll dig." Caribou smiled and said, "That's it, bury them all, he he he." As he spoke, Caribou returned to his normal form, and the fake Sanji fell from his hand to the ground, while Caribou looked ahead and shouted, "God, I'm going to bury these idiots. However, I have confirmed the real Straw Hat Boy Luffy with my own eyes, he he he." Caribou stretched out his long tongue and hung it in the air for a circle, and immediately paid attention. Elsewhere, gendarmerie reported with a den mushi, the ones who escaped from the square successfully were the Caribou brothers and their gang, and several members of the fake Straw Hat Boys. All the others were arrested. However, 2 pacifists were seriously damaged by the real Straw Hat Boys. These 2 pacifists were the test subjects who had pushed them to the brink 2 years ago. Of course, their strength is still the same as it was then. What has changed is that they have grown significantly during the 2 years of lurking. Among them, the sleep god Lin Hai, who could fight Admiral Kizaru on equal terms 2 years ago, did not make a move this time. His strength may have become even more terrifying. Tell the Navy headquarters in the New World for me. Chapter 371 Zoro's Guess. Under the sea, the Sunny continued to sink, and not far away, there was a huge tree root, which amazed everyone on the ship. In particular, with the movement of the ocean current, the sunlight shining in was like a slowly rotating spotlight in a dance hall, full of psychedelic colors. Immersed in this scene, Nami suddenly blushed, glared at Lin Hai fiercely, and spat, "What are you looking at?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "I haven't seen you for 2 years, your figure has become better." At this time, Robin looked at the scene above his head and sighed, "We are getting farther and farther away from the sea. Frankie, this is really a great view." "Great view." Usopp replied with cold sweat, Can we still get back to the ground?" I'm not afraid." Chopper leaned on the pole and muttered, "The boat is sinking continuously, it really won't take in water? I'm so worried." Nami also panicked and said, "I always feel that we are getting farther and farther away from the world where people live. It's too nervous." Lin Hai hugged Nami's waist and smiled, "It's the first time to see such a spectacle. It should be called panic, and even feel very strange to the past self. But don't be afraid, if we die, we will die together." "Asshole!" Sanji's eyes immediately blazed and shouted, "Let go of Miss Nami, don't pretend to know it, be careful or I'll kick you to death." Tisk. Lin Hai walked to Luffy and asked, "What do you think, Luffy?" Luffy looked up, sighed, "The sea is so beautiful." "Zoro, I saw it once." Sanji shouted, "Shut up, you're on the wrong ship." "Yo-ho-ho." Brook shouted, "Everyone, look down." Lin Hai was surprised, "Is this a crisscross of tree roots?" Sanji nodded, "Yeah, think about it, the Bubble Islands is a huge mangrove, right? Overwhelming nature." Brook exclaimed, "I was so shocked that my eyeballs were about to pop out." Frankie sprayed, "Don't be ridiculous, do you have eyeballs?" Brook immediately begged, "Can you please not finish what I'm going to say?" Robin asked, "This tree root actually extends to the bottom of the sea, it's so big that it's hard to describe." Lin Hai gave Robin a knowing smile and said proudly, "So what if it's big?" Lin Hai took out his sword, gestured, and said, "No matter how big it is, I can cut it with one sword." Zoro couldn't help but raise his mouth and said, "Then let's have a competition." "Wow, there are so many fish." Luffy jumped up and prepared to catch those fish, but was blocked by the ship's membrane. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Hai, Zoro, and Luffy were directly knocked down by Usopp and Chopper. Usopp was both horrified and angry and shouted first, "Don't do stupid things there, do you want us to die in the sea?" Chopper also shouted angrily, "Yes, the ship's membrane can be poked lightly with your hands, but it can withstand slashing? What if it breaks? Be careful to tie up the 3 of you bastards, and never do this again." Sanji took a puff of cigarette, turned to look at Nami, and said, "Ms. Nami, before these guys do something stupid, tell us the precautions of the coated ship." Nami stood in front of everyone speechlessly and explained, "Mr. Rayleigh gave me a note, let me explain it to everyone. This ship membrane has similar characteristics to the soap bubbles in the Sabayati archipelago, but it is more ductile. In other words, when an object passes through this ship membrane, the ship membrane will stretch to a certain extent and then penetrate through. To put it in an extreme way, even if you shoot or fire at the sea beasts that attack our ship, the ship membrane will not break. Hey! Usopp asked, then on the other hand, what will happen before it breaks? Nami replied, if a lot of holes are opened at once, such as if it is bitten by the teeth of sea beasts or sea kings, it will almost break. Ah! Chopper and Usopp hugged each other and shouted in fear. Linhai, Usopp, Chopper, look to the right. Right. The two looked over there at the same time. Ah, danger! A huge fish swam over, and its open mouth was several times larger than the Sunny, but soon, another larger sea beast bit the sea beast that attacked the Sunny. Are they fighting? Saved! Usopp and Chopper breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, and Nami explained again, if it hits a rock or a trench, causing the hull inside to be damaged, the ship's membrane will be broken due to the cracks in the mast or hull. What we need to pay attention to are the creatures and obstacles in the sea. As long as we don't do anything unnecessary on the ship, we will be fine. Really? Usopp was delighted and said, I didn't expect this ship's membrane to be so strong, ha ha ha. Chopper, he, you should have said it earlier, you made me worry all the way, Nami, you bastard. Linhai stepped forward and threatened, don't get carried away, you two. I heard that 70% of the ships heading to Fishman Island sank before reaching Fishman Island. Ah! Usopp and Chopper shouted in horror at the same time, what happened? Luffy punched his palm and guessed, could it be that those sea beasts took the ships as food? Linhai shook his hand in front of his eyes and said, remember the terrible triangle sail sea? Those sunken ships should have been taken away by the ghost ship. Tisk! Zoro rolled his eyes at Linhai and complained, don't scare them with those things you imagined. I guess those sunken ships are probably because they can't find the entrance to Fishman Island, and they are trapped in the sea and starved to death on the road. Everyone looked at Zoro in shock. Zoro, isn't it? But don't be afraid, I'm here, and this will definitely not happen. Everyone was speechless. This is the most unreliable, right? Usopp exclaimed, no matter what the reason is, it's too terrible, right? Everyone, is it too late for us to go back? At this time, Luffy remembered something and hurriedly said to Linhai, hey, take out the lunch box quickly, let's eat together. Soon, after Linhai took out the food sent by Hancock and others, he saw Zoro staring at him. Linhai asked puzzledly, the food is there, take it yourself if you want to eat it, why are you staring at me? Zoro, bring a bottle of wine. Luffy's eyes lit up, Linhai, I want cold beer is the best. Nami, I want it too. Robin, haha, I haven't tasted this taste for a long time. Yo-ho-ho. Brook shouted excitedly, Mr. Linhai, take out all your beer, eat. At this time, Frankie felt that he needed to tell everyone something, so he asked, Nami, is the boat relatively stable? Nami replied, it just got on a large current, but it's okay, I'll call you when I'm busy. Then Frankie pulled up his sunglasses and said, there is something I must tell everyone. Everyone's expression became serious. Chapter 372 Surprise Attack. There is something I must tell everyone first. Luffy was stunned for a moment after hearing Frankie's words, and asked, what you want to say, can't it be? Chopper, Usopp and Luffy asked with shining eyes at the same time, is it the secret of the robot? Let me see what other secrets are hidden. Or what kind of secret weapon will appear? Tell me quickly, robot brother. Looking at the excitement of the three people, Linhai complained with disgust, I say Frankie, you should find a pair of pants to wear. Not only are they eye-catching, but if others see you like this, they will think we are a poor pirate group. Super armor, that's me. Frankie's hands bounced outward, and a small robot hand appeared in his palm, and he replied in a machine voice, hey, Linhai, are you praising me? Hey, I will be embarrassed. Linhai chose to shut up obediently. This stinky hooligan is already invincible, and he is even more shameless than Linhai. After playing for a while, everyone ate while chatting about the topic that Frankie wanted to say. It was Hachi who originally proposed to take us to Fishman, but he was seriously injured in the Sabayati archipelago and is currently recuperating on Fishman Island. The reason is the same as Debaru's group, attacked by the Navy and others. After a pause, Frankie continued, they were injured while protecting the Sunny that remained on the island. About a year ago, the existence of the Sunny was discovered by the Navy, and they withdrew from the battle halfway. Hey! Usopp asked, then why has the ship remained safe from then until today? Frankie replied, it was Bartholomew Kuma, the Shishibukai who drove us out of the island 2 years ago. When I returned to the Sunny a few days ago, I couldn't even believe my eyes. Kuma was guarding the Sunny with bruises all over his body. Later I asked Rayleigh, it turned out that he was a cotter of the Gumiho family, and we were saved by him. But I heard that he later visited Rayleigh and said that there is no time. Although I don't know what he has been caught with, as an experimental subject, the Navy gradually transformed him into a man-made man, and he lost his personality. Chopper shed a cold sweat and asked, even if he takes us to various places, he won't know what will happen to us after that, right? Even so, is he still waiting for us on the ship? He has lost his personality. Lin Hai replied, why don't you go and ask? Frankie guessed, he seems to have made an agreement with the transformed Dr. Beckabunk and set up some procedures. Zoro said speechlessly, isn't this too much? Why do you do this for us? Lin Hai patted Luffy's shoulder and said, because Luffy gave birth to a good father, ugh, Luffy has an awesome father. So that's it. Everyone couldn't help but sigh, how charming is Luffy's father. Can he make a person willing to give so much? Luffy bit his mouth and replied, I don't know about my father, but is the guy who looks like a bear really a good person? Frankie said, in short, the person who actually created the 2 years that are full of meaning to us is undoubtedly that man. Although we can't ask him about his true intentions now, we should remember it in our hearts. For our group, Bartholomew Kuma, judging from the results, he is our great benefactor. Also, even if we meet him again in the future, Kuma is just a human weapon that has lost his personality. That's all I have to say. Great benefactor. Sanji thought, thinking of the past 2 years, especially for a period of time, Sanji actually followed those big men and wore a skirt. When he thought of this, Sanji's eyes were burning with fire, and he whispered softly, is that Gai Xiong a benefactor? What kind of benefactor is he? Where do you think I stayed in the past 2 years? Lin Hai had some guesses, and immediately asked with shining eyes, where? Sanji immediately lifted Lin Hai's collar and asked, if I'm not mistaken, it was your idea to shoot us off the island, right? Did you let Xiong shoot me there? Lin Hai said unhappily, what on earth made you so dissatisfied? How could I know where you went? I'm not a god. Luffy smiled and said, forget it Sanji, it's all over anyway, come and eat the bento, this is the specialty of the Daughter Island. Mentioning the Daughter Island again. Sanji immediately got angry, trembling, cold, jealous, envious, and hateful, and shouted with mixed feelings, what kind of training did you and Lin Hai, that bastard, do on the Dream Island full of women? Forget it, Mr. Sanji. Brook comforted, although I don't know what you have suffered, let's enjoy this trip now, how about singing a song together? Sanji, I don't need your encouragement, it will only make me worse. Hey, hey. Lin Hai said, don't pick your feet, there is a ship approaching us in the distance, it's not good. In the distance of the Sunny, a pirate ship came, and the pirate ship was pulled by a sea beast, so the speed became very fast. On the boat, Crib, who was carrying a shovel on his shoulder, said, brother, we found them. The ones in front are the Straw Hat Boys. Crib scraped his long tongue and said with a playful smile, you'll know it after just one look, you big idiot, he he he. After staring for a while, Crib, who already had a plan in mind, shouted, are you ready? Guys. Yes, brother. All right. Crib said, the target is right in front of us. Although it is easy to destroy their ship and bury them in the sea in one breath, in that case, the world will not know who did it. Only by chopping off their heads and bringing them back can we convey to the world the existence of me, Crib. The crew members echoed excitedly, yes. Crib also looked at the target in front of him excitedly and said, they are not prepared for a fight at all. This is a pure surprise attack. Don't let me lose them. Chains, guys. Woo, I'm Nami, from our long paradise. When Mumu saw Nami, he broke out in a cold sweat and didn't hear what she said next. Sanji, who was steering the ship, also noticed the manatee and said, Luffy, have we seen this guy before? Luffy, is that so? When Mumu saw Luffy and Sanji, he immediately remembered the scene of being beaten up, so out of fear, Mumu turned around and ran away. In another place, when Nami was talking to the manatee, Crib holding a machine gun shouted, the ship's membrane is connected, Big Brother, you can go over now. Carib shouted, very good, then go on, are you ready? Yes. Everyone shouted. For this atmosphere, Carib walked in front very proudly and said, while these guys are stunned by fear, kill everyone in the ship. As he said that, Caribou jumped from his own ship to the Sunny first, but at this time, the manatee moved and pulled Caribou's ship away, but Caribou didn't know that he was looking at the people on the Sunny with pride, staring at himself in amazement. He didn't notice at all that his own ship was pulled away by the manatee. At this time, Caribou was still in a state of self-intoxication, thinking that the Straw Hat Pirates were actually nothing great, and must have been hyped up by the Navy. As soon as they saw that they were outnumbered, the Straw Hat Pirates were so scared that they dared not speak. He 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 he. Caribou took a coquettish step, swaying left and right and sticking out his long tongue, and said proudly, okay, as a gift, let's fire machine guns at them and kill the Straw Hat Pirates. Speaking of this, Caribou spread his hands and raised his head in ecstasy. But in his sight, where is the ship behind? Where is such a big ship? Where are the cheers of the younger brothers? Caribou, who reacted, had cold sweat on his forehead. He turned his head mechanically and looked behind him. His eyes suddenly bulged, Nanny. Gwai gwai long ding dong, fried chives with green onions. Lin Hai stepped forward and picked up Caribou with one hand. When Luffy heard Lin Hai's words, he blurted out, barbecue and beer. Lin Hai turned around and echoed, forever and ever, hey, be serious and do business. Sanji asked the other crew members with fish eyes, what are these two guys talking about? Everyone was silent, who knows? And Chopper shouted with shining eyes, Silk Country 1. At this time, Lin Hai mentioned Crib and asked playfully, who did I think it was? So it's a pirate friend. What does that mean? You drove such a big ship over here, and you want to kill all of us Straw Hats with machine guns? Luffy scratched his head and muttered, why does this sound so familiar? I seem to have heard it somewhere. Caribou, isn't this the line he used to tease the Navy in the Sabayati archipelago? No, no, no. Caribou responded in a panic, that's just a way of saying it. Oh my! Lin Hai said in surprise, a way of saying it? You are really talented. Do you see the blue sea? It will turn red in a moment. Seeing Carib staring at the big eyes in confusion, Lin Hai raised the corner of his mouth and smiled, use your blood. Ah! Caribou shouted in panic, no, please don't do this, Lord God of Sleep, please don't throw me into the sea, don't waste other people's lives like this. God is watching. Pa! Lin Hai's hand loosened, and Caribou fell to the lawn, and Lin Hai looked up and prayed, God, please forgive this stupid pirate brother who is about to kill us. Luffy suddenly said, I've seen this scene. As he said, Luffy pointed at Caribou excitedly and said to the person next to him, this scene is what he said to the Marines. Hey, hey! Frankie complained speechlessly, is it time to talk about this now? How to deal with this guy who wants to kill us? Really? Sanji stepped forward and muttered. Lin Hai turned to Sanji and said, stay away from here, the scene will be very violent, be careful not to splash blood on you. Baga! Sanji said disdainfully, don't forget that I'm a chef. By the way, it's really unhygienic to have blood splattered on your body. Let's put it aside for now. As Lin Hai and Sanji talked, Caribou couldn't remain calm, no, 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 you can't do this to me, God is watching. Zoro stepped forward and asked, where are you from? Are you the captain of the pirate ship just now? Roronoa Zoro. Caribou quickly knelt on the lawn, his forehead furrowed. He replied in a daze, how is this possible? I'm not a captain. I'm just that. Lin Hai, they held me hostage, right? Yes, yes, yes. Caribou seemed to have found the right words and said quickly, I was held hostage by them and was used like a slave by them. I've had enough of that ship. Usopp complained with his eyes dull, what a casual excuse. Caribou continued, brothers, can you give me a ride? Please? Please? As he said that, Caribou bowed shamelessly. Chopper, who was standing aside, said with sympathy, everyone, this guy might be a little pitiful, let's give him a ride. Usopp immediately sprayed, how is that possible? It's all lies. Chopper and Luffy were both shocked at the same time, all lies. Lin Hai looked at Luffy with fishy eyes and complained, stinky straw hat, believe it or not, I will beat you up. As he said, Lin Hai squatted down, pulled Caribou's ear and warned, you are just a half-baked natural fruit ability user, don't pay attention to our crew, once I find you, I will really throw you out to feed the fish, remember. Caribou has never seen such a horrible thing since he was born. Although Lin Hai didn't do anything to him, he was stared at by Lin Hai, as if his fate was dominated by someone. However, in order to save his life, Caribou quickly replied, I remember, thank you for not killing me. Go away. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, if you want to thank someone, thank our captain. Damn it. Luffy exhaled a breath from his nostrils and said, it was really a close call, I was almost fooled by him. Hey, everyone was too lazy to complain. Stinky straw hat. Lin Hai rushed over immediately, I'll fight you. So, Caribou's affairs were handed over to Frankie and the others, while Lin Hai and Luffy played together. Nami slapped her forehead, are you kids? Really? Hey Lin Hai. Luffy smiled and said, I have an idea, how about finding a sea beast to pull the boat? Sea beast pulling the boat? Lin Hai asked, will that work? Nami suddenly felt a headache. Chapter 374 I've wanted to chop it for a long time. Everyone has long been accustomed to Luffy's behavior, and Usopp, who is born with paranoia, observed the surroundings for a while and asked hurriedly, Nami, are we now a little off the direction indicated by the record pointer? Nami, it's okay, the correct route is to go southwest as indicated by the pointer. Luffy asked, isn't it faster than going straight? Why? Nami, even if we go straight, if we are swept away by the current and hit a sea mountain or an underwater volcano before descending to the bottom of the sea, we will be finished. Volcano. Chopper said in surprise, is there such a thing on the seabed? It's so scary. Nami said, anyway, everyone should put on more clothes now, it will become very cold later. The current in the deep sea is like a swimming dragon, that is to say, we have to ride the descending current that dives from the surface to the deep layer, so that we can reach the deep sea. For a moment, everyone was confused and didn't understand what was going on. Luffy looked at the small fish swimming leisurely outside, deep layer. Zoro, surface layer. Usopp, downwelling current. Chopper, dive in. Lin Hai, deep sea. Several people shouted at the same time, there must be an incredible current, right? Yo ho ho ho, Deleng Brook immediately added music. Nami immediately said, you don't understand at all. After a while, the current around the sunny became rapid, and Lin Hai was shocked, have we entered an incredible current? Really? Nami hurried to the bow. Where? Where? Luffy shouted excitedly, where is the incredible current? The scene in front of the bow was a current from top to bottom. Nami muttered, this is a column of water from the downwelling current. Silk Country 1. This is simply a huge waterfall in the sea. Everyone was shocked by the scene for the first time. Is there a waterfall under the sea? It's really incredible. Robin observed for a while and analyzed calmly, will we sink at a high speed and hit the seamount or submarine volcano that Nami mentioned, and the ship will be destroyed and everyone will die. Usopp's eyes bulged, can you please stop talking about such terrible things? It's pitch black below, and it's bottomless. We won't be like what Robin said, right? Nami. Wait, Lin Hai turned his head and asked, do you feel a huge creature below? Huge creature? Chopper shouted in horror, don't scare me, Lin Hai. Luffy replied, really? As he said that, Luffy said excitedly, it should be a big guy with strong vitality. How about we tame it and let it pull the boat? Usopp asked, it's pitch black below, what are you talking about? Stop talking nonsense. Are there really scary creatures below? I'm sick and can't go to the deep sea. Usopp, are you okay? Chopper exclaimed, oh no, call a doctor to save Usopp. Caribou, who was standing on the side, looked down in horror and muttered, it can't be true? I've never heard of that thing settling here. Sanji asked, what is it? Caribou replied, the devil galloping in the ocean, the mortal enemy of mankind Karakan. As he said that, Caribou turned around with sweat on his head and shouted to everyone, Straw Hat Boys, turn around immediately, it's not good, hurry up. It's too late to be late. Zoro, why are you so scared? Lin Hai nodded and said, it's just a beast, look at you being so willful. Soon, the sunny passed the downwelling current, and a huge octopus appeared in front. Chopper shouted in horror, "What is that?" A ship was crushed by a tentacle of the giant monster and then floated up. "Nami, this can't be true, right? Kurakin. What a big monster octopus! How many ships has it crushed here? Is it because of it that the ship had an accident?" Seeing everyone muttering there, Caribou shouted, "I don't want to die yet, turn around, please. Don't make a fuss, shut up." Luffy said excitedly, "I have a good idea, let's tame that guy." Except for Lin Hai, everyone looked at Luffy in confusion. "Hey!" Usopp asked excitedly, "What did you say just now?" "Luffy. Luffy, tame that octopus and let it pull our boat." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Usopp pulled Luffy over, holding Luffy's chin with one hand and pointing at the huge monster with the other, and asked, "Even if you don't look carefully, you can see at a glance that huge body." Luffy replied, "It's really big." Lin Hai asked, "What should we do? We can't do it in the boat, and now we are in such a deep sea." Usopp asked with tears in his eyes, "Why are you the same as Luffy? Look at that monster, how can it be tamed?" Zoro asked, "Luffy, you can do it if you want, do you have any ideas?" Usopp, "Why even you? There's no time to complain to us." Lin Hai took out his sword, looked at the octopus playfully, and smiled evilly, "You are really brave, you dare to pay attention to us, am I unable to lift the sword? Or is my sword not sharp?" Robin quickly used his ability to hold down Lin Hai, and said, "You don't want to jump out like this, do you?" Lin Hai asked, "Is there any problem?" Nami shouted, "Idiot, this is 7,000 meters deep in the sea. Let's not talk about the monster, just the water pressure outside." Lin Hai said depressedly, "Just this little water pressure, hey? How much is the water pressure? F equals PS, how to calculate the constant value of pressure P?" Nami's forehead appeared a well, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Luffy said, "Hey, Lin Hai, don't mess around, I still need it to help us pull the boat. These guys." Caribou knew deeply that if he took action inside the boat membrane would be destroyed. Now he, Caribou, and the Straw Hat Pirates are in the same fate. So, Caribou quickly suggested to Luffy and others to install temporary soap bubbles for them, which is equivalent to stepping on the water protective film. Luffy asked, "Lin Hai, don't you use it?" Lin Hai said unhappily, "Sure, seeing such a big guy, and full of provocation towards us, I couldn't help but give it a few slashes." Everyone was speechless. After getting ready, it was Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji who went out to fight. Then, "Let's go." Luffy ran, followed by Zoro and Sanji. But when Luffy and the others left the ship, Kurakin stretched out a tentacle and attacked the Sunny directly. Lin Hai couldn't help but feel a little annoyed, "This beast, did you give me face?" "Hey, Lin Hai." Frankie stepped forward and said, "Leave this monster to me." "Hey." Lin Hai looked at Frankie, and saw that Frankie's shoulders flashed several missiles, and then bombarded the attacking tentacles. "Another leg." Chopper said, "Leave it to me, for enhancement." Lin Hai was surprised and said, "Chopper, how did you become such a big ball?" "Hold on." Lin Hai immediately shouted to the three people in the distance, "Hurry up, come on, really." Whoosh! Lin Hai disappeared directly from the ship, and at this time one of the tentacles of Kurakin just swung towards the Sunny. Lin Hai, who appeared outside the membrane of the Sunny, stretched out a finger and pointed at the attack and shouted, "No doubt, it is powerful." An invisible force rushed from Lin Hai's palm to the tentacle, boom. Chapter 375 A Small Test of Skills. Seeing Lin Hai bounce the monster's tentacles away, Nami asked in confusion, "What kind of move is this? It seems very powerful." Luffy in the distance said sourly, "Lin Hai, this guy then, I'll show you a new move, third gear." Luffy bit a finger, stretched one hand out of the bubble, blew gas into the finger, and then transferred it to the fist stretched out of the bubble. Suddenly, one of Luffy's hands turned into a huge fist. Armament Haki, harden. Lin Hai on the boat looked at Luffy, the idiot, in a daze. Didn't he want to tame Kurakin? Use Armament Haki to hit him? At this time, because he was in the deep sea and Luffy was a fruit ability user, he needed a little adaptation process. However, Kurakin raised a tentacle and hit Luffy. Seeing this, Sanji instantly got out of the bubble. Sea walk. After taking a few steps in the sea, Sanji spun at high speed, and his right foot suddenly became a piece of fire. Before Kurikan could react, Sanji kicked Kurikan's tentacle. Roasted stove kick. A cross of light hit the tentacle, and Kurikan suddenly felt a pain. The pain came not only from Sanji's kick, but also from the high temperature on his feet. Kurikan, who had recovered, looked angrily at Sanji, who was about to return to the bubble, and stretched out another tentacle to hit Sanji. Seeing this, Zoro, who was far away, put his hand on the hilt and looked up at the tentacle. 3 swords secret, 6 paths. A very fast slash was swung at the tentacle. In Linha's eyes, the monster's tentacles were hit by 6 sword energies, one of which was a horizontal slash, and 5 were vertical, perpendicular to the horizontal slash. Boom! Kurikan's tentacle was chopped into pieces by Zoro. Too powerful! Frankie exclaimed. Linhai couldn't help but praise, not bad, just make some gorgeous things, cut. Are you praising him or despising him? Usopp, who had reacted, said in surprise, I didn't see Zoro's swordsmanship at all. Hey, hey! Luffy, who had adapted for a while, complained, Zoro, Sanji, my feet are about to be beaten off by you. Guess it, grab the elephant. Linhai slapped his forehead and complained, don't beat it silly. Damn it. Nami turned around and asked, what's wrong? Linhai hurriedly said, hurry up and command, Luffy. Boom boom. Kurikan was hit by Luffy and was in a state of confusion, and a shark emerged from the tentacle. Linhai hurriedly shouted, some places collapsed, get back to the ship. Collapsed? Zoro asked confusedly, what are you talking about? This is the bottom of the sea, right? Sanji, yes, will the bottom of the sea collapse? Just as Linhai said, because of Luffy's powerful attack just now, some key positions were opened, and Kurikan and everyone were rushed into a downward rapids. Robin was surprised and said, are we going to be swallowed by the downwelling current? Linhai complained speechlessly, we won't be trapped at the bottom of the sea and can't find Fishman Island and die on the way like Zoro said. Done. Nami punched Linhai and immediately ordered, keep the sails raised and turn the ship to the left. If we hit the rock wall, we will really be finished. Leave it to me. Frankie jumped up and hurried to control the rudder. Really? Linhai complained, those 3 guys, Spacefield, Miracle. Hey! Nami asked, where is Linhai? Linhai has appeared outside the ship's membrane. At this time, Linha's figure has become very strange. Soon, the figures of Linhai, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji appeared in front of Nami. Zoro looked around, is this the Sunny? Luffy, hey? How did I appear here? Done. Linhai gave Luffy a slap and complained, you are too messy, right? Our current situation is not all because of your mess, Nami, is the route okay? Nami replied, now is not the time to consider such things, get up and work. If you are careless, the whole ship will be scrapped. Usopp pulled the rope of the strange pole and shouted, don't be thrown off. Nami ordered, Zoro, Sanji, go and pull the rope of the other strange pole, Linhai, Luffy, one of you go to help Usopp, and the other observe the distance between the ship and the rock wall. We must always keep sailing in the center of the current. Woohoo! The current situation is that there is a vertical downward passage, the water in it is flowing downward at a very fast speed, and the rock walls on both sides are dozens of meters wide. The Sunny is in the water flowing downward at a high speed. If you are not careful, once the ship hits the rock wall, the result will be the ship being destroyed and people dying. Any normal person will have some ups and downs in their mood, but Luffy is extremely excited. Not only Sanji vomited damn, many people on the ship are complaining in their hearts, right? It's really a weirdo. But soon, the Sunny finally stopped with the current, but it was pitch black here, the temperature became very low, and it was particularly quiet. Has it finally stopped? Sanji asked, what should we do now? Luffy turned his head to look at Nami and asked, Nami. Nami looked at the record pointer in her hand and said, we are very close to Fishman Island, but it's so dark around here. Frankie said, since you can't see clearly, leave it to me, the super, I have a lighting function. Really? Luffy looked around and asked, it's rare to find a sea beast pulling a boat, where did it go? Frankie, use the flashlight. Wait. Linhai said, don't turn on the light, if it attracts monsters. Before he finished speaking, Chopper and Usopp hugged each other in fear and looked around vigilantly. But at this time, a huge light came from a distance. "Frankie, what is that?" Luffy asked. "Is it a gem?" "Sanji, idiot, there is no light here, even if it is a gem, it won't emit such bright light, right?" Zoro stared at the big light bulb coming towards the ship with a serious face. Lin Hai asked, "That's a big fish, right?" "Big fish?" everyone exclaimed. Chapter 376 Killing a Cow with One Punch. Frankie squinted and observed for a while, and complained, "What a joke, how can there be such a glowing fish in the deep sea, stupid thing." Chopper, "Yeah, it's too dazzling." Before he finished speaking, after the Sunny approached a glowing object, Frankie couldn't help sweating on his forehead. Oh no! At this time, the glowing light turned out to be tied to the forehead of a big fish. When the big fish raised its head and opened its mouth, everyone realized that it was a huge fish mouth in front of them, a good way to confuse the enemy. "It's really a fish!" Usopp exclaimed, "I didn't expect to be fooled." "Woo!" Luffy shouted excitedly, "What an interesting creature!" Brook covered his cheeks with both hands and shouted, "Have we fallen into the trap set by the deep-sea hunter?" Zoro drew his sword and said angrily, "I'll go chop him down." Frankie stopped him and said, "Leave it to me, retreat urgently, chicken run." Boom! Before the big fish's mouth closed, the Sunny quickly avoided its mouth. Before everyone was shocked, with the help of the headlight on the fish's forehead, a huge black shadow enveloped the Sunny. Luffy asked first, "What is that?" "It's too big." "Human? Is it a human?" Nami asked with a cold sweat. Usopp guessed with tears in his eyes, "Speaking of sea monsters that transform into human form, it's the bald sea monster." Lin Hai asked calmly, "Bald sea monster? What's the name?" Sanji took a puff of cigarette and asked, "The deep sea is really full of wonders." "Ah!" Chopper exclaimed, "Think of a way quickly, the boat will be overturned by it." Usopp also replied, "Such a big fist, head." Bang! The bald sea monster, which was many times bigger than the giant fish, punched the fish on the head. Usopp and others couldn't help but snort, and had no idea what was going on. "Asshole!" The bald sea monster taught him a lesson, "Anklo, you can't do this. How many times do I have to tell you to understand? If you eat the ship, Captain Vanderdecken will be angry." "Nami, it saved us. Run!" Usopp said hurriedly, "Let's run now, no matter where we go, everyone, why are there monsters everywhere?" Zoro advised, "Calm down Usopp, if they target us, we can't escape." Sanji took a puff of cigarette and echoed, "In the deep sea, that's the truth." Luffy pressed his hat, sank in silence, and seemed to be thinking about something. At this time, behind the bald sea monster, a huge broken ship appeared in everyone's sight. The dilapidated ship had a huge skull hanging on the bow, with knife marks and moss underneath, as if it had existed in the sea a long time ago. The dilapidated sail fluttered with the current, and there was no membrane outside the ship. It was not strange, but the strange thing was that the ship was sailing in the sea instead of being a shipwreck. What did this mean? "What is that?" Usopp shouted in horror first. Whether it was Zoro or Sanji, they all looked at the ship with serious eyes, but Luffy's eyes were bright and he shouted excitedly, "Everyone, will there be Brook's kind on that ship? Can we invite it to be our partner?" "What a joke!" Zoro and Sanji immediately sprayed Luffy. Before everyone continued to argue, a low voice came from the dilapidated ship, "The dead can neither speak nor have desires. In the dark country where even crows can't fly, the dead don't need gems on their fingers. Look for it, oh, the sunken treasure belongs to me. I am the richest man in the world, Captain Vanderdecken." Woohoo! Listening to the echo from the giant ship, Lin Hai complained, "What a ghost, everyone, he said he is the richest man in the world, what do you think of this?" Everyone looked at Lin Hai in disbelief. Usopp was the first to shout to Lin Hai, "That's a ghost ship, a ghost ship. Let's run, Luffy." Luffy turned around and replied with drooling, "What kind of food will be on it?" Everyone was silent for a while. That Brook pointed at the sail of the ship in horror and explained, "Everyone, that is a famous ship, the Flying Dutchman, a ship that should not exist in this world, because that is a story hundreds of years ago. It is said that on a stormy day, a pirate captain named Vanderdecken suddenly became insane, threw his subordinates into the sea one by one, killed them all, and even blasphemed the gods. Therefore, the pirate captain named Vanderdecken not only suffered eternal torture, but also fell into the deep sea, wandering in it forever. Usopp and Chopper ran around on the ship in fear, and Frankie complained, "There is no need to panic. The ship that Brook took was not a ghost ship in the end. Maybe the people on it are not scary at all, right?" "Yes, yes," Nami said with shining eyes. "Everyone, the man named Vanderdecken said that he is the richest man in the world." "Hey, hey!" Usopp asked with fish eyes. "Quickly put away your expression, Nami." Robin said calmly, "Hee, we have seen many strange creatures before, such as the imaginary monster Kurikan. Even if a ghost ship appears now, it is not surprising, right? If it is a ghost ship, is it here to take us to that country?" Nami, Chopper, and Usopp were suddenly terrified. "This is too convincing." Usopp, "No. Chopper, the deep sea is too scary." Tisk. Zoro held the hilt of the knife and said, "No matter what it is, if it dares to attack us, just chop it off." At this time, the giant ship came close to the bald monster. After observation, a pirate on the giant ship said, "Captain Vanderdecken, the sea god seems to have captured a pirate ship." Vanderdecken at the bow muttered, "Stupid humans, sitting on a pretty good ship. There should be a lot of treasure there, right? Roar, roar, roar. Is it really an enemy?" Zoro clenched his saber and said, "Give me another layer of soap film, I'll go out and chop them." Usopp said in surprise, "Don't mess around, Zoro, don't you see the monster in front of you? And it's in the deep sea, how can we be the opponent of that monster?" Chopper shook Luffy's leg and cried, "Luffy, what should we do?" "Stupid humans." Linhai stepped forward and asked, "Isn't that guy a human?" Usopp said, "Is it time to pay attention to this now?" "Don't worry." Linhai waved his hand and said, "Leave it to me. If those things dare to make a move, I will show the results of my training in the past 2 years." "Nami, really?" Frankie said curiously, "What are you going to do?" Linhai looked at his right hand and muttered, "I can kill a cow with one punch." "Do you really think I'm kidding?" Everyone was too lazy to complain. How could that cow be compared with the monster in front of them? Chapter 377 Why? Vanderdecken did not pay attention to the people on the sunny, but shouted to the big monster in front of him, "Anklo, Poseidon, if you eat the ship, you won't be able to grab the treasure, sink it for me." "I understand." After receiving the captain's order, the sea god turned around and looked at the sunny, raised his fist that was bigger than the sunny, and prepared to sink the sunny. At this time, Linhai on the sunny looked up at the sea god they were talking about, and was shocked by Linhai's momentum. The sea god seemed to be fixed. Swoosh! Linhai suddenly disappeared from the sunny and appeared at the feet of the sea god. An incredible scene appeared. Linhai hugged the huge sea god's feet with both hands, roared, and lifted the huge monster up. Usopp was confused and snot, forgetting what to say. "Nanny!" Frankie pulled up his sunglasses and exclaimed, "How much strength does it take?" Nami covered her head with both hands and shouted, "That idiot, this is more than 8,000 meters deep sea, aren't you afraid of being squeezed by the water pressure? It's too messy." Zoro got to the point and asked, "What does Linhai want to do?" Sanji shed a few drops of cold sweat and replied, "Who knows what that guy wants to do?" "Ha!" With a loud shout, Linhai picked up the thigh of the sea god and threw it backwards. "Come if you have the guts. The world's richest man." Boom! The huge sea god was used as a weapon by Linhai and smashed towards the huge ship behind. Everyone on the sunny was stunned. On the spot, it turned out to be like this. Luffy exclaimed, "I've seen this move." Of course Luffy has seen it. At that time, during the war at the top, the captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Diamond Jaws, threw the iceberg to the execution platform. Who can forget the shocking scene? Also, the scene where Little Ounce used the warship as a cannonball and threw it forward. It was so exciting that Linhai had wanted to learn it a long time ago. And now this situation is considered a master, right? At this time, the sea monster Kurikan, which fell with the sunny, originally came to seek revenge on the people on the sunny, but saw a scene that it would never forget. A person as big as an ant threw the giant out. Can this revenge still be avenged? Luffy on the sunny naturally discovered Kurikan, who was not far away. Luffy stared at Kurikan for a while, and suddenly laughed, "Hey, little squid, help us pull the boat." Kurikan suddenly changed from the previous hostile state to a good monster. Seeing this, Nami asked with a puzzled look on her face. Luffy, what did you do to it? Why did its attitude towards us suddenly change so much? Brook muttered, as expected of Mr. Luffy, he can even subdue that kind of monster. Swish. Soon, Lin Hai returned to the Sunny. As soon as he returned to the ship, Lin Hai quickly hugged his arms and complained, this deep sea is too cold, right? Sanji, go and make a bowl of ginger soup. If I catch a cold, I will kill you. Sanji raised his eyebrows, he angrily said, you bastard, I really don't know what kind of monster you are. You should ask for help with the attitude of asking for help. Luffy smiled and said, now we have the sea beast to pull the boat. Sanji, let's eat. Chopper, Sanji, I want that soup too. Shut up, you bastards. Sanji walked into the kitchen with a cigarette in his mouth, leaving a sentence, wait for me. With the help of Karakin to pull the boat, the Sunny's deep-sea voyage not only reduced many unknown attacks, but also greatly reduced the energy consumed by the Sunny during the voyage. Therefore, the next voyage became much smoother. After a period of voyage, a light suddenly appeared in the field of vision, which made everyone a little uncomfortable for a while. But soon, the scene in front of them amazed everyone. The dazzling sunlight, I don't know how it shines on the deep sea 10,000 meters, and in the sea, there are all kinds of creatures swimming, and at the bottom of the sea, huge tree roots stand there, and there is no end in sight. At the bottom of the sea, there is a forest of unknown rocks and trees, which is golden in the sunlight. Faced with this scene, Robin asked first, why can the sun shine in this deep sea? It's so dazzling. Brook muttered, my eyes seem to be blind, although I don't have eyes that can go blind. Luffy shouted in surprise, everyone, come and look up. That's... Luffy asked, Nami, is that it? Nami looked at the permanent pointer in her hand and replied, it's definitely right, the pointer is pointing to that island, that's... Fishman Island. Everyone shouted. I saw a huge sphere wrapped in a bubble far above the Sunny. The legendary Fishman Island is inside the bubble. Nami asked, look carefully, it turns out that Fishman Island is wrapped in a huge soap bubble, and there are clouds inside? So there is air inside? It's amazing. Wow! Luffy raised his head and spread his hands, laughing, great, we're finally here. Ouch! Frankie leaned over, put his arms together, and shouted, the scenic spots and historical sites of the Grand Line. Lin Hai, Sanji, Brook, and Usopp immediately put their hands on each other's shoulders and shouted, mermaid, mermaid. While shouting, Sanji didn't know what he imagined, and suddenly a nosebleed spurted out. Sanji! Chopper's eyes bulged. Usopp also exclaimed and asked, is it really impossible? Just imagining it has become like this. Lin Hai touched his chin and muttered, what's wrong with this guy? It's not like he hasn't seen beautiful women before, and he bleeds from his nose at the slightest provocation. As he spoke, Lin Hai suddenly disappeared from the spot and embraced Caribou, who had been hiding in a place. Caribou was immediately startled. Lin Hai said, it is said that God has the virtue of loving life, and the difference between humans and animals is that humans have civilization and will not commit murders. Yes, yes, yes. Caribou nodded with cold sweat, brother, God is watching, don't commit murders. Lin Hai patted Caribou on the shoulder and said, I am not a judge, I have no right to take other people's lives at will. But this pirate brother, I hate three kinds of people very much. Seeing Lin Hai looking at him, Caribou asked with a runny nose, which three kinds? Lin Hai said, people who commit murders at will, dig up the graves of innocent people, and people who traffic in people, do you understand? If I see them, I will kill them. Although I know I don't have the right to take other people's lives at will, I will still do it. Do you know why? Caribou asked in horror, why? Lin Hai said with a wicked smile on his face, because I am a pirate, do you understand? We brought you to Fishman Island. If you mess around in Fishman Island, I don't know how others will look at you, but I will definitely kill you, no matter where you are, remember. Yet. It was too scary, Caribou replied with sweat on his face, I will definitely not do those three things, don't worry, Lord Sleepy. Chopper stared at Lin Hai with shining eyes, so handsome. Het. Zoro seemed to have thought of something, and smiled wickedly, pirates. He he he. Luffy patted Lin Hai's shoulder and laughed, Lin Hai, you guy, you guy. Suddenly, Frankie shouted, what are those guys? Kurakin was startled and showed a horrified look. A lot of huge sea beasts appeared in front of the Sunny. Chapter 378 Fighting Violence with Violence. Wow! Chopper was the first to shout in horror, what is that? A group of huge sea beasts appeared in front of everyone. Compared with the already large Kurakin, it looked like a little brother in front of them. Sea beasts! Nami shouted with her hands covering her head. It's over. Usopp followed closely and shouted, it's so hard to get here. Lin Hai touched his chin and muttered, lions, polar bears, elephants, zebras, gorillas, rhinos. Robin calmly echoed beside Lin Hai, are we like other shipwrecks, attacked by these sea beasts and wiped out? Usopp turned his head and sprayed, enough of you two, don't talk about it as if it's none of your business, think of a solution. Luffy. So handsome. Luffy was covering his forehead with one hand, and noticed the creature on the back of the sea beast, and asked, it seems like someone is riding on it. Zoro muttered, who are these guys? Hey, little squid, there's no need to be so scared, right? Although he couldn't see Kurakin's expression on the boat, Lin Hai noticed that it was very frightened and comforted it. At this time, a fishman with a bird-like mouth and earrings on the back of the sea beast said to Kurakin, why do you obey human orders? Kurakin. After being told by the fishman, Kurakin left the Sunny and ran away. Luffy immediately shouted, what are you doing, squid? Send us a little further. Lin Hai complained, hey, Luffy, you are too snobbish. The name changes before and after. Pia. Nami slapped Lin Hai's head and shouted, now is not the time to care about this. Think of a way quickly. The person who comes is not kind. Stinky woman. Lin Hai turned around and replied with a dark face, I don't want face. Pia. Nami directly fought violence with violence, which made Lin Hai completely convinced. After a while, the Sunny fell to the bottom of the sea. Those fishmen were like knives and chopping boards, and the people on the Sunny were like fish meat, in this deep sea, they were at the mercy of others. Looking at the sea beasts staring at them, Lin Hai, Zoro and Sanji lined up on their own, waiting for Luffy to negotiate with the fishman next. The fishman with a bird-like mouth is called Hammond, a cadre of the new fishman pirate group, and the person in charge of the sea beasts and other crew members in front of him. At this time, Hammond covered his hat and asked, are you from the Straw Hat Boys? Luffy replied, who are you? Why do you know us? Hammond. Hammond said in a superior tone, that's familiar, the pirates who once shattered the ambitions of Arlong's group. If that's all, the answer would be much simpler. But I heard that just 2 years ago, you not only became good friends with Xiao Bie, a cadre of the former Arlong group, but also did something shocking to save the mermaid Cammy from the auction. That is, you beat up those hateful celestial dragons. I heard that one of them has become an idiot now. This is simple, just like our beloved hero of Fishman Island, Fisher Tiger. Robin was stunned, Fisher Tiger. Hammond. Hammond smiled knowingly, and said with a headache, how should I treat you? I say, tell us quickly, are you enemies or friends? I give you the right to choose, whether to belong to our new fishman pirates, or refuse. If you refuse, you will be buried in the sea here. As soon as she finished speaking, Nami turned around and said to Frankie, go and refuel, Luffy and the others will not listen to what they say. Frankie asked, is it necessary to do this? Yes, is it necessary to do this? Lin Hai quickly jumped to Nami and said, Nami, actually. You want to do it again? If we kill them, can we still stay on the island? Nami looked at Frankie and explained, this is 10,000 meters deep in the sea, the environment is very unfavorable to us. That Lin Hai asked, actually, there is no need to be so troublesome. Don't talk, time is running out. Nami rolled her eyes at Lin Hai, seeming to have some concerns, but soon she turned to Frankie and ordered, use all the air on this ship, use the wind to burst into Fishman Island. Robin agreed and said, indeed, this method is good. Okay. Usopp said, then I will prepare the fuel, and the helm will be handed over to you, Frankie. Seeing everyone like this, Lin Hai had to squat in a place and draw circles. Lin Hai also understood the situation at this time. Because of the special device on the bottom of the ship when sailing, the Sunny will only sink in the sea and will not float up. There was a current before, but there is no current now. In addition, the guy pulling the boat was scared away, and in the end, the wind is still needed to explode this trick. When Frankie and the others were about to escape, Luffy and Hammond looked at each other for a while, and Hammond asked, "Okay, do you want to be our subordinates?" Straw Hat Boy Luffy. Luffy, who was silent for a while, suddenly raised the corner of his mouth, looked up and smiled, "No, idiot." Hammond glared at Luffy and said, "You actually rejected the invitation of our new Fishman pirate group? Then you are the enemy of the Fishmen, just human beings with deep sins." Lin Hai, who was drawing circles, jumped his eyebrows, and couldn't help looking at Luffy and asked, "Is that guy's brain okay? What he said we are?" He really gave him face. Sanji, holding a cigarette, turned his head and said, "Hey, Lin Hai, we just got here and don't understand the situation, don't mess around." Suddenly, Luffy stretched his mouth with both hands and mocked Hammond and his group, as if answering Lin Hai's words. Luffy made faces at Hammond and his group and replied, "Idiot, why do we have to be your subordinates?" Chopper hurriedly pulled Luffy's feet and advised, "Luffy, don't offend them, right?" "I understand." Hammond opened his eyes and said, "In this case, then you can't think of passing through here, all of you will be buried in the sea, sea lions." Roar. A lion roared, and the sea lion that received the order glared back and rushed straight towards the Sunny. Lin Hai looked up and displayed his special domineering power that surpassed everyone else's domineering power. The sea lion that rushed towards the Sunny seemed to be stopped by some force. It and the sea beasts and fishmen behind it seemed to see a very terrifying scene in their vision. It was a huge figure that was unshakable, invincible, and unprovoked. Immediately, whether it was the sea beasts or the fishmen, all of them turned white in their eyes and fainted. Only one fishman who looked like an octopus and held a knife in his hand was struggling to support himself, as if he had experienced something terrible. At this time, the Sunny sprayed out from the bottom of the sea and headed towards the Fishman Island. Chapter 379 Heaven? The Sunny flew into the sky. Chopper noticed the situation of the sea beasts and asked, "What happened? They seem to have fainted." "Why?" Lin Hai exclaimed, "Why? The air in the boat is running out." Because the wind burst shot requires a lot of air, after using it, the air in the boat membrane is consumed by more than half, so the boat membrane returns to the state when it sets sail, and everyone is pressed down by the boat membrane. "Everyone, we are going to rush in!" Frankie shouted. Sanji also shouted, "Wait for me, my mermaids." Lin Hai said, "Don't scare others, you stinky Panjun, just like that hunger and thirst, even so, you should hold back a little bit, okay?" "What did you say?" Sanji said back, "Believe it or not, I will kick you to death." "Zoro, I believe you, nosebleed." "Asshole." Sanji immediately ran away. As several people quarreled with each other, the Sunny rushed into the huge soap bubble, but the boat membrane was also washed away by the huge soap bubble. "No way." Brooke pointed forward and exclaimed, "Look ahead, what is that?" Robin said, "Is this bubble a double structure? Ordinary ships will start to fall in this air layer." Frankie said, "Then rush over again, hold on tight." Lin Hai said, "The layer inside seems to be a sea current, you all get ready, I'll take you to the safe zone." Safe zone? Everyone said they didn't understand. Luffy smiled and said, "It's that incredible ring, right?" Ring. Everyone was confused again. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "You'll understand in a moment." When the ship was about to reach the second layer of bubbles, Lin Hai used his ability, Space Field. Swoosh! Everyone on the Sunny disappeared and was collected by Lin Hai's ability into the ring, which was a nearly transparent space ring worn on Lin Hai's hand. At this time, Lin Hai was the only one left on the ship, and then Lin Hai and the ship were washed away by the rapid current. In the space ring, everyone looked around the less than 100 square meters of space with great curiosity, and observed it with great curiosity. Luffy ran to a place very skillfully, picked up the food stored by Lin Hai, and ate it. Nami asked first, "What happened? Where is this?" Luffy replied while eating, "This is in Lin Hai's ring, don't worry, it's safe here." "What a joke!" Usopp asked in complete confusion, "How is this possible, is there such a large space in the ring? By the way, where is Lin Hai?" Zoro asked, "Yes, where is Lin Hai?" Sanji said, "Will that idiot be washed away by the current like Sunny?" Luffy smiled and said, "Don't worry, no matter how strong the current is, he will be fine." When Luffy thought of the past, he was full of complaints. Lin Hai wanted to go swimming, so he went swimming. He also dragged Luffy to the sea, saying that he could adapt to the power of the sea water. Then, Luffy enviously watched Lin Hai practice holding his breath in the sea and fight with the Sea Kings. Luffy just ate a little more, Lin Hai must be taking revenge. Hey, Luffy. Nami was worried and full of doubts, and asked, explain it to me clearly, don't eat it. Duan. After Luffy's brief introduction, everyone roughly understood what the ring meant and where they were now. Here you go. Chopper said with shining eyes, I think I need one. Usopp also said with shining eyes, I will definitely ask Lin Hai for a ring when the time comes. Robin chuckled and said, you should give up, Usopp. Even if you have one, you won't be able to use it. Why? Usopp asked, and everyone looked at Robin curiously. Robin explained, if I'm not mistaken, this space ring can only be used by the space fruit ability user, right? Everyone was immediately envious, jealous, and hateful. But soon, Robin and Nami's eyes met, and they didn't know what they thought of. The two girls blushed at the same time. Space ring. So, there's no need to be sneaky then? If you're happy or comfortable, you can shout it out here without worrying about being heard by others, right? Lin Hai, who was in the rapids with the Sunny, could not be drowned no matter how long he was in the sea, because he had a space backpack, and with the training in various situations in the past 2 years, there was no difference between being in the sea and being in the air. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Hai and the Sunny were washed to a coast by the current, and Lin Hai released everyone from the space ring. Seeing Lin Hai twisting his clothes, Frankie said sourly, you guys have such a good thing, it's super black technology. Chopper jumped up, lay on Lin Hai's back and shouted excitedly, Lin Hai, can you take me into play for a while? Lin Hai turned his head to look at Luffy with a dark face and asked, Luffy, is it delicious? Burp. Luffy seemed to realize something and replied in a panic, I didn't eat anything inside, I didn't burp. Lin Hai immediately rushed over, asshole Straw Hat, that thing is Hancock and the others carefully made personal food for me, you dare to eat it, I will fight you. When Hancock was mentioned, Nami didn't know why, a wave of anger came to her head. And Lin Hai, who was wrestling with Luffy, seemed to notice that there was an erupting volcano behind him, and suddenly there was a shudder. Lin Hai. Nami asked in a low voice, what did you say just now? Usopp added fuel to the fire and said, no wonder the food there is so exquisite, it turns out that it is carefully made by the world's most beautiful woman. I envy you so much, Lin Hai. Sanji shouted with fire in his eyes, asshole. Lin Hai turned his head mechanically and asked, did I say anything? Luffy said, you just said that those exquisite foods were given to you by Hancock and the others. I'll strangle you to death, Straw Hat asshole. Lin Hai couldn't help strangling Luffy anymore. Then Nami also joined the battle, and for a while, the Sunny started a melee again. Tisk. Zoro turned his head to the side. Suddenly, Brook's eyes were full of love, and he said excitedly, everyone, what's that over there? Have we arrived in heaven? With a glance, Sanji's eyes turned into a heart shape, this is. Chapter 380, a 1,000-foot floating tower standing in the sky. The Sunny was getting closer and closer to the coast, and a group of young and beautiful mermaids gathered on the coast. The mermaids were chatting there leisurely. When they saw a ship coming, they couldn't help but look at the Sunny. The mermaids here had all kinds of hairstyles, some with red hair, some with black, some with orange, and some with brown. Some were leaning leisurely on the colorful corals, basking in the sun, some were applying lipstick on their lips and dressing themselves up, some were lying on the corals, very curious about the ship heading towards them. These mermaids were full of vitality, with a lively light in their big eyes. They were not only stunningly beautiful, but also had amazing figures. Everyone on the Sunny was stunned when they saw this person. At the coast, Cammy saw the Straw Hat Pirates and waved her hand with a smile, Lin Hai, Luffy, Nami, hello, everyone, welcome to Fishman Island. Many of the mermaids next to Cammy were her friends. When the mermaids saw Cammy waving, some enthusiastic mermaids also greeted, you didn't come in from the entrance. Hello, you don't look very scary. Illegal entry? That's wild, I like pirates. A sexy mermaid said, and threw a wink at everyone on the Sunny. Gurgle. Faced with this scene, Sanji was sweating profusely, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and stood there in a daze. Usopp said with shining eyes, this is just like a fairy tale world, Coral Continent, Mermaid Bay. Yo-ho, yo-ho, yo-ho. Brook covered his eyes with one hand and shouted, this is just a dream place, so dazzling, my eyes are going to lose their light, although I don't have eyes, yo-ho. Awoo. Frankie posed in his unique posture and shouted, this is really a super beautiful scenery. Robin also exclaimed, what cute mermaids. Lin Hai, who was on the side, watched for a while, and after reacting, he quickly shook off the water droplets on his clothes, regardless of whether they were dry or not, and directly draped them over his shoulders, and then took out a mirror and comb to make a hairstyle for himself. Zoro took a step forward and said, it's my first time seeing a mermaid. It's great. Chopper, you've seen Kokoro before. Hey. Zoro turned to look at Chopper, and Chopper's hair stood on end. At this time, Luffy waved his hands and said, Kami, you're here. It's been a long time. How are you guys? Please take care of me. Yet. Kami replied, it's been a long time. How did you get here? How did you get here? Kami's eyes bulged when he reacted, and he exclaimed, how did you get here a month in advance? Sorry, I wanted to greet everyone, but I got the time wrong. Luffy smiled and said, don't mind, hee. Belang, the sound of a broken mirror came very suddenly. It turned out that after Lin Hai had fixed his hairstyle, he threw the mirror behind him. However, Lin Hai ignored it and didn't care about the confused looks of the crowd. Instead, he stepped forward and kicked the robot Frankie who was posing in front of him, then put his hands on his forehead and walked in the air. Bang! It turned out that Lin Hai bit a cigar and lit it with a pistol, which shocked the mermaids. Lin Hai spit out a love smoke into the sky in a very coquettish way, and then sang while walking in the air, the smoke and mountain are faint and misty, and the 1,000-foot pagoda stands in the sky. White clouds and grey dogs, the years are silent. The sunset and the bluebird fly together, and the autumn water and the sky are the same color. The chirping swallows, hey? There is a hidden weapon. Noticing that there seemed to be an object hitting him from behind, Lin Hai, who just turned his head, had a close contact with the flying frying pan. Duan! This crisp sound is so pleasant, so intoxicating, and so refreshing. The mermaids on the coast couldn't help but cover their mouths and chuckle, because on the sunny, except for Sanji who showed that kind of perverted expression, the others glanced to the side tacitly, and then pursed their lips and whistled. Among them, Chopper and Luffy were sweating and sneaking glances at Lin Hai from time to time. Seeing this scene, Lin Hai couldn't help but raise his eyes. He shouted, good guy, they are all acting, right? Hee, Kami, your friends are so interesting. Why can that guy step into the air? Who can tell me? Brother, you are so interesting, come here to play. The mermaids couldn't help but whisper to each other when they saw such an interesting group of people. On the sunny, Sanji, who was in a fantasy, seemed to hear the mermaids calling him to play with them. For a moment, Sanji burst into tears, then cried and shouted to the sky, I finally found it, this is my all blue. Chopper exclaimed, Sanji is crying loudly. Luffy broke out in a cold sweat and said, he cried even harder than when he left the restaurant on the sea. Usopp asked with a black face, is that okay, Sanji? Soon, the Sunny docked at the sea, and Kami waved and said, let me introduce you to everyone, this is Captain Luffy, Lin Hai. After Kami finished the introduction, Lin Hai couldn't help but sigh, Kami, you have grown up a lot and matured a lot compared to 2 years ago. Really? Kami didn't feel it after hearing Lin Hai say this. Luffy asked, by the way, Kami, why don't you see Hachi? I heard he was injured. Is he okay? Kami replied, he was injured a year ago and is still recovering. Lin Hai was shocked, really? Did those bastards hit him so hard? Yet. Kami replied, but his injury has improved a lot now, don't worry. By the way, I'll take you to my house to sit down. Let me do my part as a host. Lin Hai pulled Nami over and asked her to sit on the coral, while Lin Hai rested his head on Nami's legs and said, don't go yet, such a beautiful view is the best for sleeping. As he said that, Lin Hai fell asleep. Usopp's fish eyes' complaint, is such a beautiful view meant for sleeping? Chopper said in horror, hey Lin Hai, you dare to rest on Nami's lap, be careful about Nami. Before he finished speaking, Nami glanced at Chopper. He quickly covered his mouth and did not dare to say the next words. It was too scary. Ha ha ha. Luffy, who was sitting on the rock on the shore, said with a smile while paddling his feet in the sea water, Kemi, they are all very interesting, right? Yet. Kemi quietly watched the Straw Hats playing around. Luffy smiled and said, Kemi, there is a guy on this Fishman Island that I must go to see. Zoro took a sip of wine and asked, besides Zioba and that Sing Sing, do you know anyone else here? Kemi guessed, is it the mermaid princess? No. Luffy said happily, it's Jinbei. Boss Jinbei. Kemi was a little confused. Usopp asked, Luffy, you mean Jinbei? Do you know that Shishibukai? Oh, by the way, you met during the war on the top, but now we should call him the original Shishibukai. Yet. Luffy smiled, 2 years ago, he gave me a lot of help, and I made an appointment with him to meet on this island. Kemi suddenly realized, speaking of which, I saw news reports about brother Luffy and boss Jinbei being together. Elsewhere, Brook and Sanji. Brook sat there playing his guitar, surrounded by a group of mermaids. Sanji took off his coat and jumped into the sea to play with several mermaids. Only. Suddenly, a huge spurt of blood spurted into the sky, forming the shape of a mermaid. This scene amazed everyone present. Chapter 381 Fight. Originally, Luffy was asking about Jinbei's whereabouts, but Kemi said that he was not here. Luffy was disappointed when he suddenly saw the pillar of blood spurting out of the sky. Luffy couldn't help but be shocked. What is that? Usopp exclaimed. Sanji. Chopper was completely speechless. Lin Hai, who was resting leisurely on Nami's lap, had no choice but to stop his sleep of the century and look not far away with some speechlessness. In this case, it should be an illness, right? Usopp has persecution paranoia, and Sanji is really. Soran looked at the bloody pillar and couldn't help but muttered, that guy, is this too exaggerated? Luffy was stunned for a while and said, the amount of blood spurted this time is incredible, Sanji. Usopp seemed to understand and said, it's over. The excitement that has been suppressed suddenly burst out. Frankie put away his posture and complained wordlessly, Chopper, don't be stunned, go and treat that guy quickly, he won't lose too much blood just like this. Suddenly this happened, and everyone had to pull Sanji back to the shore. Chopper checked him and found that he had lost too much blood. Chopper looked around and said, is there anyone who can donate blood now? If there is no time to give Sanji a blood transfusion, he will die in less than an hour. Sanji's blood type is S-type Rh. Please hurry up, is there anyone with the same blood type? Yes? Please. This situation happened once before on Segu Island. Nami also stood up, looked at Kemi, and asked, please save our companions, I can't thank you enough. Please. Luffy knelt on the ground and begged everyone, just like the previous time, please, someone come and save him. Facing the Straw Hats' request, the mermaids watched this scene in silence, not knowing what to do. Kemi came to Luffy's side and said, the blood of mermaids and fishmen is the same as that of humans, and they can also be transfused, but... Harmon. Hammond's group, who had previously asked the Straw Hats to join the new Fishman pirate group, found this place after waking up and interrupted Kemi's words. After hearing the Straw Hats requesting murlocs or mermaids to transfuse blood to humans, Hammond came out and said very ridiculously, a mere human being is talking nonsense here. Luffy stood up and said, it's you, the group riding the sea beast. Hammond said disdainfully, no one on this Fishman Island would be so nosy as to donate blood to you trash like lower race humans. If I give you a blood transfusion, the guys who hate humans will do it. He brings down the Dark Knight. Sanctions. Usopp was very confused. Lin Hai touched his chin and muttered, another errand. Hammond. Hammond smiled and said, you will bleed into a river and go to extinction helplessly. This country has a law passed down since ancient times, which prohibits sharing blood with humans. Nami exclaimed, no. Then Sanji. Hammond explained with anger, in the long history, you have regarded us as monsters and feared us. Those are the rules set by you humans. Our hero of Fishman Island, Fisher Taiji is so dead. Lin Hai interrupted, you have already said that it happened a long time ago. It has nothing to do with us if you have any dissatisfaction. We have no intention to listen. Luffy. Yet. Luffy said, Sanji's situation is urgent now. By the way, are there humans here? Robin replied, maybe. Seeing that the Straw Hat pirates ignored him, Hammond was filled with indignation and expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "Our hero, the man who did his best to liberate slaves regardless of race, would have survived if humans had given him a blood transfusion. But he died easily. What a hateful human being! You are a group of cold-blooded and ruthless humans. Now you dare to ask us to give him a blood transfusion." Hat. Lin Hai looked at Hammond's eyes inexplicably and asked, "Is it really so? Or do you have some purpose in this?" "Humph." Hammond's heart skipped a beat, but he changed the subject and said to Luffy, "Straw Hat Boy, we only want you to give up the life of that subordinate, join our Fishman Street, and become the subordinate of our new Fishman pirate Captain Hody Jones. Stop making so much noise." Usopp said, "We don't care about any laws. Anyway, please, is there anyone with S-type RH? If you want to repay, anything is fine." Lin Hai walked to Cammy on the side and asked, "There should be humans here, right?" "Yet." Cammy replied, "Leave it to me, you wait here for a while." As he said that, Cammy jumped into the water. "Lin Hai, thank you." At this time, Hammond said, "Didn't I tell you that it's useless? If you don't follow us, we can only take you away by force." Luffy held his hat with one hand and said softly, "Second gear." Immediately, hot red air came out of Luffy's legs, swish. Luffy appeared on the side where no one was. Hammond turned the fishing gun around and turned to Luffy, "Drag the net." Bang! A huge net went towards Luffy. Luffy, covering his hat, replied, "I said I wouldn't listen to you, right?" As he said that, Luffy used the characteristics of the second gear to disappear from the original place and avoid the flying giant net. In a short time, Luffy moved twice and appeared in the original place. Hammond couldn't help but be stunned. What kind of body movement is this? But before Hammond could find the answer, Luffy had half stood, sideways, aimed a palm at the direction of Hammond and others, and clenched a fist behind his shoulder. Fists, shoulders, and palms formed a straight line. Jet pistol. In a very short time, Luffy had already thrown 3 punches, knocking Hammond's group of 3 people flying one after another, except for the guy holding the sword who was still standing. Roar! Hammond brought a sea beast, and seeing its master being knocked flying, it opened its mouth and attacked Luffy. Luffy stretched out a palm and pointed at the sea beast, his eyes opened, and a burst of energy rushed towards the sea beast. After being hit by Luffy's domineering color, the sea beast suddenly lost its previous ferocity and turned into a good beast. Usopp was surprised and said, "The sea beast gave up without fighting? Why? Is it the domineering color domineering?" Zoro narrowed his eyes and muttered, "Free control? Not bad. Awesome Luffy!" Chopper exclaimed. Lin Hai rolled his eyes at them and said, "Chopper, help Luffy get rid of the poison. We're leaving here soon." "Hey!" Usopp asked in surprise, "Luffy is poisoned?" Zoro replied, "Luffy's arm was stabbed when we fought just now." Zoro looked at the octopus swordsman, but he had already left with 2 unconscious companions. Luffy looked at his arm and looked at Lin Hai with some confusion. "Poisoned?" Lin Hai said unhappily, "I saw that octopus use poison, okay." Usopp and the others were speechless. They didn't see anything. They only knew that the fight was short and the group was defeated. At this time, a boat carried by sea beasts flew in the low sky. Cammy waved on it and said, "Everyone, bring Sanji up quickly. We will go to the town immediately. There are many humans at the port of the town." Chapter 382 Hody. When Cammy led the Straw Hat Pirates to a town on Fishman Island, the octopus swordsman, the killer of the new Fishman Pirates, Bao Zhang, brought 2 unconscious cotters to a dark bedroom on Fishman Street. After Hammond, who had fainted, took a pill, he immediately became lively and energetic, and did not look like he had been injured before. However, Hammond, who reacted, noticed the man on the chair in the bedroom. He couldn't help but sweat, as if he had encountered something terrible. The expressions of the cotters standing next to him were very different. In a seat in front of the crowd, there sat a fishman wearing a flat hat with a long black curly hair in front of the hat. He was the captain of the new Fishman pirate group, Hody Jones, who was leaning on the armrests of the chair with his hands on each side and his head down. After listening to the report of his subordinates, Hody was silent for a while, and suddenly grinned, revealing his white and sharp serrated teeth, and said, "Really? Has Straw Hat Boy Luffy finally come here?" "Boss?" Hammond asked attentively, What should we do?" "According to observation, Straw Hat Boy Luffy's martial arts are not bad. Hammond reacted, and even he quickly closed his mouth and stopped what he was about to say. Sure enough, when he heard Hammond say that humans were powerful, Hode's eyes made Hammond fall into fear. Hammond! Hode reminded, remember your identity, a low-level human, how can you compare with us fishmen? Watch your words. A cotter with many hands, wearing a racing helmet on his head, his name is Icarus Mushi, a squid fishman. Hearing Hode's comments on humans, he echoed, Captain Hode is right. Those low-level humans are not to be feared at all. There are as many human pirates who obey us in the back streets as we want. Jaja. Another cotter, Shark Man Damo, jumped a few times and sneered, those human pirate captains were disobedient at first, and when we saw them, didn't they kneel down and beg for mercy? Jaja. That's right. Hode stood up. His 3-meter-tall figure gave people a sense of oppression. He flicked his hand downward and said, that's right, let the Straw Hat Boys jump for a while, our plan remains unchanged. I heard that Vanderdecken has something to discuss with me. It's really an exciting future. Boss. A crew member reported, a human pirate captain and his crew escaped when we were not paying attention. Escaped? Hode asked with a contemptuous smile. A cotter complained, escape again? You really don't learn your lesson. Humph, can humans only run away? Let me tear their flesh into pieces, Jaja. Fake haha. Hode laughed, it doesn't matter, just use them to scare the monkeys. The Squidman Ikaros said, let me go. Hode said, you just take a break, I'll do it. As he said that, Hode walked to a place, grabbed the medicine in the bowl with one hand, and threw it into his mouth. Damo exclaimed, Captain Hode, you took so many deadly medicines in one breath again. Hode ignored the cotter's words, he took a few deep breaths, and a sharp pain came, so that Hode couldn't help but raise his head and scream. I saw that the veins on Hode's body were bulging, and the muscles on his arms became a little bigger. After a burst of screams, Hode's eyes turned red. Later, Hode felt that his power had increased by many times, and he was deeply intoxicated by the feeling of this power surge. Fake haha, fake haha, fake haha. In the wild laughter, Hode felt that his dream was getting closer and closer. Laughing is laughing, but there is still work to do. Hode glanced and said, put handcuffs on me, I will let them use both hands and feet to destroy the pirate group, fake haha. Woo-oh, there were bursts of shouts in the field. In the deep sea, there was a crab-shaped sailboat coated with film, and there were many oars paddling on the outer edge of the boat. Hurry up, row faster. That's right, if you don't row faster, you will be discovered by those guys. It's too difficult to grasp the direction of the current in the deep sea. Hearing the complaints of the crew, the captain said, the ship should have been converted into an outboard ship long ago. The new world is really... Before the captain finished speaking, a crew member who was observing the surrounding environment hurriedly said, Captain, look over there. Following the direction, the captain of the ship exclaimed, Hode Jones. Not far in front of the ship, Hode's figure was floating. His hands were toasting together, and he grinned and showed the handcuffs in his hands to everyone on the ship. The crew on the ship was a little confused, did that guy find us? What's going on? He was wearing handcuffs. What does he want to do? No way, isn't he going to fight us? The captain looked at Hode with cold sweat, and didn't understand what he wanted to do. Fake ha ha ha. Hode suddenly laughed. Swoosh. Hode suddenly disappeared from where he was standing, making everyone on the ship panic and confused. At this time, Hode was already swimming at a high speed in the deep sea. Suddenly, he opened his shark mouth and bit at the pirate ship at a very fast speed, directly punching a human-shaped mouth through the pirate ship. Boom! Because Hode's speed was too fast, after a loud noise on the ship, everyone had not yet reacted. After the attack, Hode turned around and repeated the move just now, and the pirate ship made another loud noise. Everyone then reacted, the ship was opened. Damn, what speed is this? Boom! This time, Hode attacked from the bottom of the ship. He used his inhuman physical fitness to penetrate from the bottom of the ship to the board and appeared in front of everyone. A crew member asked, Captain, what should we do? He appeared on the ship. The captain of the ship replied with cold sweat, get rid of him, there is only one enemy. Bang bang bang. According to the captain's order, the crew members took guns and shot at Hode. Hode seemed to have other purposes, just standing there motionless, letting the bullets hit him. After a burst of shooting, Hody laughed safely, fake haha, fake ha 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 ha. Both the crew and the captain were terrified. How is it possible? It doesn't work. Faced with this situation, knowing that there was no way out, the captain took out his sword, stared at Hody and said, "We have encountered many fights with fishmen. Do you know what kind of hardships we have gone through to get here? Just a fish, don't underestimate humans, bastard." As if to give himself courage, the captain drew out his sword and rushed towards Hody. Ding! An incredible scene appeared. The sword that the captain chopped at Hody broke directly. Without waiting for the captain to be terrified, Hody opened his big mouth and bit directly. Captain! Asshole! Chapter 383 From Heaven to Hell. Mercemen are born with 10 times the arm strength of humans, and the drug that Hody took before is actually a dangerous drug banned by Fishman Island, energy steroids. As long as you take 1 pill of this banned drug, your strength will increase exponentially. In other words, if you take 1 pill, your arm strength will become 20 times. If you take another pill, your strength will double on this basis. Mercemen are born with outstanding strength, and no one knows to what extent their strength can be increased if they take this banned drug. It was not known how much Hody took before, but the cost of this drug is to reduce lives. At this time, after Hody knocked down the entire ship, he exerted force with both hands, and the iron chain on his hand broke directly. Hody said with satisfaction, "Float to the new world." A fishman who came over shed a few drops of cold sweat and asked, "You didn't kill everyone, did you?" "Captain Hody." "Fake ha ha ha." Hody turned around and said, "If there are no survivors, I will be very troubled. Let them return to the ground with wounds and lingering breath, and tell them what happened in the sea and who they met." As he said, Hody turned around again and looked at the human lying on the deck, and said, "Convey this fear to other humans. Soon, we will take the Fishman Island in the center of the world from the hands of the cowardly sea god Neptune, and pull all humans into this dark seabed. Let humans know that fish people are the supreme race, fake ha ha ha." In a room in a small town on Fishman Island, Lin Hai, who was sitting on one side, was unhappy. "From the beginning of the voyage to now, I have been in a hurry, either on the road or on the way to the road. It is rare to have a good sleep, but I encountered such a thing and such a terrible thing." After Lin Hai said this, Zoro seemed to remember the 2 different dressed men just now. He couldn't help but sweat and said quickly, "Don't say it." Lin Hai looked at Luffy with resentment on his face and complained, "What are we doing? There is no pleasure of traveling at all. Don't worry about it." Luffy muttered. Frankie went to stop the boat, and Robin went to see the forest again. "When Sanji wakes up, we will go shopping, okay?" Nami immediately agreed, "Yes, I want to buy some beautiful clothes." Usopp almost choked to death by his own saliva, and asked in disbelief, "When you were in the Sabayati archipelago, you bought so many clothes. Isn't it enough?" "What nonsense are you talking about, Usopp?" Nami lifted her long hair and replied seriously, "I only have 2 clothes. I heard that the clothes there are on sale. I have to buy them all quickly. This is called saving. Do you understand?" Everyone was silent for a while. What he said made sense. When Nami heard that she wanted to buy clothes, Kami said, "Sister Nami, after Sanji wakes up, let's go shopping at Hikesing together. The clothes he designed are very famous." Luffy asked, "Is it the guy who looks like a star? Is he so powerful?" Lin Hai suddenly remembered something, and hurriedly approached Kami and asked, "Where is the coffee shop? Take me there later, okay?" Kami smiled and replied, "Okay." "Coffee?" Luffy asked, "What coffee shop? We should go to eat. What delicious meat will there be on Fishman Island?" As he said that, Luffy couldn't help drooling. Nami asked with fish eyes, "How greedy are you?" Kami replied, "The coffee shop not only has coffee and other drinks, but also a lot of meat, brother Luffy." "Really?" Luffy's eyes lit up immediately. Zoro on the side objected, "We should go to a liquor store. I don't know how the liquor here is." "Idiot." Lin Hai patted Zoro on the shoulder and said, "I heard that many of the most beautiful women from Fishman Island gather in the coffee shop." "Really?" Usopp approached Lin Hai and asked with shining eyes. Although Zoro didn't reply, his expression had betrayed his inner world. "Yo-ho-ho." Brook took a sip of the tea in the cup and suddenly said excitedly, "Coffee shop, coffee shop." Chopper shouted with a dark face, Be quiet, bastards. At this time, the unconscious Sanji woke up. He sat up, looked at his arm in confusion, and asked, "What happened to me, where is this?" "Oh." Zoro said lightly, "You are awake, nosebleed." Kami replied, "This is a friend's house in Hong Kong town, the blood in your body is almost gone." Chopper also said, "We found a blood provider, it's great." When they heard about the blood provider, Lin Hai and Zoro both looked black. Although they provided blood, it was really hard to accept that. Luffy complained, "Why don't the fishmen provide us with blood? It's really strange." Usopp also complained, "In fact, we all thought you were hopeless, Sanji." Sanji replied, "Thank you, but why can't I remember anything?" Luffy and Usopp hurriedly advised, "Don't remember it." Chopper also said, "If you have another nosebleed, we will be helpless." By the way, Sanji. Usopp grabbed the curtain with one hand and said, "Let me introduce you to the blood provider we found in the tavern with great difficulty. Thank him quickly." Lin Hai and Zoro looked at each other and hurried out of the room. It was too scary. At this time, a slender hand was first revealed at the curtain. The hand was there in various poses, showing her enthusiasm. Sanji, who saw this scene, was stunned and muttered, "Could it be that a weak lady provided me with blood?" The figure through the curtain was curvy and graceful. Sanji's imagination ran wild, and his eyes instantly turned into a heart shape. However, after the curtain was pulled open by Usopp, the first thing to appear was a big man with enchanting movements, heavy makeup on his face that normal men could not appreciate, and a strong physique. "It's okay, brother. If it's not enough, I can give you some more." The two blood donors appeared in Sanji's field of vision and spoke to Sanji with gentle and teasing words. The scene in front of him made Sanji stunned for a while. When he reacted, he was shocked. Woo-ah! The sudden panic scared Sanji and made him jump around, as if looking for a place to hide. "Ha ha ha!" Luffy laughed, "I'm refreshed, that's great." Lin Hai and Zoro, who were outside the house, wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads at the same time. This is not recovery at all. Chopper's treatment method is too terrifying. Usopp advised Sanji, "Hey, Sanji, what kind of character are you in? You should thank him." Soon, Sanji, who went from heaven to hell, fell into a coma again. Seeing this, Chopper stayed to take care of Sanji. After all, Sanji's condition still needed mental stimulation treatment. Luffy and others went to the so-called coffee shop with Cammy. Chapter 384 Mrs. Shirley. As soon as everyone came out, they saw Mrs. Shirley's coffee shop in front of them. Lin Hai asked speechlessly, "Kami, why do I feel like I've been fooled by you?" Luffy, "What are you talking about? Kami I won't lie to us, right Kami I?" Kami turned around and said, "Actually, I'm a waiter in this coffee shop. I don't know what happened recently, there's not much business." "Brother Lin Hai, you didn't ask me before." Lin Hai patted Kami I's shoulder and laughed, You're just too serious, it's just a joke. By the way, who designed this building? This is simply a dreamland. Yo-ho-ho. Brook looked up at the design around and behind the coffee shop, looking at the colorful appearance, he sighed, "It is indeed a dreamland. I wonder if I can see the underwear of the beautiful mermaid lady." Pia. Nami slapped Brook on the head and said angrily, "That's enough, you pervert." Creak. Kami opened the door and said, "There is someone I want to introduce to you. The room where Sanji is recuperating is hers. She is also the manager of this coffee shop. We all call her Mrs. Shirley." Luffy replied, "Really? Thank you." Then, Luffy and Usopp ran to a shell to observe the crystal ball on the shell. Lin Hai's face darkened, "Hey, Luffy, the real boss is right there, what's your problem?" Hee. Sitting on a chair made of unknown material, a tall woman chuckled and said, "It's okay, just enjoy it." The one who spoke was Mrs. Shirley mentioned by Cammy. She was wearing a purple dress, with short black hair covering her right face. Her skin was pale and her small mouth was a touch of red. She was smoking a pipe, and she exuded a mature and cold aura. "Wow!" Brook exclaimed, "What a beautiful lady, my eyes are losing their color, even though I don't have eyes, yo-ho-ho." Lin Hai took Nami's hand and sat down together, echoing, "Mrs. Xiaoli is indeed beautiful, and her dress is also very unique. By the way, Mrs. Xiaoli, are you on vacation today? There are no customers." Xiao Li took a puff of cigarette, and replied in a calm and somewhat reproachful tone, "Recently, there are no human pirate tourists coming here, so the business here has become depressed." "What?" Lin Hai immediately stood up and said angrily, "I'll go and chop them all." Everyone's brain circuit was confused for a while. Zoro complained, "They said that there were no human pirates coming, so the business was depressed. What are you going to cut?" "Ahem." Lin Hai said awkwardly, "I thought it was human pirates who came to make trouble, so." "By the way," Kami hurriedly said to Shirley, "because Mrs. Shirley is a beauty, please don't enter Sanji's room for the time being. Also, please keep the fact that this is the back door of the Mermaid Cafe a secret from Sanji brother." "Why?" Shirley was a little confused. Kami replied, "Dr. Chopper asked so." Lin Hai, who was sitting on the side, felt his face burning. Sanji, this bastard, was too embarrassing. As for the others, forget it. Do they know etiquette, righteousness, and shame? At this time, Luffy observed the crystal ball for a while, and he turned around and asked, "Giant mermaid, what is this? It's so beautiful." Kami hurriedly said, "You should call Mrs. Shirley, brother Luffy." Shirley reminded, "Please don't touch that, Straw Hat boys." Kami hurriedly explained to Luffy, "That is a crystal ball used for divination. Madam's future prediction is very famous in this coral mound." Shirley said, "I haven't done it for a long time, divination or something." Pia, it turned out that Nami patted Lin Hai. Lin Hai touched the back of his head and asked, "What are you doing?" Nami said unhappily, "Don't stare at Mrs. Shirley like that, it's too rude." Lin Hai rolled his eyes at Nami. "If I remember correctly, this Mrs. Shirley seems to be Arlong's half-sister, but the personalities and attitudes of Xylee and Arlong towards humans are completely opposite." After chatting for a while, Kami suddenly remembered something important. His eyes bulged and he exclaimed, "Oh no, I forgot to send clams to Papagu. He must be hungry." "Ha ha ha." Lin Hai couldn't help laughing and said, "Kami, you are really forgetful. You deserve it." Xiao Li said, "Kami, then go and send food to Mr. Papagu, and take the Straw Hat boys around the island." After saying goodbye, Lin Hai walked out of the coffee shop with full of resentment. After holding it in for a while, Lin Hai finally complained to everyone in dissatisfaction, "I'm talking to you, I didn't even get to drink coffee. It's all because of Luffy and Usopp, these two idiots. There's a beautiful woman there, but they're actually interested in a crystal ball. It's really..." Kami quickly apologized, "I'm sorry, brother Lin Hai, it's my negligence. I'll treat you to coffee next time." "Don't." Lin Hai interrupted, "It's none of your business. It's all Papagu's fault. I'll beat him up later." Luffy suddenly laughed, "Oh, seeing. Papagu also saw everyone and shouted happily, "Straw Hat, handsome guy, knows I missed you so much, here you are." Papagu jumped up and Luffy held Papagu. Lin Hai on the side couldn't help but mutter to Zoro, "This is really difficult. I wanted to beat him, but he called me handsome, then forgive him." Zoro turned his head away and ignored Lin Hai's words. Papagu, who was in joy when he saw the Straw Hat pirates, didn't know what was waiting for him. When everyone entered a clothing store, Papagu showed off his designs and the fact that he had opened many clothing stores. He also told Nami to take whatever she wanted and not to be polite to him. As a result, Nami ordered everyone to pack up all the clothes in the store. Carrying a large bag of clothes, Lin Hai asked, "Nami, you are too cruel, right? Many of the clothes here are not suitable for you at all, right?" "Nami, how can you blame me? Didn't Papagu say that he told us to take whatever we wanted and not to be polite to him? How could I refuse Papagu's kindness?" Papagu replied with tears in his eyes, "Thank you for your hard work, you are really not polite at all." Chapter 385 Neptune's Invitation. Papagu's residence is not in this small town, and after Kami's explanation, Papagu is actually a very famous clothing designer and boss in Fishman Island. On the way, everyone took the transportation to pass various places. According to the explanation of Papagu and Kami, it turned out that the king of Fishman Island was called Neptune. He had 4 children, 3 boys and 1 girl. It is said that his daughter Princess Shirahoji is more beautiful than the Queen Boa Hancock, which surprised everyone. At the same time, Fishman Island was protected by Whitebeard before, but Whitebeard has passed away. At present, Fishman Island is under the protection of the 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin. Of course, in exchange, Fishman Island has to hand over a large amount of Fishman Island specialties to Sherlock Linland pirates every month. After some explanation, Luffy leaned on the chair of the transportation and praised, since she can replace Uncle Whitebeard to protect this place, she must be a good person. Charlotte Linland. Brooke sighed, what a nice name, I think she should be a big beauty, I really want to see her underwear. Linha's face darkened, and he couldn't help but look at Brooke strangely. At this time, Nami asked, Papagu, when I came out of the store just now, why was there only a wanted poster outside, and it seemed to be called Vander something? Papagu replied, you mean Vander Decken, right? That guy sends a love letter to the mermaid princess of the Dragon Palace Kingdom every week, and then gradually it turns from a letter to a small package, and finally turns into a threatening letter forcing marriage. Linhai exclaimed, has loving and being loved become a trouble? Duan. Nami asked, what do you mean, are you dissatisfied with me? You can say it. Linhai said unhappily, I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about Vander Decken and the mermaid princess. Kami said, trouble? It's okay if it's just trouble, but the key is that Vander Decken is the user of the target fruit. Over the years, he has been throwing weapons into the palace, causing great fear to the princess. That's right. Papagu said, this incident angered King Neptune, but Vander Decken's whereabouts could not be found. Linhai hugged Nami's waist and said with a smile, don't worry, if I meet that guy, I will chop him with a knife. Chop, Usopp said in surprise, can you stop being so scary when you talk? Tisk. Linhai said, when we were in the deep sea, if I guessed correctly, it was that guy who ordered the bald sea monster to attack and rob us, right? Zoro, what do you think? Zoro raised his head and replied coldly, chop. Everyone was speechless, they were all ruthless. After a while, everyone finally arrived at Papago's residence, the celebrity Street Joe Paris Villa. Kami introduced, the huge mansion facing us is Papago's home. That towering and gorgeous building is actually Papago's home? Especially there are 2 rows of receptionists standing at the door of the mansion. Too luxurious. Everyone shouted. Just when everyone got off the transportation and prepared to go to Papago's house for sightseeing, the street became noisy. It was because a big and a small whale came in the sky, and a person sat on the big whale. That adult actually came down. Everyone, look at the sky, that adult has descended from the palace. That adult is the first time I have seen him in person. When the townspeople saw their king coming here, they all showed incredible expressions. Because as long as there is no big thing or nothing important on Fishman Island, the king will generally not come out. However, the Straw Hat Pirates who came here for the first time, except Linhai, were just curious. Look, Luffy asked, what is that? Papago quickly said, you can't call it that, Straw Hat, you have to call the king. Fakes, fakes, fakes people. King Neptune came to the Straw Hat Pirates on a whale wearing soap bubbles. Luffy asked first, Uncle, who are you? Brother Luffy. Kami quickly reminded, he is the king of the Kingdom of Dragon Palace, Lord Neptune. Dragon Palace Kingdom. Linhai quickly took out his saber and asked, since it is called the Kingdom of Dragon Palace, are there dragons there? Today I will be a dragon slayer. Zoro showed a hint of interest, holding a saber, and said, hey, Linhai, don't fight with me, let me do it. Kami and Papago burst into tears. How could there be such a person? Neptune glanced at Luffy and others and said, there are no dragons in the Kingdom of Dragon Palace. Then, Neptune turned his head to look at the little whale that followed and asked, Megalo, is it really them? The whale with Megalo's foot actually nodded to Neptune. Linhai said to Nami, look, the whale has become a spirit. Nami didn't know why, but she always felt that every word of Linhai seemed to be mocking her. However, King Neptune was present, and Nami, who understood the situation, didn't bother with Linhai, but praised the whale in front of her, the whale is so beautiful. Linhai was full of confusion. Hey! Neptune said expressionlessly, Straw Hat Boys, I want to. Usopp swallowed and asked, what are you going to do? The townspeople couldn't help but sweat. Could it be? After staring for a while, Neptune said, invite you to my dragon palace. Uncle. Linhai asked, are you here to treat us to a banquet? Really? Luffy immediately drooled and quickly replied, what are you waiting for? This is the most important thing. Yo-ho-ho. Brook adjusted his clothes and said, I'm already hungry. I don't have a stomach, yo-ho-ho. Ho-ho your sister. Lin Hai couldn't help but said, if you say yo-ho-ho again, I'll beat you up. Oh my. Brooke replied, Lin Hai is so serious. Zoro said, don't play tricks, Brooke. I wonder what kind of wine there will be in the Dragon Palace. As he said that, Zoro followed the pace of the crowd. Since the king of Fishman Island came to invite them personally, no matter what, the Straw Hat Pirates came to their territory and naturally had to attend the banquet. When they went to the banquet, the Straw Hat Pirates also brought Kami and Papagu. Although according to the rules of this country the two of them don't seem to be qualified. Chapter 386 Undercurrent. After the Straw Hats left the Mermaid Cafe, Mrs. Shirley always felt that the Straw Hats were very special, so she used the crystal ball to tell fortunes for Straw Hat Luffy on a whim, and then a scene that shocked Mrs. Shirley appeared. Straw Hat Luffy seemed to destroy Fishman Island in the future. Shocked by this shocking future fragment, Mrs. Shirley quickly conveyed the news to the Ryugu Kingdom. Carib, who came to Fishman Island with the Straw Hats, has been reducing his presence. After seeing the Straw Hats leave, he saw the beautiful mermaids at the coast, and his mind became active. Carib didn't take Lin Hai's warning seriously before. Why did he, Carib, go out to sea? Of course it was fame and treasure, how could he be afraid of threats? Even the four emperors, Caribou, were not afraid, so how could the sleeping god Lin Hai scare him? Standing in the coral bay, Caribou stretched out his long tongue and scraped a circle in the air, laughing strangely, with a little more light in his eyes. It is said that mermaids can be sold for a lot of money. So, Caribou walked further and further in the abyss. In another place, a dilapidated ship in the deep sea, the bald sea monster pulled it, ready to meet Hody Jones. In a room on the ship, there was a pot of withered flowers on the table. Bang! Vanderdecken, who was sitting on a chair, punched the table and said angrily, Damn Straw Hat boys, wait for me to judge you. After venting for a while, Vanderdecken sighed and asked, How many years have I been waiting? The bald sea monster replied, About 10 years, and it hasn't come yet. 10 years ago, the mermaid princess Shirahoshi was only 6 years old. Vanderdecken said, It's all the fault of that damn Neptune. He was so cruel to separate me and Shirahoshi. Is he going to marry Shirahoshi to someone else? The fact that he has been imprisoning the princess in the steel tower for the past 10 years is evidence that we who love each other can't communicate with each other. Ah, how sad it is, we obviously love each other so much, it should be like this. Princess Shirahoshi, I love you, I love you, I love you. The more he spoke, the more excited Vanderdecken became. He could not help but come to the deck, thinking about it alone, and then shouted in one direction, No matter how you look for it in this vast seabed, you will never find a huge and beautiful woman like you. Love that can be combined is beautiful. But I will never allow you to live with others. After a pause, Vanderdecken suddenly raised his head with a fierce look in his eyes, took out an axe taller than himself, and shouted, If that's the case, then you die, hoo hoo hoo. A huge axe was thrown out by Vanderdecken. Strangely, the axe turned and went towards the kingdom of Dragon Palace. Then, Vanderdecken came to the darkness of Fishman Street and allied with Hody Jones's new Fishman Pirates. Since the kingdom of Dragon Palace is wrapped in independent soap bubbles, if you want to enter, you must enter through the passage set up by the kingdom of Dragon Palace. With Vanderdecken, he can use the ability of the target fruit to violently throw things into it, whether it is people or objects. In this way, whether it is Hody Jones or Vanderdecken, they can achieve certain goals through the people thrown in. Time goes back to the Straw Hat Pirates, and Neptune is taking them on the way to the kingdom of Ryugu. Some of the Straw Hat Pirates on Megalo's back are very curious about what's below, while some are doing their own things there. For example, at this time, Nami's eyes are twitching and she is silent, while Lin Hai is weaving Nami's hair randomly. Usopp on the side looked at Lin Hai in horror. He was too brave, wasn't he? Aren't you afraid of being hammered down by Nami? Luffy saw Lin Hai doing Nami's hairstyle there, he turned his face away, and complained with disgust, Lin Hai is so disgusting, he actually likes Nami who is violent, greedy and unreasonable. Duan! Bang! Lin Hai and Luffy were instantly beaten down by Nami. Fakes, fakes, Neptune! King Neptune sighed on another whale, not understanding what the Straw Hat Pirates were doing. Luffy sat up and complained, What, uncle, that shout, like a fool. Papagu and Lin Hai's eyes bulged, and Lin Hai was the first to say in surprise, Luffy, isn't the word fool used to describe you? Papagu jumped onto Luffy's shoulder and quickly advised, shut up, you are really scary, I am already afraid of you. Ho ho ho. Neptune didn't care and said, at that time, Megalo disappeared, and my daughter cried for a while. We couldn't do anything about her. I didn't expect that it was eaten by Kuraken. Without waiting for Luffy to speak, Lin Hai teased, don't worry, it was actually accidental, absolutely accidental, very accidental, too accidental. Everyone's face turned black, and for some reason, they all wanted to beat Lin Hai up. Neptune quickly changed the subject and said, actually, I sent my sons to look for you, but they didn't come back, so I came here. Because I am also looking forward to eating the food at the banquet, I want it to start soon. I am looking forward to it too. Luffy followed suit. Nami, I said, you too, your saliva is flowing out. Space barrier. Lin Hai quickly used his ability to block the saliva flying from Luffy in front. Zoro asked in amazement, Lin Hai, is this how you use your ability? Lin Hai, you kid dare to have an opinion. Asshole. Seeing Lin Hai so arrogant, Zoro said angrily, what if you have an opinion? Believe it or not, I will chop you off first. Come on. Come on. Do an X2. With the noise, everyone came to the Dragon Palace. Above the colorful buildings, a long dragon built by humans hovered, and all kinds of small fish swam around. And in the sea, plants of various colors floated. Under the sunlight, it was amazing. In addition to shouting, wow, wow. Great, so handsome. Luffy was the first to exclaim. Brook, compared to it, Mr. Papagu's mansion is like a flea. Waiting for you, your majesty. The door opened, and the 2 rows of soldiers standing straight inside shouted in unison. Neptune and the Straw Hat Gang said, this is my castle, please enjoy it slowly. Really? A minister immediately complained to Neptune, I say you don't even know your position, and you left the city privately again. Moreover, you didn't even bring guards with you when you left the city. It's really unreasonable. Neptune bowed his head and apologized, I will pay attention next time. The Straw Hat Pirates stared at this scene in amazement, and the minister was still complaining, if something unexpected happens, it will be too late to regret. What kind of situation is this country in now, do you understand? Gyalong long. Luffy covered his stomach and said, hurry up and start the banquet. As he said that, Luffy smelled the fragrance of the food, was attracted by it, and then left privately. Lin Hai, who was standing aside, was too lazy to pay attention to Luffy. Looking at the surrounding situation, even if he forgot the development of the original plot, he would find that the current situation is very unusual. How can there be so many guards guarding around when inviting people to a banquet? Chapter 387 Extremely Evil. Neptune was scolded by his minister for a while, and he said, compared to those, I brought the people who rescued Megalo. Okay, entertain the guests quickly. By the way, where is Princess Shirahoshi? The minister replied, well, just now another axe flew over. What? Neptune scolded, it is to prevent the princess from feeling uneasy that all the guards were withdrawn, which is why it happened, idiots. The minister said angrily, compared to all these, you disappeared at this critical moment. Don't you know that this will cause panic in the city? King. Neptune bowed his head again and apologized, really I must pay attention in the future. Being scolded again. Everyone exclaimed. Lin Hai picked his nose and complained speechlessly, everyone, can we really have a banquet? At this time, the right minister, the seahorse mermaid who had been complaining about Neptune, reported, we have important things to convey. The left minister explained, just now, the Prince of Sharkstar sent a message. As the minister reported, Neptune understood that according to Mrs. Shirley's divination, Straw Hat Boy Luffy is likely to destroy Fishman Island, and several mermaids on the island disappeared, suspected to be abducted by the Straw Hat Pirates. Well, the banquet turned into a hungmen banquet. However, for the safety of Fishman Island, the left and right ministers gave a plan to arrest the Straw Hat Pirates first. Faced with the sudden arrest, the Straw Hat Pirates will naturally not surrender. Looking at the weapons pointing at him, Lin Hai suspected that the Straw Hat Pirates were Detective Conan, and they would die wherever they went. Nami asked, what do you mean, aren't you inviting us to a banquet? The left minister replied, I'm sorry to ask you to come, but I have just contacted you. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates, you now have 2 suspects. After the explanation, Lin Hai's eyes bulged and shouted, aren't you too willful? Usopp also shouted, we didn't do that. Besides, your words about predicting the future are too far-fetched. Neptune muttered expressionlessly, is this really okay? The left minister said, so we have to arrest you now to protect Fishman Island. Lin Hai was completely speechless. He didn't want to surrender, nor did he want to hurt these guards. What should he do now? Unable to make a decision, Lin Hai turned to look at Zoro and asked, what should we do? Zoro licked his lips, showed a wicked smile, and said, I don't know where Luffy ran to, and we won't surrender, so we can only fight. Yo-ho-ho. Brook drew out his staff sword and said, it seems that we can only take action. That Lin Hai reminded, our ship needs to be coated before it can sail, and Jinbei is likely to become our partner. If we hurt them, the following words are self-evident. Long turned around and asked unhappily, then what do you say we should do? Lin Hai complained, didn't I ask you that? Before the Straw Hat Pirates could come to an agreement, the guards had already started. Although these guards had undergone some special training and were fairly strong, they were not at the same level as the Straw Hat Pirates. After a while, the hands and feet of the guards were tied one by one, and even the king was no exception. Neptune, who was controlled by him, couldn't help but sigh, how powerful it is. Papagu shouted in horror, Straw Hat boys, what have you done? Kami trembled and shouted, this, what should I do? Papagu begged, tie me and Kami together. Usopp shouted to Lin Hai and Zoro with cold sweat, no matter what, this is too much, isn't it? Brook echoed, that's right, please reflect on it. Lin Hai sat down and picked his nose, ignoring it, and Zoro retorted, didn't you do it too? We are accomplices, idiots. Usopp, we just want to scare them and then run away. Zoro asked, run away? What about Luffy? Usopp, yeah, where did Luffy go? Nami held her forehead and said speechlessly, I just wanted to enjoy sightseeing and shopping peacefully, but it turned out like this. Zoro said, since it's already done, what else can we do? Don't be so fussy. It was the first time for Usopp to do such a thing. He asked excitedly, in this situation, is it just a matter of nothing? Think about it, we came to Fishman Island and occupied Ryugu Castle without paying attention. What kind of vicious pirates are these? Lin Hai picked his nose and rolled his eyes and said, what kind of evil and not evil pirates are there? If you ask me, it's all because of this stinky king. Why did he ask us to a banquet for no reason? As he said that, Lin Hai walked close to Neptune and asked, why do I feel that you are very prejudiced against us? Prejudice? Neptune asked puzzledly. Yes. Lin Hai explained, although we have known each other for a short time, you should be considered a wise king, but the reason you gave is that there is no evidence at all, and you think that we kidnapped those mermaids, and you also indulged your ministers to attack us. Uncle, my good mood coming here has been ruined by you. When Lin Hai asked this, Neptune was suddenly shocked. He did have more or less prejudice against humans. At this time, Nami stepped forward and asked, Uncle, we are really in a hurry, so please tell us. Usopp nodded and said, yes, tell us where Luffy is. Nami, where is the treasure house? Usopp, stop it. Nami turned her head and asked cutely, why? Usopp sprayed with a black line on his face, what are you pretending to be innocent? Hurry up and figure out the situation for me. Delaying. Brook sat down and played the guitar for a while, okay, everyone, when you are sad, let's sing happily together, come on, there will always be a way, there will always be a way, even if there is no way, sooner or later you will die, yeah. Lin Hai also took out a guitar, played it, and sang, who is singing, warming the loneliness, white clouds are leisurely, the blue sky remains the same. Usopp and Zoro's eyes bulged, you two bastards. The right minister also shouted loudly, you bastards, wait for the 3 princes to return, you will not be able to have a good life. Duan. Lin Hai punched the right minister on the head and shouted, you guys are so high-ranking officials, and your temper is still so hot. Do you understand the current situation? Usopp echoed, that's right, you are the ones who want to arrest us for absurd reasons, what can we do? Hee. Lin Hai smiled evilly, at this point, you guys are still so unfriendly, even if you can represent Fishman Island, dare to do it again and again. As he said, Lin Hai drew out his sword. Usopp hurriedly pulled Lin Hai away in fear, Calm down for me. Zoro, who was standing aside, said, anyway, we can't stay on Fishman Island anymore. Where is the Sunny? Go and gather everyone to set sail immediately. Lin Hai smiled and said, look, Usopp, Brook, you should learn from Zoro and see it more thoroughly. Nami looked at the record pointer in her hand in distress and said, since arriving on the island, the record pointer seems very unstable, and it takes time to code it. At this time, the right minister said, using that simple pointer will not work in the new world, ignorant pirates. Brew, just as Nami wanted to ask, the den mushi rang on the side. Lin Hai said, it should be their prince who is back. Zoro, you come to negotiate. Don't answer it. Chapter 388 Princess Shirahoshi. Hello, who is this? Zoro's first words after answering the phone were so simple. Neptune's eldest son, Shark Star, was stunned because of the noisy voice coming from the den mushi. If he heard it correctly, there was a cry for help. Despite the unknown state, Shark Star still replied, it's me, Shark Star, what happened over there? Now lower the connecting corridor and let us in. Let you in? Zoro said expressionlessly, that's impossible. Usopp exclaimed, hey, Zoro, what are you talking about? Tell him the reason honestly. The two were silent for a while, leaving the guards noisy on the side. Shark Star asked, you are Zoro, a member of the Straw Hat Boy gang, right? That's right. Zoro replied, including Neptune, we have a large number of hostages in our hands. If you want them to survive, you will be responsible for helping us prepare for sailing. What we need now is the coded pirate ship Sunny, the remaining crew, a dark woman, a robot, and a raccoon. A cat, and a sexy kappa. Wait for Zoro. Nami added, the ransom is 1 billion Baileys. Ahem. Lin Hai, who was on the side, almost choked to death by his own saliva, and hurriedly said, hey, Zoro, you are too harsh. What do you mean I have a lot of hostages? Now the situation has completely changed. And Nami, you bastard. After listening to Zoro's request, Shark Star was silent for a while and said, I understand the conditions. We will arrange for you and all your companions to leave the country quickly, but all the hostages must be returned to us safely. Okay. Just when Zoro was about to hang up the den mushi, Shark Star added, can I say one more thing? Brother Zoro. What is it? Zoro was puzzled. Shark Star explained, although it is not my intention to tell you this in this situation, I can't help but help Jinbei pass the message out of friendship. Zoro asked, what is it? Shark Star replied, the former King Shishibukai pirate Jinbei sent a message to Straw Hat Boy Luffy, is he there? Zoro said, Luffy is not here now, let me pass it on. Shark Star said, the first sentence is, don't fight with Hody, the other sentence is, Jinbei is waiting for him in the sea forest, that's these two sentences. Seeing that the two sides reached a deal, Lin Hai on the side found that his heart was beating so fast. Damn it, Lin Hai has been educated by the civilization of later generations, and he has never thought about things like this. This kind of thing has only been seen in movies or TV, it's over. Lin Hai didn't feel guilty at all for taking action against the vicious bastard, but the one in front of him is the king. If these guards are done, what will happen to the people of Fishman Island? It's simply a sin that I dare not think about. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the Dragon Palace city shook, and everyone was puzzled. Usopp asked, what's that sound? An earthquake? Are you kidding me? Neptune said, there won't be an earthquake here. Is it a gun thrown by Dakin? The sound came from the hard shell tower. Shirahoshi is in danger. As he spoke, Neptune hurriedly asked the captain on the side, are there guards stationed there? A captain who managed the guards replied, no, everyone was captured here. How could it be? Neptune panicked and said, pirates, please confirm the princess's safety on behalf of the guards. Zoro turned around and replied, what are you talking about? Lin Hai, who had closed his eyes, suddenly opened his eyes and said, King Neptune, Shirahoshi is fine. She is with our captain. Nanny. Moving forward in time, Luffy was attracted by the smell of delicious food and left the main hall of Ryugu Castle alone. He ran to the hard shell tower by mistake. It turned out that the food was prepared for the mermaid princess Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi cried because Megalo ran away, and she fell asleep because she was tired of crying. The guards who delivered the food naturally understood this, so they put the food in one place and waited for Shirahoshi to wake up before eating. Therefore, the room where Shirahoshi slept was pitch black. Luffy was curious about new things. When he saw different weapons inserted outside the huge door and the food was delivered inside, Luffy immediately thought about what kind of delicious food would be inside, so it had to be guarded so strictly. So, Luffy took advantage of the guards delivering the food and secretly opened the door to enter the room where Shirahoshi slept. A light bulb immediately lit up in his mind. This is a granary. Luffy, who couldn't wait to eat, jumped to a place that he couldn't understand at all. Although there was someone inside from the observation haki, Luffy could not imagine that there would be such a big trampoline in the world. The elasticity was surprisingly good, which made Luffy happy to jump up and down on the trampoline. Ying Ning. Who is there? When the lights came on, Shirahoshi sat up and threw Luffy to a place. What are you doing? Shirahoshi asked with tears in her eyes, what are you doing to me? Following the voice, Luffy looked up and saw a flowing pink long curly hair, a pair of bright and beautiful big eyes under the hair on the forehead, eyes there was a hint of shyness, panic and confusion in her eyes. However, no matter how peerless Shirahoshi's appearance was, Luffy's first feeling was, how could there be such a big mermaid? It was the first time he had seen one. Seeing Luffy staring at her without saying anything, Shirahoshi couldn't help but ask, excuse me, who are you? Luffy stood up, a drop of cold sweat fell, and he spoke his inner thoughts directly, so there is such a big mermaid. The white-skinned Shirahoshi clenched her fists, her eyebrows raised, and she shouted with tears in her eyes, are you here to take my life too? But I'm not afraid at all, because I'm Neptune's daughter. Not afraid at all, not afraid. Although she was not afraid, Shirahoshi's actions completely betrayed her, and tears fell from her eyes. And Shirahoshi's tears were bigger than Luffy's whole body. Whoosh whoosh. Luffy disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of Shirahoshi, squeezing his fists on both sides of the axe blade. Shirahoshi also noticed the current situation and stopped crying. Luffy, who squeezed the axe with both hands, couldn't help but sweat. What's wrong with this axe? It seems that it can't stop. Seeing this, Luffy used his own strength to forcibly swing the axe to another place, changing its original direction. Boom. Chapter 389 Picking up leaks. It stands to reason that after a person throws an object, the object will stop as the distance gets farther and farther, which is common sense, but what about the axe? It turns out that this axe was thrown by Vanderdecken. Because Vanderdecken ate the target fruit, the objects he threw completely broke the physical phenomenon, that is, as the distance gets farther, the momentum accumulated by the thrown object will become greater until it hits the target. This is the horror of the target fruit ability. However, Luffy didn't know all this, he was just curious about who had such great strength. And Shirahoshi, who was sitting on the side, knew that the human in front of him saved his life, so he gave up Luffy's idea of taking his own life. Because of this scene, the relationship between the two was no longer the same as before, one was crying, and the other was persuading him not to cry. And in their chat, Luffy found out that Shirahoshi wanted to see the outside world, such as the sun, flowers, and creatures. But because of Vanderdecken's threat, Shirahoshi had to leave here and stayed in the hard shell tower for nearly 10 years. Simple ideas like those and wanting to visit his mother's tombstone in the sea forest have all become a luxury. Luffy, who loves freedom and adventure by nature, heard that Shirahoshi had such an experience. If he stayed in a room alone for 10 years, he couldn't even imagine it. Seeing this, Luffy said, then, let's get out of here. Hey! Shirahoshi was stunned. Luffy smiled and said, let's go for a walk. Wait! Shirahoshi hurriedly stopped him and said, you can't do that. Luffy looked into Shirahoshi's eyes and said, it's okay. If anything else flies over, I'll hit them all away. But Shirahoshi was very conflicted. Although she wanted to go out, her father, brothers, and the guards had said for a long time that she couldn't go out. If she went out, regardless of whether it was dangerous or not, would she seem too rebellious? She, Shirahoshi, was a mermaid princess, a role model for everyone. After a while, Luffy asked, are you not ready yet? Let's act now. Hey! Now! Shirahoshi put a finger on his lips, lowered his eyes and muttered in a very tangled manner, but that I haven't. Luffy asked with a puzzled look on his face, what's wrong yet? Shirahoshi replied in a low voice, this is really too sudden, I haven't that prepared myself mentally, Please give me some time. Luffy sighed and complained speechlessly, "Boy, it's just a walk, you're making a fuss, you're really annoying." Hey! Shirahoshi's eyes turned white, and she started crying with a blush on her face. Luffy sat helplessly, and after Shirahoshi cried for a while, she said, "Going for a walk, that's just a dream, going out casually, I really..." Luffy immediately sprayed, "Why do you cry just because you say you want to go somewhere?" "Yes, sorry." Shirahoshi immediately apologized and explained, "Because I mustered up the courage anyway, please don't be angry, Lord Luffy is so scary, wah." Crying again? Luffy sighed, "What a troublesome guy." Boom, boom. The sudden loud noise outside made Luffy and Shirahoshi stunned at the same time. Looking at the sound and vibration caused by things hitting the wall, Luffy said, "Are you throwing things again? What a vicious guy." If Lin Hai was here, he would be surprised that Luffy would comment on a person like this. Finally, under Luffy's sincere eyes, Shirahoshi agreed to go outside with Luffy, take a walk and go to the sea forest. Elsewhere, in the main hall of the Dragon Palace, everyone felt that things were becoming more and more complicated after hearing a loud boom around them. Zoro muttered expressionlessly, "We are attacked by the enemy at this time, what should we do?" Why? Usopp held his head with both hands and exclaimed, "Why is it now? This kind of thing has happened here, and there is an enemy attack outside. I'm really fed up." Brook asked, "How about we release the guards?" Lin Hai stopped him and said, "No, let's not talk about releasing them. Will they attack us immediately? Moreover, the fact that they dare to launch an attack outside shows that they have made sufficient preparations." Zoro asked, "In this case, we have become accomplices of the attackers." The Right Minister said sarcastically, "You are the executioners. Damn pirates, you are really a group of vicious people." Bang! Lin Hai kicked the Right Minister in the face and complained, "I have tolerated you for a long time." At this time, Neptune asked, "Pirates, let us go quickly. If anything happens to my daughter Shirahoshi, I will not let you go no matter where you are." Lin Hai looked up and replied, "I have said that your daughter is safest with our captain now. As for why I didn't let you go, it was naturally because I was worried that you would resist and be killed by the people who attacked here later." Nami asked with fish eyes, "So, these guards should thank you well?" "Stinky pirates, who will thank you? That's right, no matter what the reason, you are all vicious pirates." Listening to the guards' condemnation, Zoro turned around and replied coldly, "Don't get it wrong, you are the ones who want to arrest us first, okay? What should we do, everyone?" Usopp asked, "If the enemy attacks, what should we do?" Zoro, "Chop it up." Usopp sprayed, "In that case, the misunderstanding will become more and more unclear." Lin Hai said, "Jinbei said before, don't fight with Hody. I heard that Hody is the captain of the new Fishman pirate group, and he should be the mastermind this time. But Jinbei said that, he should have his intention, should we still chop it up?" Zoro asked, "This is not okay, that is not okay, then what do you say?" Lin Hai touched his chin and replied, "Why don't we run away first, then meet Luffy, ask the reason clearly, and then make a decision." Lin Hai, who has read the original work, understands that it was Hody's group that attacked the palace, and Jinbei's purpose is nothing more than to establish the image of the Straw Hat Group in the minds of the fish people, so that he can use the banner of the Straw Hat Group to achieve the purpose of protecting Fishman Island. If, now kill Hody and others, Fishman Island will only regard the Straw Hat Group as thieves, because the people of Fishman Island are not aware of the current situation, and at the same time, this is also the internal affairs of Fishman Island. At this time, Zoro pointed at the Tide Guards and asked, "What about them?" Lin Hai showed a vengeful smile and said, "Just leave it there, so that they can't resist, at least there won't be a large number of casualties, right? Anyway, Hody's goal is to execute Neptune in the center of the Fishman Square, and before that, Neptune's safety is not a problem. But if Neptune and the others are released now, once they rebel, the result will definitely be worse than being tied up." After hearing Lin Hai's words, Neptune's face darkened, but this situation seems to be a good way to deal with it, because until now, he, Neptune, still doesn't know who dared to attack the royal city of the Dragon Palace. Since he dared to attack the royal city of the Dragon Palace, he must have his confidence. In a flash, Neptune said, "Pirates, you are Jinbei's friends, right?" Can you go to the sea forest to tell Jinbei about the current situation of the royal city of the Dragon Palace? Lin Hai turned around and replied, no problem. Before he finished speaking, a group of pirates walked in from the big door, led by Hody Jones and Vanderdecken. Seeing that the guards and Neptune were tied up, Vanderdecken took the lead and said, what a joke, what? I thought the war would start right away. Is it the human pirates I threw over here who did this? Hody Jones, dressed in red, holding a trident in his hand, smiled and said, I didn't expect that they would prepare such a great gift for us. It really surprised me. Damn Vanderdecken, has he finally shown up? Hody Jones from Fishman Street, what is his intention in coming here? Hody? Wasn't that guy an excellent soldier of the guards? Ignoring the whispers of the guards, Hody looked around and asked, is this a trap? Isn't everything going too smoothly? Chapter 390, Instant Kill. The two sides looked at each other, and Zoro stepped forward and said, another guest has come. What a lively castle! Neptune said with anger, Vanderdecken, you dare to come to the Dragon Palace city so blatantly. Ho ho ho! Vanderdecken crossed his hands and smiled, it turns out to be my father. Where is Princess Shirahoshi? Shirahoshi, let's get married. Asshole! Neptune roared, don't call me father. What good things have you done over the years? You still have the face to say this? I will not marry my daughter to you, give up. It is so. Vanderdecken looked at Neptune angrily and said, you really want to marry Shirahoshi to someone else? If that's the case. Hey, hey. Lin Hai stepped forward and interrupted, this is not the time to talk about these things, right? Clang! As he said that, Lin Hai suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Vanderdecken. When Vanderdecken was stunned for a moment, Lin Hai drew out his sword at a very fast speed, and then passed by Vanderdecken. One sword style, brain chop. Everything happened too suddenly, no one expected Lin Hai to start and draw his sword inexplicably. Shua! Lin Hai held the sword and played a cool sword flower, and then sheathed the sword neatly. Plop! Vanderdecken fell down with his eyes wide open, and everyone reacted, this. In the field, Zoro narrowed his eyes, he saw what kind of skills Lin Hai used in this move. Conqueror's domineering aura, extreme body movement, neat and clean swordsmanship, this is not a move that ordinary people can dodge. It's not true, right? Hey, Captain Deacon, are you kidding us? Damn, who is this guy? He suddenly attacked our allies. Ah, I remember, he is Lin Hai, the sleep god of the Straw Hat Pirates. Amid the noise, a pirate took out Lin Hai's bounty. 1.01.7 billion Baileys in bounty. Ah! It can't be true? Why would such a pirate appear here? Captain Hody. In the royal city of Ryugu, there was an immediate uproar. Usopp's eyes bulged, and he said in surprise, 1.7 billion? Really, Lin Hai, what did you do? Why did your bounty become so high? Zoro, Nami, and others also looked at Lin Hai in doubt. Isn't this bounty too scary? It seemed to be more than 400 million before. Neptune and his guards also shed cold sweats. It turns out that there is such a terrifying pirate around them. The crew members of Vanderdecken originally wanted to seek revenge on Lin Hai, but when they saw the bounty, they hurriedly moved away from Lin Hai. It is better not to get involved with such a ruthless person. Those people can do so, but Hody Jones next to Vanderdecken was not scared. Vanderdecken was killed instantly. Hody thought that Vanderdecken was too weak. And now, his purpose of arriving at the palace has been achieved, so Vanderdecken's life and death is no longer important. Despite this, Hody still looked down at Lin Hai and asked, are you the god of sleep, Lin Hai? What does this mean? As he said that, Hody looked at Vanderdecken who was lying on the ground. Lin Hai also glanced at the guy on the ground and said lightly, this guy wanted to kill our Straw Hat Pirates when he was in the deep sea. I don't feel safe, so I killed him first. Usopp covered his head with both hands and shouted, didn't you just advise others not to mess around? Why did you mess around like that? Zoro rolled his eyes at Usopp and said, be quiet, Usopp, one horse is one horse, this is a battle between pirates. Neptune looked at Lin Hai meaningfully, turned to look at Hody, and asked, Hody, you brought these pirates from Fishman Street here, what on earth do you want to do? The left minister also said to Hody, although I heard from Jinbei that you had suspicious actions in Fishman Street, I didn't expect that you, who were originally under Neptune, would be the main culprit. Don't you have any sense of shame? Hody. Hody crossed his arms and laughed disdainfully, fake ha ha ha, shame. As he said that, Hody looked at his subordinates, and everyone couldn't help laughing. After laughing, Hody said, that depends on whether I feel proud to join the Neptune army. The reason why I served as a soldier was just to master the combat skills in actual combat, that's all. You bastard! The right minister couldn't help but curse. Hody laughed and said, thanks to you, I have become stronger. Your eyes are just this, I used to see, but they are all the fishmen who are wantonly abused by humans, and what are you doing? Suddenly, Hody looked up with a look full of anger, stared at Neptune and said, Neptune, you ask me what I want to do? I want to lead the fishmen to revive my idol Along's will. Woo-oh! That's right, weak bastard Neptune, your rule will end here. In the future, our new fishmen pirates will rule here, ah-hee-hee-hee. Nami was stunned, and then she noticed a pattern on Hody's arm, which was the logo of the Along pirates. She couldn't help but sweat. Lin Hai walked to Nami's side, put his arm around her waist, turned to look at Neptune, and asked, can I chop them? Neptune did not answer Lin Hai's words. He was thinking, what is it to let human pirates intervene in the affairs of Fishman Island? At this time, Hody also walked towards a wall and said as he walked, when Arlong began to dominate the world from the East China Sea as planned, I was accumulating strength to become his right-hand man. But, I was stopped by a group of humans. Usopp's mouth twitched and asked, are these guys fishmen who inherited Arlong's will? Lin Hai exclaimed, how terrible. Nami's eyebrows jumped. It was really terrible. If Hody inherited Arlong's will, in addition to destroying him, keeping such a person would be very dangerous for others. And Zoro on the side remained silent. Stop talking here, and hurry up to do things. Hody showed a meaningful smile to Lin Hai and others, then stretched out a hand in the shape of a claw and grabbed the wall next to him. Get out of my way. As he said that, Hody uttered a rough shark. A huge force was transmitted from Hody's arm to the wall, and the wall suddenly broke into pieces and spread upwards. What kind of grip is this? What on earth does that guy want to do? Usopp and Brook were full of confusion and amazement, while Nami on the side whispered a few words to Kami secretly, and then sneaked away. For all this, Lin Hai did not stop it. What he was worried about now was that Zoro and Shark Star had made an agreement before, which was difficult to deal with. There is a cause and effect in killing people, which is a matter of principle. Otherwise, as the strength increases, if you kill anyone you are unhappy with, you will go crazy. Moreover, King Neptune did not ask for help, and the previous message from the Shark Star Prince, the hatred of fish people towards humans. Who? Boom boom. Before Lin Hai could come up with a perfect plan, with Hody's loud shout, the wall began to collapse, and the sea water outside the Dragon Palace city kept pouring in. It turned out that Hody's confidence was to seize the weakness of humans who could not breathe in the sea water, and prepare to capture the Straw Hat Pirates, and then execute them in front of the people like Neptune, to enhance the reputation of the new Fishman pirate group. Occupying the Dragon Palace city is the first step, and executing Neptune to enhance prestige is the second step. It can be seen that Hody's overall view is much better than Aaron's. Chapter 391 Jinbei. Oh no, sea water is flowing into the city. Zoratun felt troubled, vaguely guessed Hody's purpose, and asked hurriedly, Lin Hai, we promised to make conditions with the prince before, are we going to break our promise now? Lin Hai shook his head and said, this is not a promise, calm down, I have a way. Usopp shouted anxiously, what can we do? Soon this place will be filled with seawater, and we won't even have a place to fight. Ah! Brook said limply, Usopp, pull me up, I can't stand. Fake ha ha ha. Hody stretched out a hand and let the water droplets drip down as if he had the Straw Hat Gang in his grasp. Oh no, water drops. Get down quickly, that move is coming. The crew members brought by Hody all stepped aside consciously when they saw that Hody was going to use the unique move of the Shark Mermaid. After staring at the Straw Hat Pirates for a while, Hody half crouched and stretched one hand behind him, making the elbow and arm form a shape. Space field. The other members of the Straw Hat Pirates disappeared from the hall, leaving only Lin Hai, which made the fishmen stunned. But before these fishmen could be stunned, Lin Hai took action. Swish! Lin Hai disappeared from the spot, jumped close to Hody, clenched his fist from the lower right, he punched Hody's head hard, just like Garp's punch. Boom boom. Hody was a little confused, the speed was too fast, too fast. Before he could react to what happened, he was punched into the floor below. After punching Hody, Lin Hai hid his body in space and stopped attacking. If Hody and his men attacked the guards or Neptune, then he would come out to suppress them violently. Hody can't be allowed to kill these tied-up guards. The reason why Hody is not killed now is because of Jinpei's intention, that is expose the true face of the new fisherman pirates to the people on the island. Lin Hai just figured it out. The hatred and prejudice of the fishmen against humans are not only the actions of the pirates. The most important thing is that the beloved Princess Otohim was killed by humans. But who killed Princess Otohim? Wasn't it Hody who killed her? It's just that everyone doesn't know. Ah! Hody, who was holding his head and screaming in pain, rolled there, and couldn't understand why it hurt so much to hit people with human fists. A crew member hurriedly approached Hody, took out a pill, and said, "Captain Hody, are you okay? Take it quickly." After swallowing the capsule, Hody quickly stopped screaming in pain. After exhaling a few breaths, his eyes turned red again. Fake ha ha ha, this feels good. This is. Not only the king, but also the ministers who knew about it narrowed their eyes. Is this the confidence of the new fisherman pirates? Fake haha, fake haha. Hody stood there and suddenly said, as expected of the pirate with a bounty of 1.7 billion berries, "Sleepy god Lin Hai, it seems that this guy must be eliminated." "Captain Hody?" A crew member asked, "Should we kill all the Neptune army?" The Straw Hat pirates ran away. "Should we chase them?" Hody exhaled and said, "No, we will act according to the plan. You all go and prepare. As for these guards, after Neptune is executed, they will be attached to us as fishmen." Fake haha. As the captain of a new fisherman pirate group to conquer humans, Hody naturally has his own vision. These guards will be combat forces in the future. What's the point of killing them? And Lin Hai, who was hidden in the space, saw that Hody did not kill the Neptune army, so he felt relieved to find Luffy and others. Sea forest. Rows of shrubs stand in rows, and dots of green are full of dreamy colors under the sunlight. There are all kinds of fish swimming by, and there are coral reefs of various colors below. Seeing this scenery, Luffy on Megalo's back was the first to praise, "What a beautiful place, is this the sea forest?" Shirahoshi couldn't hide her inner joy and said, "I've always wanted to come here." As she said that, Shirahoshi started crying, "Wow, thank you, Master Luffy." At this time, on Megalo's back, there were Chopper, Sanji, and Hachi. They were all people Luffy met on the way, but Hachi was covered in wounds. After flying in the air for a while, Luffy saw the Sunny parked here and immediately shouted, "Hey Frankie, you are here." "Ah." Frankie replied, "Luffy? Hey? You brought a peerless beauty with you." After landing, Luffy smiled and said, "Frankie, let me introduce you to this guy, he is a coward." Frankie looked up at Shirahoshi and smiled, "Is that so? He is a coward, then you have to be strong, miss." "Sorry." Shirahoshi replied, "My name is Shirahoshi." "Frankie?" Luffy asked, "Are you the only one here?" "Frankie, originally Robin was here, but she said she was going to find something, so she entered the forest over there." Tap tap tap. At this time, a man wearing wooden clogs came over, "Brother Luffy." Luffy turned around and shouted in surprise, "Jinbei, wow, it's Jinbei." Jinbei smiled and replied, "I really miss you. You have become so strong that I can't recognize you." Luffy stepped forward and said, "I heard that you are not on the island. I thought I would never see you again." "What?" Jinbei asked in confusion, "Didn't you come here because of my message? By the way, where is Lin Hai-jun?" Luffy was stunned and replied, "What message? I don't know. As for Lin Hai, he should be in Ryugu Castle." Shirahoshi on the side also greeted, "Boss Jinbei, long time no see." Jinbei then looked up and replied, "I didn't expect Princess Shirahoshi to come with me. It's been a long time since we last met." Before he finished speaking, Jinbei's eyes bulged when he realized what was happening. "Hey! Princess Shirahoshi, why are you here?" At this time, Sanji, who woke up on Megalo's back, bit a cigarette, jumped up from it, then did a few spins in the air, jumped to the ground, took a puff of cigarette and sighed, "Ah, mermaid princess, in front of you, I am simply an incompetent painter." "Ah, my brush can no longer depict your brilliance at this time. Watching Sanji spinning there, Shirahoshi, who rarely interacted with people, was completely all of them didn't know what to do. That. Chopper sighed, that's the normal reaction of Sanji when he sees a beautiful woman. Then, Chopper exclaimed, Sanji, you're cured. Yes, on the way, Sanji was petrified when he saw the mermaid princess for the first time. Jinbei on the other side saw that Hachi was seriously injured, and he couldn't help but ask with a puzzled look on his face, Hachi, what's going on? By the way, how did you end up on Fishman Island? Weren't you arrested? Hachi replied, Mr. Jinbei, it's a long story. Without waiting for Hachi to continue chatting with Jinbei, Luffy pointed at the people on the Sunny and said, Who are you? Why did you end up on the Sunny? Frankie said, It's okay. He is the brother of my boatman Tom, Dan. He is helping us recoat the boat. What? That's it. Luffy laughed, is he the coating master of Frankie's brother? Frankie was stunned for a moment, and gave Luffy a thumbs up, too lazy to explain. Hey, Luffy! Jinbei complained, why did you bring Princess Shirahoshi here? Don't you know it's dangerous? Luffy replied, it's okay, because I'm here. Yes. Shirahoshi immediately agreed. Jinbei sighed, really calm, I hope the Dragon Palace won't be in chaos soon. Princess Shirahoshi came to her mother's tombstone and prayed Luffy on the side, she has been like that for a long time. Jinbei explained, this is the resting place of her mother, Princess Otohime. Because of Vanderdecken's threat, the princess was unable to attend the funeral. Instead, she spent 10 years in the Hard Shell Tower. Luffy! Brother Luffy! Two voices suddenly interrupted the conversation between Luffy and Jinbei. Following the source of the voice, Luffy smiled and said, Nami, Kami. After getting off the vehicle, Luffy immediately asked, Nami, has the banquet started? Nami didn't know how to explain it, but she still told everyone that Ryugu Palace was attacked by Hody. As for Lin Hai and the others tying up the Neptune army, they kept it a secret for now. After listening to Nami's words, Jinbei sighed, I didn't expect such a serious incident to happen in Ryugu City. Luffy asked, are they okay, Nami? I don't know. Nami replied, I wanted to go back after seeing you. Tick tick tick. Behind Nami, there was a constant sound of dripping water. It turned out that Shirahoshi was crying again. How could this happen? Shirahoshi cried, my father was actually arrested. It's unbelievable. Jinbei comforted, Princess Shirahoshi, don't worry. King Neptune's life is temporarily safe. After that, Jinbei looked at Luffy and others and said, Brother Luffy, I'm sorry. Because I don't want to cause trouble to you, I originally planned to ask you not to pass on the message to you, but it seems that you have been implicated. Seeing that Luffy and others didn't understand, Jinbei explained, time is tight. Let me make a long story short. When I met Brother Luffy 2 years ago, some words were more difficult to say than now. That is, you who stopped Arlong's atrocities in the East China Sea, I am deeply grateful. Please allow me to thank you solemnly. Jinbei bowed, then raised his head and said seriously, at the same time, I hope you will allow me to apologize. 11 years ago, I was the culprit who released Arlong to the East China Sea. Nami was shocked. Chapter 392 The whole story. Jinbei's words reminded Nami of the past, the invasion of the fishmen in Kokozia village, the suppressed villagers, the dead, the head gold that could not be afforded. That terrifying and helpless laughter with ridicule, contempt and hatred. The young girl was led into hell in this terrifying laughter. Arlong killed her most beloved and respected benefactor and mother. In the years that followed, she walked on the road of life and death for a long time, and her mother's smile before her death, and she had to face that hateful face every day. Nami came back to her senses and looked at Jinbei in doubt. Could it be that this guy in front of her had such dangerous thoughts like Arlong? All kinds of doubts. Nami, who was sweating coldly, looked at Jinbei for a while, and couldn't help asking, Jinbei, what's going on? You said that you released Arlong to the East China Sea? Jinbei replied, yes, yes. Sanji lit a cigarette and said, Jinbei, this matter is not you secretly manipulating Arlong's actions. If you want to defend yourself, I will listen carefully. But be careful with your words, because the beautiful navigator in front of you, Miss Nami, her hometown is the island dominated by Arlong. Jinbei was shocked. Seeing Jinbei stunned, Sanji continued, it's hard to describe the suffering she has suffered. If you don't have a satisfactory answer, I will never forgive you. Hachi, who was lying on the side, sat up and said, Mr. Jinbei, what he said is true. We have caused that girl pain that cannot be compensated no matter how we apologize. Nami, who had been silent, had many scenes flashing through her mind, including the sun, grass, oranges, Belmere smoking a cigarette, Nokago and the townspeople. Everything was originally beautiful, but was destroyed by the man called Arlong. Looking at Nami's beautiful and painful expression, Jinbei said, it seems that you have suffered a lot. Sanji immediately sprayed, you, don't talk as if it has nothing to do with you. Hey! Sighing, Nami suddenly said, no matter what happens, I will not have any sympathy for Arlong now. Just like what Lin Hai said, evil is evil. Now that it has become a fact, you must bear the consequences. As she said, Nami looked up and asked, when I passed through the Sabayati archipelago years ago, I didn't expect the fishmen to be in such a situation. Such powerful fishmen have been persecuted by humans. As the conversation deepened, Jinbei introduced the history of fishmen to everyone. 200 years ago, Fishman Island joined the member states of the world government, but was still classified as fish. The situation did not change much. It was either oppressed or young mermaids were abducted among them. The celestial dragons naturally met their needs. In the process, two great men appeared in Fishman Island, namely Fisher Tiger, who rescued slaves, and Princess Otohime, who called for the peaceful coexistence of fishmen and humans. They were all working hard for the peaceful coexistence of fishmen and humans. Everything was originally moving in a good direction, but in more than 10 years, before, Fisher Tiger had been a slave of the celestial dragons for several years, so he could not let go of his hatred for humans. In addition, when he was escorting a human child back home, he was betrayed by villagers. As a result, he bled too much from his injuries and refused human blood. The fishman who witnessed Fisher Tiger's death lied that it was humans who refused to give Fisher Tiger a blood transfusion, which led to his death, in order to protect Fisher Tiger's reputation. Precisely at this point, some fishmen who hated humans, such as Aaron, took advantage of this and put up a cover, embarking on the road of revenge on humans. At that time, Jinbei was still in grief and did not think deeply. He could not imprison Arlong or kill him, right? Of course, Jinbei, who could not do anything to Arlong, decided to let him go. If he received news that Arlong was doing evil, Jinbei would naturally stop him. During this period, the young Hody and others lived in Fishman Street, which became a black zone due to management and other reasons. The fishmen living there heard news of the persecution of fishmen every day, and the Sun Pirates founded by Fisher Tiger became famous and were respected as heroes. Hody and others, who have admired heroes since childhood, have long listened to the people's worship of heroes in Fishman Street, which made them yearn to become heroes. Therefore, Hody and others' people's distorted ideas also sprouted from it and went straight to the extreme. On the other hand, Princess Otohime had the observation haki that could listen to everything, and heard the voices of the people. If the fishmen lived in hatred, it would ruin the future of the fishmen. Therefore, she worked hard every day to appeal to the people to treat humans with a positive and tolerant heart. Of course, the road was difficult. Princess Otohime was angry with the fishmen every day, but she still restrained herself. Only after returning home did she cry to vent her confusion and complain to her husband. Otohime worked hard day after day and year after year. Until one day, Otohime, who was calling on the people to coexist with humans, was shot and killed by humans. This also became a bursting point of contradiction. After so many things happened, who of the people of the Fishman Island who had a bad temper could sit down and talk to humans calmly? As Jinbei continued to tell the story, everyone could not help but sigh. Jinbei planned to bet the future of Fishman Island on the Straw Hat Pirates, so he had sent a message before, saying not to fight Hody. After speaking, Jinbei, who was sitting on the ground, looked directly at Nami and said, Along, who made your hometown suffer, is my little brother. We had planned to rush to that guy immediately no matter where he was if he caused trouble, but Arlong bribed the nearby navy so that the news could not be conveyed to the navy headquarters, and finally you and many people suffered. As he spoke, Jinbei knelt on the ground and bowed, I feel deeply guilty. Nami was stunned, and Sanji stood up and said, Is that so? Then you should commit seppuku. Even so, you are unforgivable, but at least it can comfort Miss Nami. Shut up, Sanji. Nami said. Sanji said unhappily, Why? When I think of what they did to Miss Nami in the past. Nami raised her hand and said, these are two different things. After listening to his explanation, this person has no ill intentions at all, right? Jinbei said, as long as it can eliminate the hatred in your heart, I am willing to accept any punishment. If Lin Hai was here, he would definitely spit at Jinbei. This guy is too serious. Now, Jinbei is a very important figure for Fishman Island. No matter how much Nami hates him, she dare not let Jinbei commit seppuku, right? Chapter 393 A Sudden Battle. Having heard about Jinbei from others before, and seeing it with her own eyes now, Nami said with a sense of relief, Jinbei, don't be like this. I just hate people like Arlong. Anyway, fortunately you are not the mastermind behind Arlong's group, otherwise I really don't know what to do. Aren't you a friend of Luffy and Lin Hai? After saying that, Nami sat down and grabbed the tattoo on her arm, and continued, Arlong's group did make me suffer a lot, but it also made me meet my current partners in that tragedy, and all these things intertwined together made me who I am today. I will not take my anger out on you just because you are a fishman. The grudge between Arlong and me has been resolved, so please don't apologize to my life casually. In short, it is not an experience that should be forgotten. Because now I am very happy with the current situation. As she said, Nami smiled at Jinbei. And seeing Nami's smile, Jinbei was shocked. For a moment, Nami's words and deeds reminded Jinbei of Princess Oto Hime. Before she died, she advised everyone, no matter who shot me, don't be angry for me. Remembered Fisher Tiger, the hero in the minds of everyone on Fishman Island. Before he died, he said, don't tell anyone on the island about the tragedy that happened to us and the anger towards humans. Wu Jinbei couldn't help crying, what a panicked word, thank you so much. Nami's Ioba cried out of shame. Nami was still a young kid back then, but Arlong and his gang killed her mother and enslaved her cruelly. Frankie on the side began to cry again, I can understand the painful position of being the eldest brother. You are really a man, Jinbei. Tiger is the same, Oto Hime is the same, I really like you guys, a bunch of idiots, don't look here, I'm not crying. Shut up Frankie, it's so noisy. Sanji immediately sprayed. After a while, Luffy woke up from his sleep, and Jinbei also stood up and said, so sorry, it took a lot of time. Now let's confirm the current situation. Hody and his gang have captured the palace. The king and soldiers should have been captured. Not necessarily. Sanji touched his chin and said, with Lin Hai's violent temper, I'm afraid he will chop all of Hody's gang. Hey! Jinbei's eyes bulged and asked, didn't they receive my message? Nami replied, they received it. I think Lin Hai and the others won't mess around. Sanji said speechlessly, why can't we kill them? Jinbei replied, I just said so much, don't you understand? Zioba, do you know what Hody wants to do? Zioba said, Mr. Jinbei, I know his plan. Hody hates humans much more than Brother Arlong. He is a man who grew up feeding on the hatred and anger of the fishmen. But that guy is obviously different from Brother Arlong. Although Brother Arlong despises humans, he will never attack fishmen of the same race. And Hody will mercilessly kill fishmen who want to get along with humans. This year is the year of the World Conference held every 4 years, right? Could it be that his purpose is to stop these? Jinbei broke out in a cold sweat. Hachi replied, no, it's not just as simple as stopping. Jinbei's pupils widened. Executing King Neptune, killing the Straw Hat pirates who destroyed the Arlong pirates, refusing to coexist peacefully with humans, enslaving humans. After hearing these words, Shirahoshi couldn't sit still anymore. She hurriedly said, Father! Megalo, take me to save him. Wait, Princess Shirahoshi! Jinbei hurriedly said, stop, Megalo. Hachi advised, Princess, I also think it's better for you not to go. In the current Ryugu Palace, what Hody fears most is your ability, Princess Shirahoshi, summoning sea kings. No matter how ideal Fishman Island that guy Hody builds in the future, if you control the sea kings to attack, they will definitely be defeated. The king is the hostage used as a shield for this attack. Sanji muttered, so the target of that group of people is actually Miss Shirahoshi. I see. Jinbei said, Hody wants to get rid of the princess, so the princess can't go, isn't that right? Are you done? Luffy suddenly said, then can I go? Megalo, take me to Ryugu Castle. Sanji, I'll leave the coward in your hands. Leave it to me. Sanji replied immediately. Jinbei said, wait, Luffy, you can't go to war with Hody. Luffy turned around and replied, why do you want to stop us? Chopper and Frankie asked at the same time, because we are human. Sanji sprayed, isn't it too awkward for you two to say this? Jinbei walked in front of Luffy and said, that's right, you can't go, that will make the remnants of the fishmen continue to hate humans, leave this to me. Jinbei. Luffy asked, my friends are still in Ryugu Castle and haven't come yet. If I let that guy named Hody go, what will happen to my friends? Jinbei turned to face Luffy and said, after saying so much, you still don't understand. Understand what? While Jinbei was talking, Luffy was sleeping the whole time. I must go. Luffy replied. Jinbei, you are such an unreasonable guy. Luffy held his straw hat with one hand and said, you are so annoying. If you want to stop me, come and try. Jinbei narrowed his eyes and sighed, I am really a fool. I was careless about you because I fought side by side with you. Since I don't want to fight you, forget it, there's nothing you can do. Be prepared, kid. After that, Jinbei took a fighting stance. Chapter 394 I'm a good person. Whether or not he had learned about the history of the fishmen just now, Luffy understood one thing, that Hody was a more extreme and dangerous person than Arlong. Not to mention whether Lin Hai and others would be in trouble, the king of this country, Princess Shirahoji's father, was being controlled by Hody at this time. Although the situation in Ryugu Castle was unclear, how could Luffy sit still? Whether it was out of friendship with Shirahoji or worrying about the current situation of his companions, Luffy had to go. But Jinbei in front of him didn't let him go to Ryugu Palace? How could Luffy listen to Jinbei? The two looked at each other for a while, and Luffy said, I'm going to Ryugu Castle and beat that guy called Hody away. Jinbei, I'm just a foot, don't worry. Don't be impatient. If it's too late, everything will become too late. How can Luffy be so inflexible and follow Jinbei's instructions? Shark, take me to Ryugu Castle. Luffy ran towards Megalo. Didn't I tell you to wait? Get out of my way. Fishman karate, Samwa straight fist. Jinbei punched in front, and a wave of air suddenly took Jinbei's fist as the apex, forming a semi-elliptical shape, and blasted Luffy out. Luffy. Boom boom. Luffy, who rolled on the ground for several times, half squatted, oh, it hurts. Nami asked in confusion, hurt? The attack should be ineffective against the rubber man, is it domineering? Jinbei said, the essence of fishman karate is to suppress the surrounding moisture, from the moisture in the atmosphere to the moisture in the body, the impact wave will penetrate it, the body of the living thing contains a lot of moisture, and the rubber man is no exception. Luffy, who stood up, looked at Jinbei angrily and shouted, asshole. I won't let you pass, Luffy. Second gear, guess, jet seal. Luffy jumped into the air and kicked faster than a bullet, and Jinbei crossed his hands to block the attack. Jinbei looked up and said, is this the only result of the training? It's not over yet. Luffy attacked again. But this time, Robin suddenly appeared in the center of the battle between the two, that's it. Luffy, get out of the way, Robin. Jinbei, who is it, get out of the way. Sanji jumped up and rushed towards Robin, but Robin in the field suddenly turned into petals and disappeared in it, and the three people in the field became interesting. Luffy punched Sanji, then hit Jinbei, and Jinbei's punch also hit Sanji, then hit Luffy. Robin's move, one person was not injured, but all three were injured. In another place, Lin Hai, who came out of the Dragon Palace, released a super wide range of observation haki, looking for sea forest. However, just after releasing the observation haki, noise, violence, insults and other sounds came from not far away. It turned out that the codders of the new Fishman pirate group were forcing the people to step on the photo of Princess Odo Him. One of them made Lin Hai's eyes widen. This guy is really looking for death. In one place in the town, Caribou, who came here with the Straw Hat Pirates, was very excited now. He stretched out his tongue and scraped it in the air, and laughed with satisfaction, he, a mermaid with a human physique is worth 70 million Baileys. How many have I caught? After thinking for a while, Caribou exclaimed, I'm going to get rich, but compared to this, how much is that super large mermaid princess worth? It must be more, right? Just thinking about it is a terrible amount, he. As he said, Caribou couldn't help dancing. At this time, a mermaid happened to pass by here. Seeing this human dancing an inexplicable dance there, she asked, "You, who are you?" Carib was stunned, turned around and stretched out his tongue to scrape it, revealing a greedy look, and said, "Hello." As he said that, Carib's body immediately turned into an element, ready to put the mermaid into his swamp. "Hey!" At some point, Lin Hai suddenly appeared behind Carib. When Carib heard Lin Hai's words, he didn't know who he was at first, and replied impatiently, "Get out of my way, don't hinder me from making money, money." Looking at Carib, who turned around and looked at him in horror, Lin Hai raised his fist and punched him hard. "You are really good." Bang! Carib, who had a bounty of more than 200 million, was almost wilted by Lin Hai's punch, and the mermaids he hid with the swamp power also fell out, but they all fainted. Ah! The mermaid near Lin Hai saw Lin Hai's violent behavior. She covered her mouth with both hands in horror. "You, who are you? Don't kill me." "That." Lin Hai raised his eyebrows and replied, "When did I say I would kill you? I am your savior." Then, Lin Hai took out his saber and waved it towards Caribou. This scene frightened the beauty in front of him and made her faint. Lin Hai was depressed, but looking at the beauties who fainted on the ground, fish had to put them in the space ring to accompany Zoro and the others. After all, the surroundings are currently in a mess and very unsafe. When Luffy and Jinbei quarreled, Hody spread the image of Den Den Mushi throughout the Fishman Island, executed King Neptune, and burned the letter of coexistence with humans. As the leader of the new Fishman pirate group, after executing Neptune, he took the Straw Hat Pirates who once destroyed the Arlong Pirates as a sacrifice. After hearing this information, Luffy and Jinbei quarreled again in the sea forest. "Get out of the way." "No, I won't let you go." Hey, how long are you going to quarrel?" Shirahoshi reminded. "Well, if it's too late, father will die." Luffy shouted, "Just get out of the way when I told you to. I'm going to beat them up." "Jinbei, how many times do you want me to say this? Don't be impatient. Just listen to me. What is the relationship between you and me?" "Luffy, friend." "That's right." Jinbei said, "But the fishmen and humans cannot establish such a simple relationship, and they have been stagnant for many years. I asked someone to tell you not to fight with Hody, that's why, don't be so rash. If you just beat Hody, everyone on this island will only see you as cruel humans like in the past. So, this time, I want to make you a hero who saves this island." "Hero?" Luffy replied, "No." "What?" Jinbei's eyes bulged. Luffy turned around and said, "We are pirates. Although I like heroes, I don't want to be a hero." Seeing Jinbei's confused face, Luffy taught him a lesson. "Do you know what a hero is? For example, if there is quick meat here, pirates will use this piece of meat to hold a banquet, but heroes will share this piece of meat with others." "I want to eat meat." Jinbei replied, "Then I will give you meat to eat, do as I say." Luffy immediately said, "Okay." "Hey!" Everyone was shocked. At this time, there was a noise in the sky. "Lin Hai, I told you that I am a good person. I just saved you." A fishman didn't believe it and said, You are not, I just saw you kill a human." "Lin Hai, I told you that the guy wanted to kidnap you and sell you. Do you understand it?" "The mermaid, but you killed that human, you are not a good person." "Lin Hai." Luffy on land shouted happily, "Oh, you are here, I thought you were caught by the guy named Hody." Jinbei also noticed the noise and greeted, "Oh, Lin Hai, you are here, it's been a long time since we last met." Chapter 395 U, Free. The Straw Hat Pirates all gathered in the sea forest, but after some explanation, it turned out that the king was caught by Lin Hai and his team. Jinbei's eyes bulged and he exclaimed, "What did you do?" Kami stepped forward and advised, "Boss Jinbei, it was the king's army who wanted to catch them, so." Papagu added fuel to the fire and said, "That's not all, I saw Lin Hai kill Vander Deacon with one knife." As soon as he finished speaking, the mermaids brought by Lin Hai moved away from Lin Hai again. Jinbei was speechless. Seeing Jinbei's resentful eyes, Lin Hai picked his nose and said, "Can't Vander Deacon be killed?" Zoro complained to Lin Hai, "If you hadn't started it first, I would have killed him." Luffy laughed, "Coward, it seems that the vicious guy has troubled you for so many years, right? So you don't have to worry about inexplicable things flying over to attack you in the future." "Hey!" Shirahoshi asked, "So, I don't have to hide in the hard shell tower anymore. Lin Hai raised his head and smiled, yes, you are free. Lin Hai reacted and his eyes bulged, what a big mermaid. Sanji immediately sprayed, did you just realize it now? Brook adjusted his clothes, and then walked up to Princess Shirahoshi seriously, hello, you are the mermaid princess, right? How beautiful you are. Skull, skeleton. Shirahoshi was shocked. Brook, well, I am Brook who is dead and only has bones left. I can see your. Sanji kicked Brook away and yelled, asshole, you scared me. At this time, Jinbei on the side touched his head and said, you interrupted me, what exactly did I want to say just now? Chopper, why do I feel that this sentence is very familiar? Usopp looked at Lin Hai with fish eyes and replied, of course you are familiar with it. Luffy showed a light bulb on his forehead and said to Jinbei, give me meat. Lin Hai and others couldn't help but widen their eyes. Seeing Jinbei looking at Luffy in a daze, Lin Hai immediately sprayed, meat, 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 fart, King Neptune was killed by that guy with the trident. He was caught, but he was caught for our reasons, so we have to save him. Lin Hai looked at Jinbei unhappily and asked, damn Jinbei, we came here to sightsee with a happy mood, but we ran into that lunatic Hody, and our mood was gone. And you didn't even let us kill him. If you don't give me a reasonable reason, I will beat you, Jinbei. I'm in a bad mood now. Zoro nodded and said, I thought there would be good wine to drink, but it turned out to be so disappointing. Is it time to talk about this now? Jinbei remembered what he was going to say before, and turned to Luffy and said, of course we have to save King Neptune, but when the time comes, I will ask you for help, and you just need to respond to my request. Ask for help? Respond. Usopp asked, what's going on? Jinbei said, because the relationship between humans and the fishmen is tense, this method has to be adopted. Remember, first Megalo and I deliberately let Hody and the others catch us, and while we attract their attention, one of you will sneak out of Megalo's stomach and steal the letter and the key to the chain held by Hody and the others. These are the two things you have to do. Nami said, leave the letter and the key to me and Robin, it shouldn't be a problem. Okay. Jinbei said, after rescuing the king, I will ask Brother Luffy for help, and Brother Luffy will be able to emerge from Megalo's stomach. In this way, the people will know that Brother Luffy and I are fighting side by side, and Her Highness the Princess is on standby in a safe area outside the square. Awoo. Frankie put his hands together, leave it to me, Super, we still have the Sunny here. Jinbei asked, if this happens, what will the onlookers think? In your opinion? Hachi said, Brother Jinbei is a highly respected person in the hearts of the Icelanders and the people of Fishman Street. If everyone knew that the boss was betting everything on Luffy, the Straw Hat Boy, in order to rescue His Majesty the King, then everyone would cheer for the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy pointed at Jinbei and said, Jinbei, I agreed because it was your request. If everyone cheered, it would affect my condition. Jinbei, sorry. Robin smiled, it seems that it has been negotiated. In that case, let's go. Nami also smiled. Sanji spun excitedly, if I get the support of the mermaids, even if it is the Demon King, I will beat it down for you to see. Lin Hai kicked Sanji, who was spinning next to him, and then said to the mermaids next to him, now you believe it, right? I am a good person. The mermaids looked at Jinbei, then at Lin Hai. Fortunately, Kemi ran over to communicate with them, and then changed their views on Lin Hai. It seems that Lin Hai's violent behavior just now caused some fright to these beautiful girls. Seeing Jinbei pondering something, Nami asked, any other questions? Jinbei, about the name of the operation. Looking at the mermaids, Lin Fa also thought of a good idea, a very cool way to appear. Elsewhere, the new Fishman Pirates, because of the murderous drug steroids as their confidence, after a violent suppression, the king's army scattered everywhere was controlled by them. Like those people, although they were angry, they could only let it develop helplessly. Hody, who was punched by Lin Hai, took the steroids as candy because of the pain, and stuffed them into his mouth one by one. Hody has become obsessed with the dependence on that feeling. Just as on the way to the square, Hody's body mutated. The black hair turned all white, and his body became smaller than before. Much bigger. Because it was not a force he had trained himself to use, he could not control it on his own. On the back of the sea beast, Hody exuded a violent aura, making the surrounding sea beasts tremble. Although Hody's face had become like a monster, he felt that he was very, very good at fighting at this moment, and no one could defeat him. He did not know how powerful he was, so he tried his skills. With one stroke of water, he not only penetrated the body of a soldier, but the residual power of the water droplets also penetrated several mountains. Fake haha, fake haha. Hody could not help but laugh wildly, and felt the power of controlling the world. Chapter 396 Sinister. On Fishman Island, a huge square is surrounded by huge rock walls. At this time, it is full of people on the island, watching Hody's atrocities in the center of the square. Neptune and his 3 sons were all tied to an X-shaped bracket by the new Fishman pirates. Jinbei and Shirahoshi deliberately let the new Fishman pirates capture them as agreed. On the high platform in the center of the field, Hody, sitting on a chair, watched all this and always felt that it was too smooth, and it was a little beyond imagination, like a dream. Go to the royal city of Ryugu and capture Neptune without a single soldier. Now Shirahoshi and the former 7 warlords of the sea Jinbei have also been captured, which makes Hody always feel that something is wrong. Could it be that he, Hody, is really the son of God, and even God is helping him? Fake haha. Hody couldn't help laughing and said, "This is really lucky. I didn't expect that the 2 people who threatened me will be caught together. Is it really possible for such a pie in the sky to fall?" Shirahoshi said with tears in her eyes, "Father, brothers, I am really sorry. Because I was deceived, I hurt Boss Jinbei." Jinbei, who was tied and lying on the ground, echoed, "It's over, it doesn't matter." Lin Hai, who was preparing to appear in the sky, couldn't help but widen his eyes. It turned out that Shirahoshi could also play tricks. It's interesting. And Jinbei's acting skills are too bad, right? Lin Hai suspected that the heads of Hody and his gang were full of water. You can tell with your ass that the ordinary iron chain can trap Jinbei, a veteran Shishibukai fighter? Fake haha. Hody laughed, "Are you here? Jinbei. In fact, you who came from the Sun Pirates, I admire you very much." Jinbei raised his head and interrupted, "Stop talking nonsense, what's going on, why do you look so different?" Hody didn't want to answer Jinbei's words, but said, "Okay, now everything is ready. Although the battle is much smoother than expected, you can't do anything. The rest are nothing more than the Straw Hat Boys who don't know how to act. They didn't know that we had gathered 100,000 people and hid in fear, right? Haha, they are really low-level humans. Don't they even have the courage to fight head-on?" Tap tap tap. Many human slaves appeared in the passage of the square, and they all had chain rings around their necks. "What is this?" Prince Sharkstar couldn't help muttering. Hody's eyes flashed with a hint of pride, and he boasted, "In the past month, we have captured 30,000 human slaves in the sea. In addition, there are 70,000 fishmen who can use weapons." The square became noisy as the flow of people increased. Without restraint, they became more unbridled. Some fishmen showed their brutal and bloodthirsty side, because most of them came from Fishman Street. Hody enjoyed this crazy atmosphere very much. He raised his hands up, and a deafening shout immediately broke out in the field. At this time, Mrs. Xiaoli, who came to watch, suddenly said, "They are such a vulgar group of children who make such a fuss in public. Don't be too proud, Hody Jones." Hody looked up and asked, "What do you want?" Holly, holding a pipe, replied, "I want to say something to you who are so arrogant. My divination shows that there is a man who will destroy Fishman Island. Hody, it may be destroyed in essence. The person who was divined is me, right?" "No." Mrs. Shirley said, "The man who showed that he would destroy the island was Straw Hat Boy Luffy." Hody asked, "What do you want to say?" Mrs. Shirley replied, "It's not you who control the fate of Fishman Island." "Really? Madam's divination will not fail. In other words, the future of Hody ruling the island will not appear." Because of Mrs. Shirley's words, the people began to shout, which greatly affected the morale of the new Fishman pirate group. Hody, who was angry, directly used the water droplet slapping technique to penetrate Mrs. Shirley's abdomen, but Mrs. Shirley was not in danger of life. "It's ridiculous." Hody said, "Who are you mocking? Shirley, your brother and I are different. Your brother was indeed the idol of the whole Fishman Street, but we have gained power. Now we don't need the fake Arlong logo at all. We can overthrow this country now. I am the only one who can bring it new life, because I have the power." Woohoo! The crew members of the new Fishman pirate group echoed. Looking at these criminals, Hody had nothing to pretend, so he shouted, "Look, this is my power. My operation was launched 10 years ago. Let me tell you, the princess of your beloved Ryugu kingdom, the one who killed Otohime, is me." Whether it was the king and others in the field or the onlookers, they all left cold sweats. It's not true? How could it be? So, what humans were like at that time? Princess Otohime was not killed by humans, but by Hody, this. Neptune and his 3 sons looked at Hody angrily, never expecting the outcome to be like this. At this time, Hody did not intend to stop his speech. Looking at Shirahoshi, who was keeping silent with his head down, he shouted, "She is too much of a nuisance, right, Shirahoshi? She prevented us from taking revenge on humans and preached peaceful coexistence with humans everywhere on the island. That woman is really too much of an eyesore. No, even if she is cut into pieces, it is not enough. To me, your mother is a woman who deserves to die." Being provoked by Hody, Shirahoshi has not spoken yet, and a citizen could not help but say, "Shut up, bastard, you actually said such things to the princess. Yeah, it's too cruel, Hody, aren't we the same kind?" Hody raised his head and glared, "A bunch of idiots, have you forgotten what humans did to us, haha, so killing Otohime is not the end of the matter. I will use her death perfectly to awaken the hatred of humans among the guys on Fishman Island and smash the Icelanders' daydreams, kill 2 birds with 1 stone." After listening to Hody Jones's explanation of the truth of the year, the Icelanders couldn't help but stare at Hody in the center. Everyone felt that this man seemed crazy. Shark Star, who was tied to the X-shaped wooden frame, finally understood what his mother said at the time, and began to reflect on himself. If the people of Fishman Island were like Hody, then Fishman Island would be greeted by destruction. Suddenly, to everyone's surprise, Shirahoshi raised her head and replied with tears in her eyes, "I knew it a long time ago." No one expected that Shirahoshi would reply like this. This shocked not only everyone, but also Hody Jones. Chapter 397, Assembly Square. No matter how Hody guessed, he could not have guessed this result. He originally wanted to anger Shirahoshi and then let Shirahoshi summon the Sea Kings, so that he, Hody, could take advantage of the situation to eliminate his worries. He never thought that Shirahoshi. "What did you say?" Hody couldn't help asking, "What do you mean?" "Shirahoshi." Shirahoshi replied, "Meguro told me secretly. On the day of the incident, it witnessed the whole process." "How could it be?" Jinbei couldn't help asking, "Princess Shirahoshi, why didn't you tell us?" Shirahoshi replied, "If I tell you, someone will definitely hate Lord Hody. In that case, mother will be sad." This time, not only the Icelanders were shocked, but also Linhai, who was hiding in the sky, was shocked. However, the shock of the two was different. The former was because Shirahoshi was like her mother, kind and loving, and the latter was not of this kind of thought at all. Because Linhai's education was not of this era at all, crime was crime, and if you committed a crime, you should bear the consequences. As a result, the scene in front of him directly shattered Linhai's 3 views. However, this was the matter of the fish people, and he, Linhai, was too lazy to care about it. It was too annoying to educate others. At this time, Shirahoshi, who lowered his head and shed tears again, gave the reason, "Because I made a final promise to my mother at the beginning, no matter who the criminal was, I must not hate him angrily." Shirahoshi. Everyone murmured in shock, "So that's how it is." Jinbei and others couldn't help but marvel in their hearts, what a pure and strong girl, who didn't hate her mother's murderer and had been hiding such a fact in the hard shell tower. Hody was also stunned and started laughing, "Fake hee hee, fake ha ha ha." Jinbei snorted, "Don't laugh, you bastard." Hody laughed up to the sky and said, "This really makes me laugh, you are such a stupid woman, if you had said it earlier, our plan would have been ruined long ago." Fake ha ha ha, listen carefully, Shirahoshi, in this world, your behavior is called stupidity. Just because you don't hate me, it will lead to the destruction of this kingdom. Whether it's you, your father, or your brothers, they will all die because of you. No. Jinbei quickly comforted, "Don't listen to his fart, princess, you did nothing wrong." Fake haha. Hody said madly, "Really?" As he spoke, a drop of water condensed in Hody's water, ready to hit Neptune and his 3 sons. At this moment, a poem sounded in the sky, "Those who left me, yesterday's day cannot be kept. Those who disturbed my heart, today's day is full of worries." Who is it? Hody stopped and looked up. Jinbei also looked up, and couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and then he was angry. This is different from the plan. The same as the plan? From the beginning, Lin Hai didn't intend to pay attention to Jinbei, the old man, who did things in a methodical manner. What time is it, and there is still a plan? Pa! At this time, Lin Hai in the air was sitting on a chair, and 4 mermaids stood at the 4 feet of the chair. They were throwing flowers upwards with flower baskets. This scene was like an immortal descending to the earth, full of posture. Mortals on the ground. Lin Hai patted the petals on his head and said, "Worship your gods." Before he finished speaking, Lin Hai found something wrong and said quickly, "I say, you 4, can you be more professional? Forget it, don't throw the flowers away." Kami couldn't help asking, "Brother Lin Hai, didn't you ask us to throw them away just now?" Yes, there are still many flowers in the basket." "Yes, if we don't throw them away, how can we justify it? You paid us so much, Bailey." Listening to the chattering beside him, Lin Hai felt bad all over. Who would have thought that the painful scene in the movie Journey to the West, conquering the demons, would appear on him? Lin Hai, don't throw them away. Lin Hai patted the petals on his head and said unhappily, "Don't throw them all on my head, 4 beauties." Jaja. Damo suddenly laughed, "Ha ha ha, I'm laughing to death, is that guy an idiot?" A captain did not laugh, but asked, "Why can they not fall in the air?" At this time, Lin Hai came to the ground and quickly pulled open his short sleeves. Those damn petals ran into his underwear, which was icy cold. Jinbei was stunned for a moment and asked, "We didn't agree to do this before." Lin Hai took out a snow with a bang. He replied, "Jinbei, you have to be flexible in dealing with things. What's going on? Are you still planning?" But Jinbei looked at the people around the square with some entanglement. Lin Hai blew a puff of smoke at Kemi and replied, "No buts. If the people of Fishman Island still don't know what's going on, even if they survive this crisis, Fishman Island will be finished." Shirahoshi asked hurriedly, "Why? Lord Lin Hai?" Lin Hai was too lazy to answer, but said, "Shirahoshi, tolerance is tolerance, but sin is sin, you have to distinguish clearly." "Fake ha ha ha," Hody interrupted, "it turned out to be the Straw Hat Boys, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Lin Hai ignored him directly and continued to say to Shirahoshi, "How can a person not be angry? But be more rational. If you deliberately suppress it, sooner or later, you will have big problems." "Asshole!" Hody said angrily, "How dare you ignore me, low-level human, Yabu, hit the water." As he said, Hody slapped Lin Hai, and the water drops thrown out of his hand hit Lin Hai more exaggeratedly than a cannonball. Lin Hai narrowed his eyes and pointed forward, "How terrible, spatial power confiscate." Hody was stunned for a moment, ready to use Yabu again to test the person in front of him, what kind of moves he used. Swoosh! Lin Hai disappeared from the spot, appeared above Hody's eyes, and then kicked Hody's head, spraying, "Go home and play in the water." Boom boom. Before Hody could react to what happened, he was kicked directly into the rock wall in the distance, and a violent explosion occurred. After kicking Hody away, Lin Hai jumped back and came to Megalo's side, complaining, "Hey, Luffy, come out to work." Everyone was speechless. Jinbei, who was silent on the side, was still thinking about what Lin Hai had just said. 2 pieces of information were particularly important. First, was Shirahoshi's behavior to tolerate and resolve hatred, or to condone crime? Second, that is, Jinbei's own approach, is it too old-fashioned and does not know how to adapt to local conditions? At this time, Luffy finally came out of Megalo's mouth. "Hey, Lin Hai." Luffy patted his blue britches and asked, "Is this really okay?" Lin Hai held a cigar and pointed at Luffy and scolded, "If you don't come out, King Neptune will be seriously injured by Hody, who is playing in the water. I promised Zoro and the others to keep them safe." Who would have thought that Luffy took the cigar from Lin Hai, took a puff, and said to Jinbei, "If that's the case, there's nothing we can do." If things have come to this, Jinbei looked up and shouted to Hody's crew, "You hold on tight, too." Hody's crew was confused. One of them asked, "What's going on, who is he talking to?" Not far away, Nami waved the 3.0 improved version of the weather stick and said, "No problem, we've been holding on tight since the beginning. I thought Luffy wouldn't wait as planned, but I didn't expect that the first one to go against the plan was Lin Hai." As she spoke, Nami took out the letter from the celestial dragons and said, "Is that all right, Jinbei. Great, great job! Jinbei shouted. Space field. Delaying. The chains in the hands of the people tied to Neptune fell to the ground. At the same time, a pirate group, the Sunny, and a shark flew in the sky. The Straw Hat Pirates gathered in the largest square on Fishman Island. Chapter 398 Cheer. Damn it, they let the royal family go, what should we do? Asked a new fishman cotter holding a hammer. The others did not answer, nor did they panic because their captain was kicked away. They all stared at the Sunny parked in the square in silence. At this time, on the Sunny, Chopper, who had turned into a reindeer, looked at the dense crowd and exclaimed, "Wow, there are so many people." Usopp also sighed, "Hey, are these all our enemies?" Sanji said, "It should be. It is estimated that there are 70,000 to 80,000 people, no, it should be 100,000 people." Yohoho Brook shouted, "This is a bit troublesome." Zoro raised the corner of his mouth and said nonchalantly, "Why don't you go back to the house and sleep? I can solve them all by myself." Sanji, "What are you talking about? Bastard." "Ah." Frankie laughed and said, "It makes me itchy, then let's do it gorgeously, let's have a fight, brothers." At this time, the people on the stone wall of the square observed for a while, and someone began to mutter, "Look, the Straw Hat Boys are getting off the boat one after another." "Hey, Straw Hat Boy Luffy, are you really going to destroy this island? Why do you want to occupy Ryugu Castle? Is your goal also to take the lives of the royal family? Are you the ones who kidnapped the mermaids? Answer us quickly, are you the enemy or partner of Fishman Island?" Plop. Lin Hai, who was holding a mirror and fixing his hair while walking towards Zoro and the others, fell down directly. Could it be that the brains of these fishmen have not evolved yet, and they are all fish heads? These people's questions made Lin Hai really helpless. Li replied that it would be better to just lie on the ground and smoke. Lin Hai didn't have Luffy's patience, and he would probably scold these people. At this time, Luffy held his hat with one hand, biting a cigar at the corner of his mouth, and muttered, "Friend or foe?" Luffy turned around and replied, "This kind of thing is up to you to decide." Looking at the Straw Hat Pirates who were deployed, the people of Fishman Island cheered immediately after receiving such an answer. Although they are human pirates, they seem to be our partners, right? Yes, Jinbei and Princess Shirahoshi are with them, and they just released the king and the prince, right? Woo, are they here to save this country? Woo, Straw Hat Boys, Boss Jinbei, defeat Hodi's group, come on. A new fishman cotter stood up and muttered, "Really popular, but don't get too proud of temporarily taking back the king, just a human pirate." Although the fishman was shouting there, the Straw Hat Pirates ignored him. Xiao Ba walked to Lin Hai and asked, "What happened to you? Are you seriously injured?" Lin Hai blew out a puff of smoke, his face full of confusion. Who was injured? Seeing Lin Hai like this, Chopper immediately exclaimed, "Oh no, Luffy, Lin Hai is seriously injured, doctor, where is the doctor?" Nami slapped her forehead and complained, "Chopper, do you think someone can beat that pervert so hard that he can't get up?" Hey! Hey! Lin Hai immediately sat up and defended, "Don't slander me, don't think everyone is the same as Frankie's shameless." Ouch! Frankie put his hands together and asked, "Are you praising me, brother Lin Hai?" Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke and complained, "Really, do you understand what's going on now? Is this the time to talk about this?" As he said that, Sanji's eyes immediately turned into red hearts and spun around Shirahoshi. "Hey, princess, I'm your knight." Nami kicked Sanji away and handed the Celestial Dragon's envelope to Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi immediately held it in his palm and said, "Thank you very much, everyone. This is the hope that Mother left for our Fishman Island." But Luffy looked up and said, "What you did just now was really too dangerous, cowardly star." Shirahoshi asked, "Master Luffy, didn't you always call me a coward before?" Luffy replied, "Although I don't know much, but you don't seem to be as cowardly as I imagined, so I will call you Cowardly Star from now on." Lin Hai couldn't help but complain, "What's the connection?" Robin stepped forward and said, "Everyone will vent their hatred and anger to their enemies, just like the man who called you a fool." Lin Hai raised his eyebrows, suspecting that Robin was scolding him, but Robin's eyes were looking in the direction of Hody, so it was okay. At this time, Nami echoed, "Being able to silently bear that hatred and keep the secret alone, Princess Shirahoshi is stronger than most people." "That's right. Jinbei said, Princess Shirahoji must have been very painful for so many years. Shirahoji replied, I'm so sorry, it's all my fault for concealing the truth without authorization. Jinbei comforted, don't worry, you've done a good job. Don't let hatred continue. This is the wish of great people. Lin Hai was very unhappy and picked his nose, complaining, what do you mean by not letting hatred continue? You are just talking nonsense. Dealing with crimes is dealing with crimes, but you are deliberately concealing the facts and choosing to deceive yourself. Blind tolerance will not solve the problem. Usopp said confusedly, what are you talking about? Seeing that Jinbei and Shirahoji were silent, Nami immediately told Lin Hai to shut up. Lin Hai said unhappily, am I wrong? Disputes are inevitable, the key is how to deal with them. Doan Nami punched Lin Hai unhappily, you still say that? Shirahoji seemed to think that Lin Hai was right, and Jinbei felt the same way, but did the great men handle it that way before? Were they wrong? Sharkstar on the side understood that the wrong approach in handling this matter over the years, blindly tolerant, could not solve the internal affairs of Fishman Island. And if the internal affairs were not handled well, let alone peaceful coexistence with humans. Because the people of Fishman Island did not reach a consensus, and the royal family had some prejudices against humans out of their own selfishness, allowing Fishman Street to develop in the dark, causing today's disaster. Finally, the natural king, Sharkstar, vaguely figured out how to solve the problem between Fishman Island and humans, but the Hody group in front of him was so powerful that the royal family felt powerless. So, Sharkstar on the side suddenly shouted loudly, Straw Hat Boys, please help us defeat Hody's group, right? Hearing the shout of Prince Sharkstar, everyone was shocked. The people who reacted immediately followed and shouted, Whoa! Straw Hat Boy, Straw Hat Boy! Straw Hat Boy, kill him woohoo! Although I don't understand why the eldest son of the royal family would ask the Straw Hat Pirates for help, I just need to agree and cheer them on because of my trust in them. Chapter 399 Straw Hat Luffy. Listening to the cheers from all around, Luffy took a deep puff of his cigar and complained, Hey, Lin Hai, what are you talking about? It turned out like this. I came here to beat Hody, not to listen to them. Is that so? Seeing Lin Hai's answer, Zoro on the side was the first to shed a drop of cold sweat. Would this guy in front of him do something shocking again? So, Zoro immediately said, Hey, Lin Hai, don't mess around. Lin Hai took out a loudspeaker and shouted, I'll beat you up, don't order me around, be careful of me. Doan Nami quickly punched Lin Hai and said, Do you want us to be enemies with the people of the whole island? Bitch. Lin Hai looked up with a dark face and replied, Try to hit me again. Doan. You're awesome, stop hitting me. Sanji smiled and said, Good job, Miss Nami. Boom boom. A sound attracted everyone's attention. It turned out that Hody, who was kicked away, pushed away the big rock on his body and stood up. Captain Hody. Sure enough, the effect of energy steroids can't be solved by a kick from a low-level human. Jaja, one pill can increase the power 20 times. After taking a lot like before, Captain Hody is now a monster among monsters. The captain is back, woohoo! Tap tap tap. Hody lowered his head and walked towards the platform while saying, The legendary mermaid princess with tricky power must be eliminated as soon as possible. Tisk, you really played me around, Jinbei. As he said that, Hody shouted at Jinbei angrily, You are doing well with humans? I hate people like you the most. Fisher Tiger, who grew up in the same Fishman Street, and your little brother Aaron, they were all killed by humans. Not only did you not take revenge, you even fought side by side with the culprit. You are even worse than a coward like Neptune. If I become the king of this island, everything will change. The World Conference held this year is a great opportunity. I will sacrifice the human kings from all over the world in Marijoa, thus opening the prelude to the terrifying legend of the underwater kingdom. First, pull them all into the seabed and make them slaves. Soon, humans who disobey the Fishman tribe will disappear. Haha, the world of pirates is the same, right? Let all pirates submit to the new Fishman pirates. Look, these human pirates who were arrogant at the beginning are now in a mess. They are your future, Straw Hat Boy, only I am worthy of being the real Pirate King. Pirate King. Luffy raised his head and muttered. Everyone on the side looked at Hody's crazy appearance in silence, only Lin Hai asked Chopper, Chopper, can this guy still be cured? Fishman Island is too scary. At this time, Hody asked, what can you do with just a dozen weak pirates? We have 100,000 people here. Robin crossed his arms and said expressionlessly, "We will probably be crushed before the battle even starts." Usopp immediately complained, "Can you please not say such terrible things suddenly?" Lin Hai put his hand around Robin's waist and comforted her, "Don't worry, I can take you to hide in the cave so that they can't find you." "Hide for a fart!" Usopp shouted, "Lin Hai, didn't you say you are a good fighter? Come on!" Lin Hai replied, "Yes, I can beat 10 elementary school students." Usopp. "Oh my, oh my!" Brook shouted, 100,000? What an amazing tree, my eyes are about to turn into a dot, yo ho ho. Nami took Lin Hai's hand and put it on her waist, saying, "What are you afraid of with 100,000 people, Lin Hai, take me away later." Sanji on the side roared like a beast, looked at Lin Hai angrily and said, "Asshole, let go of Robin and Nami, or I'll kick you to death." Tisk. Zoro stared blankly at the front and said, "Kick to death? You cook your kung fu is not behind, Mr. Nosebleed. If you are afraid, go back to the room on the ship. I can handle 100,000 people by myself." Sanji immediately ran to Zoro's side and said angrily, "What are you talking about, green algae-headed bastard, believe it or not, I will be the first to kick you to death." Zoro also said angrily, "You are quite brave, you nosebleed cook." At this time, Luffy slowly stepped forward, pulled the two apart, and walked forward, leaving everyone except Lin Hai puzzled. And Lin Hai in the back would not steal the limelight himself, after all, he was the captain. Seeing Luffy alone and deep into the depths, those villains started to attack Luffy first. "The 400 million head belongs to me. Mine, mine, mine. Eh ha ha ha, how can I give it to you? Go to hell, Straw Hat Boy Luffy." Suddenly, Luffy raised his head and injected a spiritual force into his highly concentrated attention in a circular manner, spreading it out in all directions. For a moment, the scene in the field seemed to lose color, and the airflow inside formed a vortex with Luffy as the center, wrapping all the enemies in the field. The originally noisy square suddenly became quiet, and those crazy maniacs, their bodies seemed to be acupunctured, frozen there, as if they had encountered something terrible. Plop! 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 In a short moment, the fishmen who besieged the Straw Hat Pirates all rolled their eyes and fell to the ground. "Ah, what happened? You didn't do anything, but you killed a large group. Hey, hey, cheer up. Damn it, half of the troops were lost in an instant. Is this the power of 400 million pirates?" The new members of the Fishman pirate group in the field did not understand what kind of power this was, and they all started to murmur. Robin, who was beside Lin Hai, could not help but mutter, "This is domineering." Nami also said, "He did it." Jinbei praised, "In just 2 years, he has reached this level." Sanji did not speak, but seeing Luffy can control freely, Sanji was surprised and felt that he seemed to have not caught up with these perverts, but was pulled further and further away. Zoro was very satisfied with Luffy's performance, and said proudly, "If you don't even have this ability, the captain should be replaced." Shirahoshi, who was on the side, observed for a while, and couldn't help but put his hand to his lips and exclaimed, "So powerful, Luffy-sama." Lin Hai on the side was unhappy, and hurriedly looked up and said, "Princess, in fact, I am more powerful. I can kill a cow with one punch. You have to believe me." "Hee hee." Shirahoshi said awkwardly, "Well, I believe you, Lord Lin Hai." Looking at Shirahoshi's expression, it was completely perfunctory. So, Lin Hai began to curse Luffy on the side, saying that he would have a stomachache when fighting later. Chapter 400 Fistbone Meteorite. Looking at the new Fishman pirate crew members on the ground who were not sure whether they were alive or dead, some crew members who were not stunned instinctively retreated out of fear of the unknown. What a power beyond common sense! Is this the Straw Hat Boy Luffy? We are not his opponents at all. Facing the crew members who were shocked and retreated, a captain asked, "Where are you going?" On such an important day for the Fishman tribe, choosing to escape from the battlefield is a crime worthy of death. Seeing the frightened crew members nod, the color-changing Fishman Captain George encouraged, even if 50,000 people are killed, we still need 50,000 troops. Woo-oh! Seeing the morale rising, Zhou continued, the Straw Hat Boys are the old enemies who have been crushing our ambitions, and Jinbei is the resident of the worst future of the fishmen who live in Otohim's ideal world of friendly coexistence with humans. That's right, what are the Straw Hat Boys? Just a human being. Jinbei is a traitor to the fishmen, kill them. Woo-oh! The atmosphere in the square became crazy again, and everyone knew that this battle had to be fought. Zoro took off his headscarf and tied it on his head, complaining, Luffy, you don't need to kill 50,000 people at once, right? Really? Sorry. Although Luffy said so, seeing the new Fishman pirate group rushing towards him, Luffy jumped up and shouted, Go! As he said that, Luffy bit his thumb, third gear. No matter how many tens of thousands of people there are, let them come, giant robbery. Boom boom. Zoro complained speechlessly, this bastard, he did it again without permission. Jinbei said, then, we will go up too. Lin Hai smiled and said, I'll cheer for you. Hey! Chopper exclaimed, aren't you the main force? Lin Hai complained, what kind of main force am I? You all go up, such a good opportunity, let you perform well, don't be polite to me. Is that so? Chopper exhaled through his nostrils and shouted, thank you, I will definitely not let you down. Everyone was silent. At this time, Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke and muttered, since I have seen Miss Shirahoshi's tears, if I can't wipe them away for her, then I am not a man. Today, I'm going to make a big fuss. As he spoke, Sanji's eyes immediately turned into red hearts, and he spun and shouted, after everything is done, Miss Shirahoshi, come with me to the Mermaid Cafe for a cup of coffee. I am your loyal knight, Miss Shirahoshi. Who? Lin Hai said with disdain, come on, don't harass me, I will be grateful to you, loyal knight. Sanji kicked Lin Hai and shouted, stinky bastard, I will kick you to death. I'll dodge. I'll kick. Jinbei complained speechlessly, what are you doing? Hee. Robin chuckled, don't mind, they are like that. Jinbei was ashamed, you are really confident. Nami put her hands on her hips and complained, you really haven't grown at all, really. Duan. X2. Nami shouted violently, stop it, if you have the energy, go and stop those people for me. Yes, Miss Nami. Sanji immediately ran forward vigorously, leaving a sentence, since it is Miss Nami's order, even if they are demons, I will kick them all away. Lin Hai's face turned black, this bastard, a knight, right? I'll beat him up whenever I see him next time, damn it. Nami rolled her eyes at Lin Hai and shouted, you go too, beat them all up. Tisk. Lin Hai said disdainfully, she's really big-breasted and brainless. Hody has always wanted to get rid of Shirahoshi, so I have to stay here to protect her, okay. As he spoke, Lin Hai pulled up his sleeves and showed them off in front of Nami, saying proudly, look, what strong muscles. Duan. Awoo, the atmosphere is really high. Frankie fired a few rockets forward and said, since the opponent is an army of 50,000, then this is the perfect stage to show that. Usopp, that. Chopper, what is it? Frankie. Frankie, the Sunny has 2 new weapons, want to come? Hey. Usopp and Chopper exclaimed with their eyes shining, new weapons. Lin Hai said speechlessly, I said you too. Nami complained, they have already run away. Robin stepped forward to block the fishman coming over, crossed his hands and muttered, so many people are dealing with a weak woman at the same time, it's so barbaric, playing purple and red. For a while, many huge feet made of petals appeared behind Robin. Giant tree, stamp your feet. Boom boom boom. Robin mercilessly used his flower fruit to continuously step on the fishman rushing over. This scene made Lin Hai, who was not far away, run 2 streams of snot from his nostrils. He asked in confusion, weak woman? Savage. Because Shirahoshi was protected by Lin Hai, Jinbei, Zoro, Sanji and the others all joined the battlefield. Hody, who was standing at the command post on the high platform, gathered water drops in his hands again and muttered, if you can protect such a huge mermaid in the center of this square, then give it a try, hit the water. Hody, who took an overdose of steroids, casually shot out water drops that were many times more powerful than artillery shells. Facing the water drops shot from mid-air by Hody, Lin Hai, who was standing on the ground, couldn't help but feel a little angry. He really gave that guy a bad face. Swoosh! Lin Hai suddenly disappeared from the spot and appeared right above Shirahoshi. Bai Xing felt something shooting at him, but he couldn't dodge it. He instinctively covered his ears with his hands and stepped back, screaming, "Ah!" Boom! Two huge forces spread out in front of Bai Xing. It turned out to be Hody's attack, which was blocked by Lin Hai's punch. "Master Lin Hai, thank you," Bai Xing said softly. Lin Hai was depressed. To deal with a fool like Hody, was it necessary to make it so solemn? The captains of the new Fishman pirate group saw clearly this time that Hody's water attack was blocked by someone's fist, and exclaimed, "Nanny! Jija, he actually blocked the powerful water attack of Captain Hody, who awakened as a monster with his fist. Is that guy really a monster among monsters? Humph, after all, he is a pirate with a bounty of 1.7 billion. It seems that it is not so easy for us to break him." In response to the muttering and shock of these people, the angry Lin Hai did not stop at all, but put away his fist, then threw the small stone in his hand, looked at Hody, and shouted, "A gift to you, Fistbone Meteorite." Robin and the others' first reaction was that this name is so familiar. Boom! Ah! Before Hody could react to what happened, he felt a sharp pain in his body, and a big explosion occurred behind him. It turned out that the small stone thrown by Lin Hai penetrated Hody, and the remaining force did not decrease, causing a huge noise.